think we can all get behind that one.
Hi, Mom. Dude, what the fuck?
Started watching it this year. It's not bad.
Yo, says I don't need to know what you're into right now.
What are you watching hentai?
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to think the same thing my whole life until you actually watch it.
Sassy,
'Cause you've
what is
never even tried
hentai?
it. What is hentai?
I thought I killed him.
Do it again, coward.
Oh my God, no way!
That's naked, bro!
Oh, yes!
Stop!
Yes! One already crossed that side. Okay.
Where are they?
Oh, in there! Holy shit! Bro! What the shit?
Just snoring, just snoring.
What do you mean just snoring? Watch yourself. Watch yourself! What do you mean just snoring? What's wrong?
I knew it.
Killed one trying to push you. Another one? No, I am cheating.
Why are there so many big cocks everywhere?
All right.
Suspect is down but breathing.
This looks like a
Stable.
Gotham.
He was breathing?
Yeah, see? Well, now he's... Not anymore, I guess. Now he's dead. Look away, look away.
3, 2, 1, look away.
So quick! Look at it. Do not look away.
Oh, dark hallway here for Tucker. Oh, what the? Oh my! Tucker, you okay?
Plum,
Hey.
come on out here. Come out here. I got something to
Here's what I want to do. Bean can, freaking Eric, bean can.
What the fuck is
Get on my head.
What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck, man? How do you not know that?
Bean can!
The boost, bro.
I'm gonna plant the bomb up here. He's cat.
What? 1 HP? Yes! Oh, is it lower? Is it lower?
Oh my god.
Behind the plant, behind the plant.
Yeah! What? No way!
This guy, bro.
Oh, is that it? Oh, so bright.
Wait, you can die?
Let's go! There's no way it's dynamic. What is happening? He's going through the wall. Wait. What? Yeah, we're gonna part of these guys. Get your knives out. Come here. Fuck. One more long. Coming out.
Long? 38 days. You got banned.
That is what you fuckers reported me. Almost missed him. Wait, that's a flop. That's a flop song.
Hello? Hello. How we doing today, chat? How we doing? How we fucking doing? Aw, shit. Where is... Shut up, Glory D. Shut the fuck up. I am here.
But this is like for revival series, like that's where we see a lot of the best of threes that these teams are playing, because you know in ECL you don't get best of threes, you get 2 best of ones, you get 3 bans in those best of ones, so you can get rid of a lot of uncomfortable maps. You don't get a lot of that best of 3 action until playoffs. So I think our map pool has been really reliant on 3 maps. That's Mirage, that's Ancient, that's Anubis. So outside of those maps here, you've got to develop those quite a bit, and this has been a good opportunity. I think Wildcard have taken a lot of these Prize Picks Revival series to heart there, and have been able to develop their map pool. I think that's why we saw a lot more success out of them on an international scale. I think Boss was trying at one point when I was talking with Cryptic, they were trying to develop their map pool here using these best of threes, but it's always interesting to see. Like, it does take a big hit when best of threes are a little less commonly played.
For sure. I mean, well, the thing is, though, they did last play in a BO3 in the playoffs of season 48, right? So we do have at least that data available to us.
Holy
I agree with you, though. It's great to be able to have more BO3s coming through in Fragadelphia and Prize Picks Revival Series. All these tournaments coming through will help to at least get these teams more practiced in what is technically the format that they're
going to see. Any of you guys get Diamond?
Almost all the time. Like, the BO2 format is exceptionally rare, and I'm actually curious to see if that will change going forward for Challenger League. I know that I think it's still going to be BO2s going into season 49, but maybe season 50 there'll be some adjustments, because like BO2s, MR12 has resulted in, I feel like, a much better format in terms of the amount of time it's taking. So that's why we thought we were moving away from BO1s and BO2s. I hope that in the major we won't have BO1s either. I just want to see all BO3s, because I think that'll be even more of a test of the mettle of some of these teams.
We got to go back through the Discord and see if there's any pick'ems that were right.
All that being said, my rant is over. We are into this here. NRG up against the Party Astronauts, and the last time they played against each other, 13-4 on Mirage for NRG and 13-4 on Ancient as well. So let's see if that changes here. The only difference in the rosters back then, I believe, is that George wasn't here, and also that Viz was not here. It was Peeping in his place. So let's see if that changes things at all for either side as we go into round number 1.
Isn't it? God damn it.
Talk about yesterday and
Mirage for Energy, PA, third
I want to see Party Astronauts get it away from, and that's closing out advantageous situations. That would be something that would redeem them from some of the struggles that they had yesterday's performance, but we'll get to see if they can put themselves in those same sort of situations here. Is already Breeze inside the pit, looking so sharp here.
Well, that was
Needs
quick
some
as
help
fuck.
as the smoke is so well placed, but there's the rotations.
Oh, damn.
And
how did they get 2 out of that? What the fuck?
Through the smoke, almost another connection rolling through as well, but fast on the retake here, quick as can be. George already scaling into this one, not letting them plant their feet in the post here. It's going to be Infinite, providing on all fronts here, dancing behind this box and doing well in doing so. Now aimed high at the head of of OC rather, needing to find this last headshot. He's still playing behind the pillar. No one charging forward here. OC running out of time.
Baby, the 1v3.
Lock down the last headshot. What a pistol round to start things off for PA. And it was Infinite last time who had that massive dual Beretta pistol round to start us off on the series.
It was, yeah. Wow, that actually was
fucking
well
right off the rip.
Great movement back and forth, using that pillar and box recover. He's getting excited now. Obviously, he should be nodding up and down, saying, "Yeah, I did it." No, it's beautiful. 1-0 for PA. Honestly, I felt like the spacing was a little bit off for NRG. Probably should have gone for Counter-Strike with the USGs just
right away,
one at a time. But it was more like
the real final tournament of the year.
Synchronize well enough in order to challenge him effectively. And wow, I mean, Infinite just pounced on absolutely every single opportunity. Never stopped moving, which is very important in CS2. Alrighty, NRG are going to force up. They've got 5 7s amongst 4 players, and then a Deagle to round it up.
When's Val going to let me have a major, man? That's crazy.
Tossed by George. George is trying to make his presence feel bigger than it is because he's the only one here towards this B site. Molotov goes in, George pushed back a little bit, and that's all the party astronauts needed to hear to charge forward and try and take the site away from NRG. Another smoke toss by George, but it's just not enough. I mean, he's got the util, but he gets the frags
it
anyway,
is enough
too,
though,
for him on the
JFT.
Viz and Ben. Fang manages to get the trade, but that is huge. Hex has already rotated over. 5-7s can be very lethal.
Looks like we got all the players on today.
It's unbelievable.
Slow.
From George, man. What a devastating start there. I mean, good news is, though, they still got a post plant. They haven't lost too much. Only a player down here. There's no rifles to recover just yet. They still have this utility, though, for Breeze. Well placed on a Fang, forcing him to jump a little bit. They hear the tick in the Molotov, but there's a crossfire to crack through. Still, though, the kill's rolling in favor. Infinite has to do it again.
Solo.
He has to do it again. Can he close out the clutch? The bomb is taken away here, but he goes for the swing. I think enough time bought off.
I mean, expensive round though for
OC
PA.
gets a kill.
That could come back to bite them in a couple rounds here.
And Party Astronauts, they hang on by a thread there, but they get the round win nonetheless.
Yeah, that's, wow, very, very close. OC with a kid has that round, but because he doesn't, it is going to slip by the wayside. At least he gets an AK out of the round.
Seth Frost in YouTube chat said first stage is in Mansion 4, second stage Mansion 3, playoffs in Mansion 2, grand final Flom's bedroom. Wait, hold on, wait, what?
Thanks to that opening effort there from George, getting those 2-5-7 frags. Pressure was on him,
They
too.
could be in the first Mansion, though.
He just used the smokes that were thrown very effectively. There's like a little bit
bastards.
of a space between both of them where he's just hugging each smoke, and Party Astronauts overlook it long enough for him to
team up
almost
with
get an opportunity at 3. George
Fountain Blue
is over at Banana.
put in our
Peeks
bid
around,
for the
almost
Vegas
finishes off
major.
Fang, who's down to 4 HP. Does he have the util here? No, he doesn't. So he can't toss a nade. That's still a very solid start again for NRG. There's the opening frag for OC. The follow-up as well. They can't finish him off. The util sails in support as well. This is beautifully orchestrated by NRG.
Started that fight off by taking a headshot, it looked like, and still standing to tell the tale is impressive. And look at this collapse coming through from Breeze. It's actually OC that gets the kill instead. Just rips that one away here. Fang, a little late lurk in 2 apartments. Got to be careful about his trigger discipline. He would like to get one. But there's a whole cache of weaponry to upgrade on for NRG towards middle that they would like to get their hands on, so... Fantastic setup. OC with the rifle work here. Something to be said about his performance here. Looking to level up his game, I think, going to be a key detail. And I think it was Daps in an interview. It might have been Nitro, but one of the bigger goals here for the leadership of NRG is figuring out a way to regain some of the confidence that OC can have, that he's capable of showing.
Yeah, OC needs to get his confidence back. I think Breeze has found his confidence again, to be honest with you.
You would like to see that come back.
MP9s are so crazy, dude.
With this NRG squad, and especially at this level of play, we've seen in the past what he can do.
That was a nice little buy out of energy, if I'm being honest.
I got high expectations for him,
thanks to 29-month reset.
Getting that confidence back.
4, thank you very much for 29-month reset. Thank you, guys.
It was, like I was mentioning before, even a month ago. Like, he's starting to really gain that confidence thanks to some, good support from his teammates as well, both off the server and on.
Dirt, thanks for 31-month primer. Thank you.
There he gets 1. Breeze supports for 3 and make it a 4-piece.
What?
Easy
T-Tours,
peasy there.
is this Chez?
For NRG as
Chez?
they pick up a second.
That's pretty right there from.
If it's Chez, we're spamming T-Tours.
Oh,
here it is. We have replays. We have replays. Oh, that's clean. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at this. Look at this.
He's got lanes.
He's doing it all.
Everything in the palm of his hands. Maximum comfort. It's a shooting gallery for Breeze.
It was Chez, he would have been on B. Okay, if it's not Chez, we're not going to flame.
Sideswiped.
Replace us with there. Thanks for 31-month primer. Thank you.
That same strength they did on land here. I mean, the dominant grand finals over Sharks there on land. Good look at best Breeze all the way through versus tough competition consistently.
I think the Sharks wins being both 2-0 were the biggest surprise for me, because I thought that they would give NRG more trouble than they did. Yes, the first BO3 was close, but the second one was a blowout. I mean, like we were talking about it before the match started in the green room, and it was crazy how effective NRG were in that second matchup. So we'll see. like you said, if
Birdman,
that
thanks
carries
to 10
over
month
here
primer.
into the
Thank you,
Revival
thank you, thank you.
series up against what is similarly
What did I
tough
miss?
competition.
Nothing yet. First
Both
game of the
Party
day.
Astronauts
First
and then one
semifinal.
of Nouns or Timbermen.
We're going all the way. There will be a finals winner crowned today. Acts just like me.
Cool. Cost him too much there, Sosi again. That one started off a little bit rocky there, but the spray eventually gets lined up.
Osi eventually got a spray on line there. My man was standing tall right there.
No big deal. Again, Osi starting off this game here 9-2. Well, that's a good way to get confident. He's yet to bring the AWP out,
Where's
but
the
you know he's
spray?
going to get it for this gun round here. And again, a confident Osi is the last thing you want to see if you're Party Astronauts who... It had a bit of a rocky path to get to this semifinals. I mean, very scary situation on Mirage for them. Almost lost 2-0 to Fluffy Amers, but they were able to dig deep. They had that OG Wizard late resurgence that they needed. We'll see if he can get off early here on Inferno. There's a nice way to get on the board, though. George just airstruck out of the round. Leveled out by the utility damage early. Some good util sent back their way, but 3 defenders. This is surprising here, and maybe this is what a confident Osi can get you. He's holding the entirety of this A side. This is going to be a rude awakening for Party Astronauts heading into the stack. So many more defenders here, but they're still finding a way to get through all
Damn,
of them.
OG Wizard gets 2. And just like that, it's a 4v2 on the bumps. Well,
And there's still
3v2.
some chances opened up by Nitro with some smoke spam. But a 2v3 is what they have to fight through now.
There's the nade pop, and Nitro's going to continue spamming that smoke. He was just a bit more to the right. He would have had the spam on the bomb planter, too, and that would have been absolutely crazy. But I think he's calling for a retreat. You just saw him communicating with OC, saying, I think it's time to fall back. And that is exactly what's going to happen here. Not too bad in terms of the damage done to OG Wizard and Viz by Nitro and taking them out, but that was walking, like you said,
Shut the
walking
fuck
into
up.
the four-man
Your
stack
cam better be
onto
looking
that B site,
immaculate.
and the Party Astronauts, particularly OG Wizard, picking them apart as they will find a third. Things not looking too shabby for PA in the early goings here.
Slow's just saying nice things to you, Junior, so you make sure you're on the player cam.
Quite. There's that way they kicked around.
You tired today like I am because the major? Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm fucking good.
AG and there's OG Wizard
I saw
having a lot more
14-hour
impact in
stream
the early
into
stages as well, which is
5.5 hours of
great
sleep
sign.
into another tournament.
the
My own.
rifle
Let's
as
go.
well, which you'll take with any weapon. If you're able to get again, just kick off early here. Not a bad save on the other end of things here, but NRG finding themselves up against some good early protocols at the moment.
Are you an FPL? Are you ever going to play in it? I don't have delay on. I'm definitely not going to play it today.
And some of his efficiency right there, getting a flashbang to fight for that control, avoiding the nade stack this time around. This time he'll
Might
be
at
able to
some
play
point,
the round.
but probably
he shows
not.
up in a big way.
Yeah, that's just what
Probably
a difference
not.
from round to round, right? He takes a little more aggression to those fights and good support from Nitro.
And that shit started like
3
6
players
p.m.
are
my
just
time or some
gone,
crazy
just
shit.
like that. OC actually picked one up on the other side with the AWP looking down mid. So, OG Wizard and Infinite now have 1 minute and 8 seconds to ponder their fate into this round up against all 5 NRG players. Nitro waiting right around the edge of the smoke. George hiding at second box. And I mean, he's actually boosted on top of them, so this is not
Isn't it?
going to be
Is that the
pretty for the Party Astronauts if they decide to execute towards B, because they're going to have a lot of angles.
For some
they need
reason,
to
I thought it was
clear
on the
and
back part of that.
Potentially a crossfire set up. I think Nitro's calling for Hex to come over here to get that in
What up,
play.
Gems?
And that's exactly what's happening here. It's going to be tough for PA to get any space at all.
Trying to fight their way through a stack here, essentially. Get
You also
low
missed the
through,
molly, right?
1 kill in. But that's about all that they'll be able to muster up. Here's the nice protocols there in reaction.
That's a nice shot
from OC, who again
That's
is
a
gaining
real nice
confidence.
shot.
But that re-aggression towards Banana, just a slight adjustment that they need to get away with here, you know. Switch it up from maybe trying to send George into the early utility in that nade stack. They tried those nades again. This time I think towards sandbags is where they stacked them.
Fuck.
But a little late flash re-aggro, and I think that was, you know, plan A for them.
I saw you playing it though, John. Oh, fuck. No.
Looks like it's going to be a window play here from the party astronauts. 2 players boosted in silently. Now they're going to make their way into boiler. Hex waiting for contact towards mid. He's not going to see much unless those boiler players go in his direction. Well, now he will. There's one player that just moved up. He saw the sliver of a body and throws the incendiary down. OC, nice. Quick shot coming through. Bree supporting again for the apartments. They can't kill him.
Here for you guys.
Oh my goodness. Nitro and Hex get the last 2, and NRG cruise to a 5th. Now I'm starting to look at the scoreline thinking this feels a lot closer than maybe it should be, or it looks a lot closer than it actually is. Because NRG, aside from that one round where the party astronauts fragged George and they made their way towards the B side, NRG Wizards gets a couple, it really hasn't been close over the last 6.
I'm just glad we got Breeze on cam.
You know,
even if we got
I'll continue to give
the
Bentley
perfect
a lot of
hair
credit
angle.
for the way that they maybe start
Hair's looking
off
good,
these
though.
rounds and set themselves up for is very good. You know, that plan A, it feels like when it goes right, it's gonna work for you.
Yeah.
But sometimes in these later rounds, as we saw yesterday, that there's some problems that can arise. I again kind of want to see that cleaned up. You know, and one day of discussion is not a long time, but I think they know that a lot of those post plants went wrong there, and I think it'll be even more exploited if you're up against a team of NRG's caliber. But this time, again, the only game plan here working right now is Nitro's that set up towards that A side. Gives them the advantage, but a nice pick from OG Wizard denies any escape from Hex. And OC has to call in for a little
Chat
support
set reminder,
now.
if me and John ever play,
comes on through. He's
FPL
still
together,
focused on this lane side.
Don't play Inferno because my util game is whack. He's gonna ask for some shit, and I'm just gonna be like,
retreat by Hex, right? Just wait for the smoke to bloom, and you'll have a much better chance of jumping across.
No smoke.
Instead, he tries to jump across as it's blooming, and he was within full visibility.
Yeah, Mythic League is free to everyone right now,
shot at that stage,
including level 10. You just play in Ruby.
Party astronauts, even numbers at 3v3. They slow up the pace. I think they're trying to attract attention towards the B site. Yeah, Fang is going to toss that smoke in.
John, you don't understand.
To come in. NRG,
this,
are they
this
biting?
map has been dead to me for like the last 3 years.
They're not buying it at all.
I got like CT smoke, the good one.
Moving
and
up
I got
from the apartments.
triple molly.
Making noise now. Now it'll definitely
and the
be
god
heard.
flashes
So
a
the
B.
pit player was to come out
I know
here and do
0
damage,
A
but
util.
no, OC actually legs Fang, then gets taken out by Infinite.
I know all the
George
ancient
looking for
util.
a
I got
response,
you.
Won't find it. So the party astronauts' patience pays off mightily. Nitro is the last one standing, and given the money situation, he might just decide to send it here and see what he can do.
Might be worth a go here. Definitely seems like we just asked for some of exactly what we just got. But they now have to close the round out Nitro on a massive timing. You will take the shot eventually, and I think that might be
okay. That's a saver.
More so keen on recovery here of this AWP. He's hoping for something extra. Knows there's a low HP player in Fang, but not on target.
Oh,
with
wait,
the
there's
utility.
Get sight. Holy shit!
And
he could have won that.
Eventually knows that he's
it was
pushing his
actually
luck a
right
little
there. I
too
didn't.
much
Wow.
there in terms of an actual round win being unlikely there. So grabbing that AWP and falling away. Nice shot from Nitro. Not all that unfamiliar with the AWP. And everyone will go down on the side.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
not the worst way to lose a round.
I feel like John, you were used to be pretty nasty on
exactly
Mirage.
what we asked them to here. That's kind of
Con
be able
player,
to operate in these late round awkward situations here. Little 3v3 action.
Been a
Show
minute
little bit
since
of
I've seen you
discipline
play
and,
it.
and patience, and it goes a long way here. Which I feel like those were the exact rounds that they couldn't get their grasp on yesterday.
Yeah, I think there's still an issue of they are not surviving with many bodies or any bodies in these ground victories. So you're
Oh
seeing
yeah,
the
of course
result
I
in
remember
economy.
playing
It's hurting pretty bad.
John on Mirage.
And on the other side,
when he was on Liquid, we played him in the online version of I Am New York, and he ravaged me, and then I ended up in every frag movie. That's right.
Bang down to 27 and Viz at 45.
I had the highest flash. Like I spent the most time flashed in the entire tournament. I remember now. Yeah.
Incendiaries.
Good times. I'm famous.
Party astronauts readjusting themselves
That's
in
right.
towards top mid. Hex
Yeah.
waiting over in Cubby. He was there before, so they might be clearing this. Maybe they'll throw a Molotov for it. Already a smoke up. He's got the support of OC this time. They're trying for a slightly different setup. 4-man stack onto A. Only the anchor of George.
DJ, I literally would, but you see that massive, beautiful logo right there on the right?
Off for OC.
That one pays the bills right now, DJ. Don't hate me.
There's
Normally
another
I
smoke
am,
pop.
if you watch
Visibility
my
gain,
co-streams.
but not a connection. OC will have to fall back and try again.
Ooh, there you go.
If we could get Slow to move the logo to the left-hand side, we go crazy, but I think we have
looking to crack on through,
some
and there's a
pop-outs
chance
over
for a
there.
pose plan at the very least, so something to lean on here for Party Astronauts. Still have to overcome this amount of utility and man deficit that they're currently facing. HE to pop open the smoke.
Yeah, sorry, DJ, don't hit me.
Smoke, so it doesn't really give them much vision. And this is a lot of time that's ticking away here in the meantime. Late activation here. Infinite looking to thread a kill in as he takes his time to strike. Are they watching this? They are. Look at the awareness from George. Now flushed out of position is OG Wizard. Forced to dance inside the flames.
Tough spot.
And there will be time for a defuse here, plenty of it. George with the patience on that mid hold. He was covering the flank from Boiler. He knew something was up there. And that sort of awareness is one of the biggest assets that you get when you pick up a player like George. He's not going to fall victim to these sneaky plays. That's just so smart, so cerebral from him to cover that side.
Wow. Nicely done for NRG. I
Weirdo,
agree
that's
with
where
you,
the kill
though.
feed
A
is,
very
brother.
intelligent play coming through from George as NRG get their 6th. And, you know, again, the Party Astronauts, while it did
Morning,
get
Wagyu.
close, I would say, towards the latter part of the round, it still felt like NRG had their number for the majority of it. So let's see if they can get a clean
Svang
round
always had
victory
the
under their
Ruby?
belts, because so far it's been very hard fought just to get the 4 that they have here. And right now, they're saving for the last. They go for an eco. 4 Tech 9s, lock, and 3 nades. They're trying for a nade stack down banana, and it connects on absolutely 0 damage. And the return nade is devastating. Nitro, despite being slightly flashed, is going to get 3.
One more?
Maybe
Oh,
the 4th.
yeah.
There it is. Nitro now on for the anti-eco ace, and he
George.
doesn't get it. George stolen away from him with the spam.
That's fucked up.
Nitro's
That's
gonna have
actually
a laugh
fucked up.
about that, but they don't care. They got a 7th.
Yeah, and again, there's some of Nitro's good individual form.
Honestly, George definitely is carrying some Elige energy still in that ace.
Making sure that no real damage or nothing scary takes place. Those nade stacks can hurt quite a bit, and then that can set you up for a decent.
I've never
round,
seen
so
somebody
don't
more
mind the
hell bent
idea,
on
don't mind the
stealing
vision for
aces than
Finley,
Elige.
but being able to avoid all that here and stay healthy, keep this round nice and clean, which is something absolutely highlighted. It's kind of
Oh
been a
hell
problem for the
yeah!
side of
I didn't even have to pay him
Party
for that ad.
Astronauts.
That's actually crazy. What the fuck?
Look at that. OG Wizard talking quite a bit here in this timeout as well, which I like to see.
Yeah, but John,
got
you
the
like
whole squad
actively try to make
communicate
sure
here,
they
getting
don't get
everyone
the clip.
involved here. I mean, especially when you talk about like key pieces, you would
Motherfuckers
love
just earn it. John will
for
run
your
through
opera
3
to be
smokes
very
when
vocal
somebody's
of
on
how
a
you
4K to
maybe
make
wanna
sure
start
that they
off this
don't get
round.
the
I
ace
mean,
and be like, earn it, motherfucker.
there is an op in play here, going for the glass cannon on Inferno. Feels a little bit risky, but I mean, he has a vision. And then you got Feng, who's talking a lot, and you know, as someone who can get a lot of entries for you, you need him to be very vocal.
Real question is, Junior, you ready for Timbermen today? They're, bro.
Yeah, Fang's been very quiet.
I still can't believe.
Just realized.
Obviously, I've been
But,
pugging a
he's
lot
only
with
got 3
Gavin
frags.
or Fruit Cup X.
That is not the usual output you're going to get from him yesterday.
So
He was
watching that
phenomenal,
yesterday,
but
seeing those
today,
213
here, at
ones
least
is
at the beginning of
crazy.
Inferno, in this first half, it's been
Carson
fairly
is rolling
silent.
back
OG Wizard and Infinite
years I
doing
didn't even
work.
know existed.
NRG are actually looking to make it 8 rounds. Party Astronauts have slowed it down quite a bit. Minute and 7 seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to make a move to go for arch control. That smoke, did it just miss? Or is that just for library? I guess just for library here. And this that's going to come through. It doesn't matter. George gets 2
Wait, really
without
slow?
any
What was it?
visibility at all, except for the bullets that were punching through
Also,
that
why are we
smoke.
fixing Fruit Cups
Oh
VC?
my goodness.
Honestly, no, that's
PA
fine.
have got
Good
to be
on
real,
us.
and they're
I'm
trying
just.
to readjust and go
How
to
did
this
that
B
happen?
site, but OC is here waiting. He's got Nitro setting up a crossfire. OC hits the shot, pulls out the Tech 9 to go for a follow-up, and it is all NRG here in this last round. Not a lick of damage taken as
Chat,
they
that's
get
cool
their
and all.
8.
Energy's owning PA.
What a round for
you guys
George.
ever
That
seen
just sets the tone
Steak
early.
fried rice with
Crowd
leftover.
things are gonna shape up to
steak.
be 2
Oh, yeah.
kills through the smoke. There
little
goes your
avocado
B trying to
underneath.
wrap in towards that play, and then
That's a
Nitro
jumping.
jumping up.
Oh my god.
That's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just brutal right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
So the
Oh wait,
again,
though.
early beatdown laid down from the side of NRG. And I mean, this is a team that's so incredibly hungry to show what you know, George is made of here. Show what they can do, especially after that last revival series where I think they were gunning for the win. They got blocked by Nouns in the finals, and now they're looking for an opportunity again here. You know, a chance to maybe meet up with that team you're potentially.
Get a Legion Discord after Heat.
At second.
I'm always down to yap it up, but you guys don't.
Since then, they just dominated. They ran the bracket in Philadelphia, and it just feels like every day this team gets better and better with George, and that's a scary sign for teams in NA, I think.
Oh yeah. Not to mention that even before, you know, George joined the roster, NRG were still making the grand finals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series every single time. They haven't actually missed a single grand final up to this one. If they make it again here, then it'll be 5 in a row. They've won twice, lost to Wildcard in the first one, lost to Nouns previously.
Damn. And George is just... Okay, there we go. Thank you, Ben.
Get back to their winning ways. Nice trade
Put an end to his terror.
Party Astronauts off that opening frag, but it's a ton of information gain for NRG, and oh my goodness, they are pinching in from CT. Ben is in a lot of trouble. Needs to hit perfect shots. Doesn't even get a chance to take one. Hex deletes him. Viz manages to get Breeze, who's lurking towards A, so now they can charge down Banana and try to get back into this site, but it's not going to be easy. OC's just waiting here around the half wall. Pops out. Great flashbang from Hex in support. It only yields 1 frag, though. Another great trade coming through from
Viz. Why has Breeze got his cam on?
Nitro and Hex in a perfect crossfire. This is still going to be difficult for PA to get back into. Hex hiding behind the corner, letting Nitro attract all the attention. Now he's popped out. We'll try to deal out the damage. It's Nitro and Hex both taking care of Fang, and Viz trying to find Nitro, but he can't. He's just dancing around New Box, and that'll be a 9th for NRG.
Sure, just avoids him to perfection there for so very long. NRG win the second pistol here.
What an entry from George. I thought he was going to get both.
You can see George with the fiery entries, taking that valuable space here. Post plant set up for success. And they will sure lock down this pistol, and now looking to follow it up by locking down this map. See what they can do up against this force buy, though. I like the aggression. I think PA are in a spot where they probably need to do, you know, kind of risky things like this. Make sure that the lead doesn't scale too far out of control. Oh, but taking a molly right there. Not quite helped him. Playing dodge flash, but that's
no, I think him taking the molly did help. They both turned like it was going to be a pop flash.
Back. It just seems like they understand this, and with the execution on in with no resistance. Which molly was that?
Was that first, second?
They're going to make their move.
Yeah, it's going to be another tough one for the Party Astronauts to get back into. I mean, this is a force buy. So, I mean, they could just call it off once this bomb gets planted with only Fang in a position to strike. He's got to get something if they want to justify going for this. And yeah, they've already given up.
Forcing second after you lose pistol just meta now?
You save the guns that you
it's really strong. Especially on like a map like Inferno with such
into the next round without requiring
tightly contested choke points, a lot of different elevation where people got to clear things if they don't have util.
And they continue cruising.
It's a really strong map to second on.
It's like having 2 force
second round buys always feel good too, because it really bolsters up that fourth round buy, even if you lost.
There. When you realize that the round is a little out of control. Those sort of situations, it's a little
so like even if on a map not like Inferno,
they're like lean.
You can really MP9s are just so powerful, and you should try to
towards P.
Genuinely,
of like
you should be trying to abuse MP9s as much as humanly possible.
And recycling those smokes, which is, I mean, we've seen it 1,000 times before.
The value they create on the CT side is unreal.
Which is interesting, right? You don't really expect that from your solo B player. You want
5-7 as well.
Puff out your chest and seem like a lot of players, but I think that sort of variation kind of important as well, because when you see a player that's like recycling smokes on Banana and just playing back, I think everyone's seen that play, so you're kind of expecting a weaker setup. So Benleet maybe hoping that they would think it was a stack. I don't know, it's all a mind game at that point, right? But there's a lot of interesting concepts that teams can throw out towards that B side that we've seen many times before. And
that's a chunky nade, George.
Game plan there. Bentley going forward there. He does die quickly, but definitely see the vision he was hoping for.
Smoking the land right in front of George. Molotov toss forward. Party Astronauts have a pretty forward defense here down Banana. NRG probably heard that. No, they didn't. George blindsided by Fang. There's a Mac 10 upgrade. It's not the worst case scenario for NRG.
George really thought he had them all cut off. That's
available to them.
That was a bit ambitious.
Now they've lost
he really thought he timed that molly perfectly.
And they're going to have to lean more into the A site. Molotov sails in. Infinite almost gets the frag. Now we'll finish that off. Hex managed to get a response, but it's back and forth here towards A, and that'll only favor the Party Astronauts, who still have 3 members up versus the 2 for NRG. Nitro has to back off. He's way too exposed, but he wants to support OC in his trek down lane. Doesn't have to, though, for OC to get that frag. Now Ben flanking around here from lane. Does he get spotted? Well, he does, but it's not in time for Nitro to survive. It's all down to OC, who's got a 1v2. Trying to clutch this out. He will get a bomb plant, probably. No, he has to pull off of it, and Fang gets the frag.
Wow.
The Party Astronauts
nice little round there out of PA. Infinite going crazy in pit.
That's the value of holding on to that extra weaponry as well. As I said, you know, you get an extra force buy off the back of it. This time, a force buy that's successful, you're finding a couple of those opening picks and then parlaying that success into a round win. Not allowing for that bomb to go down as well. Even more impact. So a massive lifeline. I mean, still a little bit of a recovery effort here, forced from Party Astronauts, but that's one way to start it off. See if you can't manufacture any further success off the back of that round win as well.
Yeah, one of the keys there.
It's a pretty effective buy.
Yeah, oh wow, nice shot from OG Wizard onto Breeze, and then finds Hex afterwards. That's 2 of the rifles gone.
All right.
And
that's starting to remind me of that Mirage game PA played.
In the previous round was just the aggression they took down Banana and the space they had.
They start to build up a little bit of steam. OG Wizard gets an op on the CT side, and then they just kind of get rolling.
Apartments very deep with that AWP and just not.
Also, sorry about that, guys. We started late today because I was rushing back online.
Absolutely necessary if you're on the Party Astronauts to find success against a squad like NRG. You can't play safe because it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think a lot of teams have, at this point, tried, but I don't think this is the same NRG we've been seeing throughout the, second part of the year here. An NRG that's constantly having these up and down results. They have shown some serious regional dominance versus a lot of good teams. So, much different story here today. But a good sign here from them. That OG Wizard's playing good, and Fank, who's having a bit of an off map, could be like a sleeping giant as an extra extension of this comeback as well if they are able to pull it off.
Vandal has the kill feed.
19 seconds left, and they're going for it. Nitro gets the headshot onto OG Wizard. Infinite still hiding around pit. I'm pretty certain they're aware of his positioning. There's the Molotov toss form. Excuse me, a flashbang. Not going to clear just yet. Going into Graveyard. Still Infinite alive here. The snake in the grass. There's no way. They don't know he's here. So Infinite could absolutely strike at a perfect moment once the rest of his team comes in. There's the first one. Now they're aware of him, but I mean, he's done the damage he has to. Or has he? OC gets 2. George finds the other 2, and then NRG somehow pulled that one off despite the fact that Infinite makes it a 4v2, and it looked like they had control of it, but what a recovery.
I don't even know how they're able to pull that off.
No, I know.
Just the full flurry of kills while Infinite finds this one inside the pit. It's great. That's where I think this round comes unraveling. How did they recover this so quickly? Tech 9 flying out of apartments for George, and OC covers from the top rope. Oh no.
Well,
that's the last thing Party Astronauts could afford there.
And that's their money. Completely gone. They need to win this.
Jeez.
I can't believe OC gets both, right? In that situation with so much pressure being put on, you figure, okay, it's a 4v2. There's no way he'll be able to get the double kill. And he gets it. And then, like you said, George is flying out with the Tech 9. Manages to connect on not one, but a second one as well. I'm not even sure if that last one was with the Tech, but either way, it's enough to secure the round, getting all 4 of those frags. And not to mention, OG Wizard had that great opener, too. It was a beautiful start to the round, but things faded away in the post line for PA, and unfortunately that's very similar to what we saw yesterday for them. So you talked about it. Now against NRG, that's going to get very punished very quickly, and it absolutely did there.
That shouldn't be that much more amplified here.
Yeah.
When you're up against a team of NRG's caliber, and they escaped a lot of those problems with really good setups at the start of these rounds, and OG Wizard delivers that good setup again, but no ability to close that out means right back.
Yeah, I
under the
feel you.
microscope
Yeah,
now.
the major times are tough, but
And this
still
map.
cool for that region to get their first major.
Positioned well though in this situation. Extra B defender rotating on over. The default here. A gap in that smoke that George will be able to answer a very quick trade with. He needed that quickness, but they are still running into a pretty heavy stacked bomb site here.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NRG to pull off. Ben Lee doesn't get anything, finally gets one, then OG Wizard contributes, but it's still not enough to prevent NRG from getting the control of the site. Viz, the last one standing, now trying to slip through from Banana. NRG could get caught off. Are they watching this? Now they are. Here's the peak. OC secures
Dude,
the
OC,
round again.
I'm not even trying to play. Maybe we just go full-time rifle.
12
Fuck
to
it.
5
Fuck it.
for NRG, and I think that confidence is flowing for OC.
Yeah, man, he's been doing it with the rifle.
How do you
He's been
join
doing
this
it with
tournament?
op
Well,
here, just
the next
been
one isn't announced.
all over
Well, there will be another
on
one,
the
but the
ball.
dates aren't announced yet, so you can't join it quite yet.
starting to show that confidence.
But all of
is in
it
play here.
is run through Face It, and we have
And
like a
reading-
dedicated
looking at that
organizer
that interview,
page
talking with
where you can check it all out.
you know, this squad here. That was one of the kind of necessities here, is to kind of build back a little bit of OC's confidence slowly but surely. I saw it in
Short
multiple best
version,
of threes. It was a best of 5 actually.
you can't right now.
He played a lot better. But I mean,
Bro.
he's just maximum confidence now.
He's going
And
crazy.
I feel like this is again not something you wanted to play up against here.
He said, "Hold
is
this,
sort
buddy."
Of, play at the moment.
Yeah.
Already just a full
Not really
team
winter.
in RG that they've shown us so far, and then
NRG
you gotta do
IGL is
a much
Nitro.
more confident OC, which I would say was their one missing piece here, is to get him back to a form in which we know he's capable of being at.
That makes NRG like a truly scary team as well, not only in NA but beyond it, which we didn't get really to see unfortunately this year because they were trying to build up to this point. But now it feels like going into 2025 that NRG could really make a ton of noise, assuming this form continues, and of course assuming they win here, which because Party Astronauts could still come back, even though it doesn't feel extremely likely.
You know what?
given their
Never mind.
buy-up
You're
here.
cooking, dude. You got it.
On this map anyway. We'll see. Ended up for Ben's gonna toss the flashbang. A little bit messy on that spray, so he uses most of his magazine. Then George is able to trade him
Sometimes
out
the
immediately.
MP9
So
giveth, and
2v2.
sometimes it does
NRG
whatever
gonna
the
get
fuck
in a
that
post-plan
was.
situation, and Infinite along with Fang are pressuring.
This feels
from
like your
opposite
bullets go to
angles, so this
Narnia.
will at least create a bit of a crunch onto the site, which could make life difficult for NRG. But it still feels like they've got a firm handle on this.
Post plan
Yes, for shut the fuck up.
So established at the moment. Time's ticking. So yeah, gotta get moving. And timing has been somewhat hit, but they got no kids here, so it's getting a little too far out of control. They start to speed it up here, going into slow play. Not gonna cut it.
And of course,
running
it's
into the
OC with the right.
crosshair of OC as he
23
closes
and
out the map
7.
with 23
My rifler.
kills, giving only 5
My rifler.
rounds. You got 3
Hex
players
2?
on this.
Best rifler in energy? Absolutely not.
100
OC.
ADR. I mean, for Nitro and OC, they both got it. George is not far behind them. It's just incredible.
Goddamn,
because
OC,
this is exactly what
goddamn.
we've been seeing here. This consistency out of so many different players here. Anyone
Dusty's
available
next.
to have this impact.
Is it Dusty?
And we
I
see
thought you
it
guys
once
like to
again
pick
here with
Mirage.
so much
Did you guys change your
coming
pick?
through from all of the individuals here of NRG.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
getting crazy out
there was
here.
the
I guess
pistol
you
round
guys
and
hadn't
a
checked
couple of rounds
Mirage,
after
so you're
that for
happy
Party
either way.
Astronauts where it was kind of interesting, but outside
All right,
of
I
that,
have food here real
NRG
quick. I just woke
dominated
up.
this
Give me a
map,
second.
and I think it's what we expected going into it. Just the way things have gone for them lately, the way Frag went, how George is fitting into this roster, OC's reawakening as part of NRG. It's all happening right here at the NA Revival Series. And I mean, look, we're going on to that next map. I don't necessarily know if things are going to change there because technically that is the map pick for NRG. And we talked about, yes, there's some question marks, right? Dust 2 hasn't been great for NRG. It's always been a bit of a weakness for them. They're reintroducing it into their pool a little bit more, trying to pick into it against opposition. And I think it's a perfect opportunity to practice what they've been, working on that map against the
I
Party
responded
Astronauts
to him,
squad that
Fried
isn't
Bun.
necessarily strong on the
And
map
to be fair,
either.
anybody can
Let's have
join
a
this
look here
tournament and qualify.
at the
Fried
Prize
Bun.
Picks estimated frag total for the Party Astronauts, Cole, and
Yesterday
it's
we
not
watched the
looking
two
great
teams
for
that
the Party
qualified
Astronauts.
in play.
Not quite. A little bit far removed here in that department. surprising to see the struggles that they've been facing in the in some of these matchups. But for me, again, you know, Fang having a very tough map, never
Packet
looked like he
loss.
was
Shush,
mentally
we're watching
out of it.
NACS
He's
right
always
now.
got a good mentality on his shoulders there. I feel like is one of his strong suits, but coming into this one, not being able to really activate as an individual, probably wanting a little more output out of him in terms of the opening success. You do have, though, in other news and better news there, it's OG Wizard, who was looking very comfortable out there. So if that carries over into Dust 2, that could be a lifeline for them.
And then we look at the other side for NRG. I mean, Nitro, George, and OC were
Fried
phenomenal.
Bun, we invite 6 teams, and then 2 teams qualified through an open bracket on Friday.
Of the map, playing from apartments on balcony was ridiculous how much output he was getting. But you see OC, I mean, the kill estimate, feel like it's going to happen here, in my opinion. With 23, he only needs, what, 9 in that next map in order to secure it. That's not very much. Nitro, he's always been solid for this NRG roster. Yes, I agree with you. He kind of took a back seat for a little bit, but now that everything is kind of established in terms of their protocols, he's starting to step up to the plate again, and it's unbelievable. Like, it's just great to see
the open qualies aren't on
HLTV NRG squad.
But
a lot of motivation,
they happen for every tournament
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I feel like they maybe, especially when I was watching them on LAN, it felt like they were flowing. They got all the way to the grand finals, looking very confident, looking very relaxed. But then you could see how much that win mattered to this team when they got it, when they actually realized, you know, we dominated the competition this hard. It seemed like they were, you know, very relaxed, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is a team that is very motivated, very focused on getting these wins, and I think that's going to carry forward here into this Revival series here, where Party Astronauts are up against that tough competition. But again, if there's an opportunity to kind of pluck at some of the weaker points here, I think that can be Dust 2. But obviously, that's going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
We'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll see how much of a challenge Dust 2 is going to be.
I wrote like any second now. JRT and Exeter always crushing it as always. It's going to be interesting to see if we get a rematch of last Revival series in the final. I am super curious to see Timbermen versus Nouns. I still can't believe Timbermen 13-1 boss twice. Arts, bro.
Over 20
Mythic League
years
ad? Yeah, baby. It's free to play right now, you fuckers. For everyone.
Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes
stops breaking things, Stiller.
Turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you.
FL0.
Thank you for standing by us.
Zerk, thanks for the 7-month
continue
resub,
to
thank
stand
you.
by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, love? Is the solution just basically not doing what they've been doing? Bro, that tweet. Bro really tweeted, if anybody sucks ass, I'll replace them on one of your teams. Raythorn, thanks to the tier 2 44-month resub, thank you.
Howdy, cuties.
What up, Raythorn? For those of you that have watched the Revival series with me, anybody stand out to you who's been farming NACS? I just finished the finals. I have no idea how y'all stayed up all night. I'm built different, Raythorn. With the interest increasing in North America, I think we need to add girls holding up the round number signs like in boxing. We'll consider it in the budget. Zerk, thank you again for your 7-month resub, dude. That was probably the best major final I've watched. Also the saddest one. Yeah, seeing Kerrigan cry and fucking, that shit hurt. But I was also happy as hell for Donk. Scope, thank you very much for the Twitch primer. Slow, can you do a prediction for these degenerates? In my scope, thank you for the primer, brother. Nah, man, Donk fucking earned that major. That might have been the best major performance we've ever seen out of an individual player. The kid is 17, it's his rookie season, and he did entry rifling. Like, he earned it, man. I'm not sure what Stewie's plans are, Alexander. Alright, I was eating. Give me 1 second. I'm running the ad before this game starts. Oh shit. Actually, wait. Hold on. Hold on, hold on.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
It's the Prize Picks Anti-Revival Series number 5, guys. We're back here for map number 2 between the Party Astronauts and NRG. And NRG just looked so good on map 1. 13-5 victory on Inferno, which was actually the Party Astronauts pick. And now we go to Dust 2, where NRG have been testing themselves quite a few times, trying to find their form on what will be a 6th map in their pool that could be very solid.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be something that NRG are still looking to develop. They've had some tough losses in the past with Nitro so far, but I think it's going to be something that they can work through here in this best of 3 with how good they've been looking all the way through in these, you know, consistent wins that they have been developing. So I am interested to see, you know, this is a tough Dust 2 team. I think that OG Wizard has some really high ceilings on this map, so I want to see what he can bring to the table, but so far, I think NRG are just looking to contain control right now. They've been doing a great job with that.
All right, let's get it. Dust 2, everybody's favorite map.
Right into it here, not wasting any time. Getting map number 2 underway. OG Wizard already engaging here in towards dark. So far,
What do the channel points say?
no frags or damage to speak of here in the early parts of this
73% energy,
And
no
NRG are
faith in
gonna
PA?
take
What the hell,
control of
guys?
Long, which isn't really being contested by PA. They're kind of spread out across every single angle on the map.
Actually, bets.
Oh no, Infinite decides to push at the wrong time. OC waiting to punish and gets it. That'll give the 5v4 edge to NRG. Ben Leeds managed to connect for some damage, but the same is being returned to him. And more now as he drops to dirt
Man,
from
just
that
got
shot from Breeze. OG Wizard looking to
1,000 cuts
reclaim
right
that space,
there.
but he's just spotted trying to jump up to boost on Cat. And well, it looks like he's going to try and readjust here and wait for reinforcements to arrive.
Bit of an awkward double up here, holding off towards the long side. You can see they want to mess with Fang's aim. Gets away on the reload here. You do have OC waiting a late flank here, running low on ammo, and eventually gets run down.
What a battle.
in the
Bobber,
post
thank you
play.
very much for
Still
the 14
distracts a
month
lot of
primer. Thank
attention,
you.
and those long range duels allow Viz to scale on up towards the catwalk. So it is a tough fight ahead here at Hex, who looks to get loud in the server. Will line up multiple headshots to close it out and secure the round for NRG.
Bobber, thanks for the 14 month primer. Thank you,
into
sir.
the mix there, but the job going to be sealed in.
Honestly, that was pretty good from Viz. A couple of nice ones. Like you said, you know, a lot of energy and bullets being expended there by NRG to try and deal with Fang, who couldn't seem to find the headshots in that situation. But it opens up the space for Viz to come through and get a couple and make it interesting. But Hex was having absolutely none of it at all. A 2K from him made it look easy. So NRG again off to a nice little start here. Fang gonna get that push out of into the upper tunnels, or tried to.
Oh, he's
Anyway,
just gonna
before
peek
the
it. He's gonna
Molotov
peek
landed
it.
at his feet. OC already, I mean, he's already at car and gets
Oh, nice
headshotted by
find.
Ben.
Nice find, though.
Here, Breeze trying to respond and does. But he needs
It's
to
a
be careful.
clusterfuck.
Pushing the
It's a
smoke is Ben,
clusterfuck.
and it's back and forth we go here until it finally
Hell
settles
yeah.
down a little bit. Breeze gonna grab the AK off the ground. He needs to get the bomb as well. Looking to isolate some fights, but all 3 Party Astronaut players are here, and NRG have to commit because they need to get that bomb. Breeze gets domed, but he survives up against Fang, and he goes around that corner to try and get a follow-up, but he can't. Down to
He's
a
gonna get the
2v2.
AK. He got it.
Party Astronauts trying to get upgrades, and there's OG Wizard using his long arms to grab the AK off the ground. Nitro connects, can't get the frag. It's all down to George, who I think might have been heard by OG Wizard. He was trying to come in and support from CT, but now he doesn't have a long player to rely on. He
The problem
did,
is,
however,
I think George
manage
thought
to get
they
the
heard him,
bomb.
but they didn't. So now he's not getting a forced
I think
fight.
he heard footsteps, but I think he thinks it's catwalk where the footsteps are coming from. Actually,
He's trying to go B.
I mean, has a clear path now. So George can go ahead and dip on out here. Managed to get into this B bomb site. As every second ticks away, though, you think the rotation's going to start to come on through. And as you can see, clearing top of mid, Viz starting to speed up a little bit. The bomb plant will even further that extension. We'll see what George can do. Tucking himself
I always feel like Car's a hard spot to 1v2 from,
at
actually.
the point of no return with this position, but we'll see what he can bring to the table. One player incredibly low, no kit, so that timer is going to be of essence here. He steps up just in time, but he can't track OG Wizard. Too much motion coming through from Viz. And he gets the job done for a big response here from Party Astronauts, something that they desperately needed to get off on the right foot.
Clutch from personally.
I was actually expecting a little more patience from George in the car position, right? Because he probably doesn't expect that much util to be available from the Party Astronauts, since this was a force buy for them. So
the drop from PA making that around messy, man. This long fight was so short.
But he decides to pop up as he hears the footsteps. Instead of letting the Party Astronauts, you know, try and hunt him down and then have a bit of an advantage potentially. So, yeah, you're gonna see it here. I think he just heard that jump and the footsteps as well, and it doesn't pan out for him at all. So, Party Astronauts win their force buy, and wouldn't you know it, Energy are gonna go for a force buy of their own. George has the AK, 4 pistols around it. They're going to take early space into the tunnels.
I mean, definitely a tough decision, but George trusting in his aim so much is understandable.
Oh, that's a nice nade.
Get away with anything, but given the hero AK in the next to try and work with whatever he can open up for the team. We'll see if that's faith well placed here in this go around. Much slower approach to this.
Second map.
Just OC flying into the action there as soon as possible. This time, a more measured approach as Party Astronauts figure out a way to punish the hyper aggression.
If this is a fake to be, it's really effective, especially considering the Party Astronauts have 3 players in that direction. Usually you have the mid player a little more available to have a peek and get information, but now with Fang so far back onto scaffolding, they're gonna have no idea this is coming in. OG Wizard hits a ripper of a shot onto X, though.
Nice shot.
That'll help settle things down, but it will not be able to deny a bomb plant. Nitro's making sure of that. He gets one, almost the second as well. OG Wizard lucky to be alive, and there indeed is that plant. George has the AK, which can be very potent, and Breeze very close here. They're going to overlook him. He gets into the smoke, but Fang
the fact
actually,
that he gets one is crazy.
Well,
what the fuck?
Around the edge of it,
1v1,
gonna
1v1.
get him back. George gets the 2K, though, with the AK, and we're down to a 1v1. Oh, my
Planner
goodness.
for
I
George.
can't
No
believe
util,
George
no
pulls
util.
that off, and now he's going to try and secure the clutch up against the Wizard, the OG Wizard. Taps the bomb, and I think it's over. Yeah, he doesn't have time. So George is going to win this one off of time. OG Wizard can't get it done. And George, will he get the frag? No, but the bomb's going to take care of business, perhaps even on both of them.
Tom, thanks for being my
George
number
gets
1 on
away in
Twitch
time.
recap.
So
Hey, bro,
OG
thanks for
Wizard
watching.
is gone, and
Big Wheel
NRG
Binks, thank
win
you very
their
much for your
force
tier 1
buy.
sub. Welcome, welcome.
Make it 2-1.
Oh, man. And there's that quick redemption from George there, giving him an opportunity to work with. Look at this as well. Straight through the smoke. It's a trade back and forth, but Breeze getting one while blind through the smoke.
We're working
so
on it,
massive.
Cake, do me a favor. Be useful. Go find me another sponsor for this event. You got me?
And no chance to work throughout that situation for OG Wizard.
You know, oftentimes, Cole, like the comms can get messy in that situation if you're the Party Astronauts. But Fang,
give me 5 minutes. Thank you,
someone
Cake.
behind us. He turns around, he takes care of those, and it could have got even more dangerous. Anyway, we're going into the B site here with the NRG folks, and there's going to be Hex getting an opener after Viz finds one as well. OG Wizard trying to find a connection,
Cake.
something damaged.
Those sponsors got banned a long time ago. We already had a website like that tried to sponsor a team. That might have been before your time, though.
Utilities put into play. They were able to get that down before. So now this is where things become.
You know, in the meantime, though, if you guys don't have like a sponsorship deal you guys got that could help build this up a little bit more, do me a favor and just play Mythic League while it's free.
Bang now in a clutch
Please?
situation here.
Thank you. Just play it. It's free. Hang out. Tell me how it is.
No return there. That
Actually, don't tell me how it is.
For any escape. Fang
Then
does
just
give it
sub. Thank you.
pretty hefty go, but not gonna happen. And NRG finally forcing Party Astronauts with a win like this to kind of wave the white flag and probably call this one a day here in terms of the Force by Wars.
Yeah,
back and forth.
You got to stop here because maybe if NRG survives only one player, you can be like, send it again. But even then, it's still a risk because then you're getting into dangerous territory of never actually having a proper buy-up until it's
exactly what Slow said. So, no, but really, guys, it's free to play running. It's the best way to help us.
Things down here with a stack towards the A site.
Actually,
but
no, there you go.
See? Absolutely everyone. Maybe the ace for OC. It is all 5 going OC's way. 4 to 1 for NRG.
You can help, just go play some Mythic League and have fun with
by
it.
those pistols in that situation, but OC is just on the money today.
Yeah, OC just taking the modern age Opper in CS2 role there and just using the rifle, it seems.
I do remember that fight,
so
but actually,
all day. I mean, he just hasn't really been missing a beat so far.
Is the fun a requirement? Yes, but just lie to me if it's not met.
Something you'll be happy to lean on here, no matter what the case is for NRG.
Thank you.
I mean, OC was doing it before CS2, right? I think he was one of the first who was very well, at least in North America, that was very able and willing to go to that rifle very frequently. Him and Safe, I think, were very dynamic in that regard, way back in the day when it was extra salt for OC and Safe on Pain.
Why aren't majors BO5? It doesn't make sense to me. Well,
anyway.
MR15, I definitely didn't want major best of 5s, if I'm being honest with you. MR12, I'm more open to best of 5s.
They were trying to go for a flank there.
But we did have a nice...
does not happen at all.
ESL rep in chat yesterday explained.
In favor of NRG.
Which is something I always thought, but I never knew. But there's about a 20%-ish or more drop-off after the third map.
The default to your head
for viewership.
There's so much control that
and Valve doesn't like make decisions purely based off viewership, but I think it also is a testament to people kind of
a difference maker there. That HE's a little too deep as well. There's still
I think it's more of a time equation,
and it doesn't matter.
Rather than
that's crazy.
He got the player on catwalk behind him.
BO5s are good with MR12. And for majors, I think they would be nice, but that's still also a massive commitment.
Unstoppable.
Oh, man, I mean, I like the idea there for the Party Astronauts trying to slip into that smoke and then come around the edge of it to get a flank, but it's just too aware. Yeah, that's beautiful.
So it's
too much
tricky.
awareness there and Breeze with a little flick of the wrist, spray control.
As a CS degenerate, I always want more and more and more, but I literally just sit here and watch and play CS all day.
That they can celebrate.
Maybe Donkey would have gifted sub to Cake. Thank you, Cake. Welcome back.
The same way as it did on Inferno, with NRG looking comfortable, confident.
You know what I mean?
And fragging out. George, spam there. Oh, Fang actually gets one, but OC very quick to respond. Infinite's in a great spot to punish as well. Gets one, but only one. There's lots of damage being done.
Gets
and
one more
this
Viz.
could very well shift in the Party Astronaut's favor, but unfortunately for Viz, he doesn't get the second, and that leaves OG Wizard on an island with only a USP, and OC's waiting for him to cross into his crosshairs. And
no, but you're missing the point entirely,
6-1 for NRG as they take the anti-eco.
The viewers, I'm not saying the viewership drop is why they don't do best of 5. I'm saying it points to a general lack of interest in best of 5s.
In a position to do
almost
some good damage,
always for most competitive events, the longer they go, the viewership goes up, and the closer they are, the viewership goes up. But in best of 5s for Counter-Strike, typically after the third map, that actually is the opposite.
Slide out of control.
So my point wasn't that they're doing it. That was, you completely weren't listening. I don't even know how to say it.
Well, I mean, right on to OG
it's
Wizard
that
to kick off
in
this
somehow,
round.
like somehow, some way, after that third map, whether people really want to admit it a lot, there's a fair amount of people that
deal with a 4v5.
start tuning out.
Yeah, and right out of the gate, right? as soon as they start to go.
And it's not like a best of 3 isn't like, bro. Best of 3 is still good. Let's be real here.
I mean, he's already.
The only time we want best of 5s is when we have like a final like we did yesterday. But also, it's so much better it ended like that. Are you kidding me? What if map 4 and 5 were boring as hell?
8th round of play. Already
it's okay to be like wanting more of like CS. I get it. Trust me, I do all the time. But
Could get it on a flank here. He does, and Viz is the one to take care of business. So good coordination there from the party astronauts to get one, but they still have 4 more to take care of. And well, that's not
Also,
a great
there's only
start
been like
to it.
2
Viz
best of 5 reverse sweeps
immediately
ever.
gets
Yeah,
dropped
no,
down
it's
to
pretty
dirt
rare.
as soon as he pokes his head around Cat. Infinite and Fang might just call this off. I don't really see a world where they're able to get much done, and they need to keep their guns in play because
The
their
flu game is
economy
going
is
strong
just
right
that
now.
poor.
Bro just
And you
needs
look on
to
the other
rifle,
side,
by
you got
the way.
2 players at
Actually,
above
he's hopping quite well
10K
right now, but
for NRG, so they can absolutely hunt. And I feel like they're
But
kind
his,
of postured
his
to get
Inferno
a move
rifle
on
was
here as
crazy.
the bomb is going to be imminently detonating. And these players are not safe for PA.
I'm not sure, Flood. When we see Pytro come back in chat, we could ask him.
Safe at all.
I think
They get
Pytro is quite
boxed
literally
in,
in
Infinite
charge of
chased
sales,
down.
is what he was saying yesterday
Just
for
step out,
ESL.
the trade
So
is instant.
I imagine he's dealing with those numbers
Don't
quite
get
a
the
bit.
breeze at all. They checked the corner there, breeze. Unbelievable diligence being done by him. Nothing held on to either. So
Hex still sick? No,
worst
those
case
he's got
scenario, they
the
only a
vid.
single kill given, and in return 2 taken back there for party astronauts. And again, I was a little concerned with this.
Source, I'm in OC's walls. I have an agent on the
win
inside.
rate wise, I think they've been putting a lot of improvements that aren't going to show up in the win rate during some of the time off that they've had. And there you have it. As you mentioned, OC
with a nice 21. What was it? 21 kills, 23 kills last game. Now he's on a nice 11.
More than 31.5. Great look rolling through here for him.
Okay, but like
Has been playing
wherever you went for your
incredible.
birthday,
This
it was
is
worth
definitely
it,
a
right?
confident
Surely.
OC that NRG we're hoping to see today.
Absolutely. Well, time for the party astronauts to make some noise. Need to see something. Maybe it won't be in this round, but certainly the follow-up.
Is
when they
that
got a full
VJ
buyout back in their
in
hands.
chat? Oh my
NRG
god.
at mid-control. Couple of players stacked up on Cat here for the party astronauts for the third, watching from the distance. Good flashbang toss. They get one. Can they get the
rare
second?
CZ.
Well, they get George as a chance. They do find OC and George. Great nade toss. Infinite getting hexed. This is not the round we
Well played,
expected
PA.
party astronauts
Nice
to
little
pull
trap
off,
set up
but
on Cat there.
they might be able to do it here. Nitro, the last one standing, does not have bomb control. Tosses the nade in. It'll do some damage to Fang. Makes him a softer target.
Patrick, sorry, I was giving a bit of a hard time, but
doesn't
he
flick
missed
down
my
in
point
time,
the first time, so I was
and
like,
Fang is the
fuck, I
one to
gotta
get the
say this shit
2K.
again.
Finally, the party astronauts get themselves back on the board with a second round.
Been having to do it on these lesser weaponry investments as well to get the job done. Couple of forced buys being closed out, picking up those rifles and doing some excellent work with it. So fantastic look in the like half buy in those tough economy situations. They just got to turn it into rounds converted when the guns are out. It's going to be the bigger point. See what they're able to do here.
God damn it. JB has got chat on their cat emoji shit
Through
again.
the smoke, the utility, the flashes are well strung together, but there's so many defenders. The flashes continue to be putting pressure on them, though.
Wow.
It's so many flashes, they cannot see a thing. The trades are effective.
God
The B
damn,
site
bro.
cracked open
2v2?
in a 2v2.
Let me see a Ben lead. Let's roll back the years right here, bro.
The week here. We know how hard it is to crack through this side of the map.
And party astronauts still can't decide where they want to go. They're slowly approaching in from the tunnels, but every step they take is going to be times ticking off that bomb. And Bree still has the Molotov to use. It's the last piece. Oh, he throws it in the wrong direction. Unbeknownst to him, PA is actually coming from tunnels. That could have been the difference maker. Now he spots them, so he can communicate that to Nitro. It should still be fine, and it absolutely is. Nitro getting Ben, and now OG Wizard finding one. OG Wizard, no! Nitro will close in on him, and even if he gets that, I don't think he has time to get the defusal, as NRG find themselves in 8th, and that's going to be a little problematic for the economy of the party astronauts. Right here, I mean, Viz staying alive throughout all that chaos and getting 2 is actually pretty
when did you pinch the nerve, JBA?
Barrage that was coming in from the NRG side, and
Speaking
flashbangs
of
everywhere.
Bodies being messed up.
But at the end of it, like you mentioned, when you get
At least
control
got my
of the B
hamstring
site,
so
even with
fucked
an
up, and
even
I've been
number
standing so
situation,
much,
it's
walking
still
around during the major.
exceptionally difficult for the
I
CTs
stretched
to
right when I
perform.
woke up today, and I'm pretty sure the stretch actually
That's
fucked
everything
something
you
up
asked
in
for,
my
the game
hammies.
plan going right.
And I don't want to
Side of
stand right now. I'm not gonna
NRG.
lie. This is how I know I'm getting old.
Showing
I literally
what
stretched
they
and I
have on
think
that
I
B
fucked
side
myself
execute
up.
after a round that kind of goes in the wrong direction.
It was really bad.
And then being able to bounce back like that, using effective utility, being able to bring out like a nice little pocket.
Oh yeah, JB, that's a classic. Yeah. Did you have a window
seat? A
seat?
little bit of depth now at this point.
It's the worst when it's your
good
neck
those
you catch
flashes
in your
are.
head.
You know that's something
Jesus,
they've been working on for quite some time here.
I'm not gonna lie to you. So I've talked about this before.
But again, these half
I do like assisted stretching like twice a week because I'm old and I don't leave my house and I lift and I don't move out of a chair. But you know what it helps me with the most is probably my neck, because when I co-stream I only look to the right, and I'm not kidding.
Oh,
So
I
when
like
I
the
do
idea
14
there
hour
for Party
streams,
Astronauts.
and I'm
Flashbang
fucking
throwing
like,
Fangcrest
my
coming around
one
with the flash.
side
Did
is
nothing.
always
This
so
manages
fucked
to
up.
still get a frag,
'Cause
but
I'm
Ben
always
Leaf
reading
disappearing
chat.
here makes it another 2v2
You can get
scenario.
injured streaming, I swear to
Problem is
God.
for NRG this time is they actually lost the bomb towards mid, so advantage
I'm like
PA.
Zoolander fucking lifting. I
Hex
can't
swinging
turn
around.
left
Doesn't spot
when I
the
lift,
timing
especially
there.
after deads and
On
military
the top
press.
mid, but
I have to
they're
do
playing
this.
pretty
If you
effectively.
check the
Maybe this top
VODs,
mid fight. No,
I straight
Infinite
up
gets
I'm
that shot to
standing
Hex, and
fully
I
turned
think
like
this
this.
spotted out George. He absolutely did. George still gets one. George makes it down to a 1v1. Infinite is a headshot away from losing the round.
So
There's the
bad.
smoke toss from George. 20 seconds left. He goes to the op instead.
I gotta fucking.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
it's so bad.
One
It's
shot
actually so
there,
bad.
and it's done.
Anyway, make
Infinite
sure you
doesn't have
stretch,
the
guys.
challenge here. He'll still spam some shots through the smoke. And again, as you mentioned, Cole, Party Astronauts winning these scrappy buy-ups. It's their third on the board.
Yeah, they gotta do with what they can.
I
Especially
change
with
where
Ben
my
Leaf
second
finding that
monitor
impact
is
with
every
the
few
P9,
weeks.
and
Yeah, I
this
mean, I have a
extra
third
dink on
monitor
George
now, and I
ends
do
up
check
mattering
the
a
other
lot. You know,
side
he's
like
forced to
this a
play
little
them
bit more, which is
in an
good.
uncomfortable clutch with only 12 HP, so
I tried to
lot
move
of
my
impact there
chat,
from
so
Ben
I
Leaf trying to
did
get
that,
these
but
guys
it's
back
too
into
weird.
shape.
I'm in too much of a
on
habit.
an individual front, some nice holding coming through as well in the clutch. But again, as soon as you get in the right direction, it's OC finds another pick on the cross, and Hex will follow it up, and it's a 5v3.
So you turn your head like
this
Batman in the
struggle to
90s
string rounds
movie?
together
Yes.
seems to continue.
Sometimes. JB is
Ay, ay,
investing
ay.
his own stickers. That's smart.
Cannot get two in a row, Cole.
I can't wait to become a Counter-Strike sticker investor and making
Molotov
TikToks
gonna get
exclusively
tossed by
telling people
NRG.
what to buy.
Look, it's not over yet. I shouldn't talk about it, but it feels like it, and now even more so. Nitro, gonna get that headshot.
Imagine
onto
trying to
Viz
market
through the
manipulate
smoke.
Counter-Strike
Hexed.
stickers.
I mean, it's just, yeah, they're falling apart, and that'll do it. Hex finds the last one on to Ben Leet. It is all roses for NRG as they take a 9-3 lead into
That's
this
actually
second
crazy,
half.
JB. Really?
Yeah, kind of feeling like one step forward on those half.
Wait for him to
buys
go
and
on
then two
sale, bro.
steps
Stock
back
up and try to
in
get
the
your
next
sticker.
start of the rounds.
Why am I
That's
advocating
maybe
this?
A credit
Don't
to the
do that.
NRG
Just
game
buy
plan.
it.
Obviously, you know, a credit to OC for every round lost. Besides, I guess that B execute round. In the very next, you got to pick on the cross.
Beef.
So that's
Shut the
obviously
fuck
like
up.
a huge luxury to have in your department, is to be able to, yeah, have those opening.
My
picks
man,
that
Beef, dude.
aren't often given. But oh my god!
What?
Oh my god!
Damn,
he's jump
that is-
spotting. He thought he was safe. That's so that they don't push
Imagine
him over,
dying
don't
like
push
that,
up
that's
middle,
tough.
and he ends up dying for it.
Me and every one of my
Playing the
pugs
safe
when I
game
play
here.
against fucking.
But you can't play safe
Donk
up against George's
reincarnated.
team. He's
No.
too precise
Oh,
here.
no.
He steps in for 3 kills. His teammate
Holy
flies through the
shit.
smoke and flanking up middle.
Well,
There's not a chance in this world. There's no room to breathe here for the astronauts.
Dude, this is the George difference right here.
You
I
what,
mean,
mate?
it's unbelievable how much he's impacted.
if I remember
this
how
roster
sticker
and
sales
his
work,
brief
it's
time
the
part
initial
of it. And
sale.
right there. I mean, beautiful setup, by the way.
So
from
when you
Flashbang.
buy the
We
sticker
can't take anything
capsule,
away
it's
from
not
that,
it's
but
not like
he
a
has the
recurring thing
finishing
on every
touch
single trade or
on every
market
single
transaction
frag,
after.
and then the reinforcements arrive, collapsing on the last 2 party astronauts. And it's going to be 10-3. No bomb plant. No force buy. Meaning that unless things go absolutely perfectly for PA, this is going to be an 11th on the board for NRG, and they'll be 2 rounds away from securing this series.
Be another best of
Question
3
is,
series
where do I
versus
wanna
tough
use my
competition where
souvenirs?
They just don't miss a beat, don't lose a map.
I don't know if anyone
Hockey
mentioned,
have
but
a
I found a
series in
chatter
a
of
row
yours with a diamond coin. Is
where
it like
they've
an actual
stretching
like?
from
Do we know this person,
a
Supra?
strike, 18 victories.
Because if so, we might need to ban them. I don't want to deal with them
transferring it to
flexing
online
on us.
results here, but I guess again, no guarantees getting past this round here. These
I'm sure somebody. We
this is
posted so
silver
many
lining and
pickums
dust
in
too
Discord.
for
I'm
them.
sure somebody had a
5v4
diamond.
post plant operated here. There's a interesting position towards long range.
Anybody with diamond though, feel free to let us know so we can ban you. We don't want to deal with you.
This one here, yeah, his teammate, they're all falling. Fang gonna look delayed to activate here, but with a Glock and long here, maybe the last weapon you would like for the job, it will be leveled out.
Nitro gets the M4.
I mean, energy look really good right now. Sorry, I'm not yapping about the game as much, but PA is kind of getting.
For PA, given the circumstances, they didn't.
It's a bit tough right now for PA to say the least.
Added to their bank accounts, so that's great news. But outside of that, it's still 11-3. Like you can't ignore that.
I will say the gold coin actually does look sick. I don't care what anyone says. Diamond would have been cool, but Mongo's not in the final. Lame.
I think for us here with the lifelines at this point here, I think the pop shot there rolling off there from OG Wizard, giving him a little bit of revenge for what he and his teammates took in that first half. But there's a whole lot of shot to put down George here. He's still sticking around.
I mean, to be fair, the finals were fantastic. I still can't stress this enough. Thank God, FaZe. Thank you. Like, dude, how many times do we see a team make the run that FaZe makes just to look like shit in the finals? Like, actually, though.
They do have the lurk of
and it wasn't like they just made it close. It was absolutely fucking insane.
He's done a decent job of at least keeping 2 NRG players on B. And the A hold is largely reliant on what OC can do here, who's been excellent with the rifle. 54 seconds left. Here comes the smoke.
I just, oh man, so many fun things. Like,
this is gonna be tough task here for some of the A-side defenders, but we'll see if they're up to it here. As OC says, absolutely, I don't need Nop to help out on this A-side defense. I can keep up with the rifle. Your 2 picks before the trades eventually do come through. Benleet and Fang fighting their way on into this bomb site, so some relief offered up by party astronauts here in a crucial fashion. 3v3 now to operate in, and a real chance to make this round work. So rotates have to come through CT spawn instead of catwalk. The bomb planted for catwalk as well, so some good positions to find yourself in.
It's a nice smoke from George, and he gets the headshot onto OG Wizard. Here they come, NRG trying to storm through this site and secure the 12th round. Ben leads, swinging around, can't do anything. Fang looking to refight from Cat, but it's too late. The bomb's gonna get defused here, and George gets the headshot through the smoke as Fang was trying to do the same onto the bomb diffuser. 12-3, beautiful retake from NRG.
Seeing Kerrigan
and
crying
a bit
like
of a
that
problem in
fucked
the
me
util
up.
there for the party astronauts. They threw a Molotov into CT, but it nicked the edge of the smoke and didn't bloom, allowing George
Relatable
to
all
get
too well. Not the major part,
nonplussed,
but
right. So he gets in there, gets the headshot, and also throws a perfect smoke to kind of force PA past that choke point at Cat. Really well done, and he gets a well-deserved prize picks check mark for more than 31.5.
Hope they run it back. Well, it seemed like based on Kerrigan's tweet, seems like they will.
Yeah, that's a prime example.
Yeah, no, I won't lie.
Right,
Donk being the first one to go over to handshake, but then his strut looked
good
so fucking funny.
More challenges here for the opposite end of things, and there's an opening pick to start things off for George.
I
just got the prize picks check mark and looking to extend it to a 2-0 and another grand final for this NRG squad. OC finally missing with the AWP though. Bit of a tough shot ahead, but shake that one off.
Shot, emote win, maybe.
A-side defense in which this catwalk scale feels a little underwhelming without utility. We'll see if they can fire it up with the firepower there. Viz says absolutely, but Nitro lines up a multi there. The collateral A1S headshot helps out big time. Great flash setup as well inside the window for the kills. They can't see a thing, and George will capitalize every step of the way. It's the new guy for NRG.
Finalist number 1,
the job done and
NRG.
5th straight grand final berth for NRG. in the
Energy at this point, I'm gonna just start writing a check directly to you guys, and by me I mean Beef. Get on it.
In dominant fashion to boot, 13-5 on Inferno, 13-3.
Each time we announce a Revival Series tournament, we'll just write them a check immediately.
Did something right by getting the bomb planted or cracking through in an unexpected fashion. NRG were right there to just break them apart, take them apart. Everything was fantastic for them. I don't know, Cole. I mean, it feels like right now NRG are the team to beat in North America as a whole.
Guys, Lamar Jackson is taking me to the promised land in fantasy football right now.
Look like here. And as we've highlighted, as every win and as every deep run comes through from this NRG squad, it's more and more convincing that, you know, we're going to have to see some of these other teams, especially in this offseason, put some work in to try and get back into that form.
What up, Dave? How you doing, man?
You're going to be sitting pretty knowing that you have the best availability to
NAC is getting stronger slowly.
Know,
one tournament at a time.
Wild card here. Some of those players on player break, it's tough to get those reps in. So, I mean, I'm just so impressed with what NRG's been putting together here, and I think the
you guys want to keep helping all of you that participate in Mythic League while it's free to play, and if you're really cool and
Absolutely.
You can afford to subscribe.
Automatic wasn't necessarily playing.
You're helping us out quite a bit.
Super poorly, and I felt like he was aware of the fact he needed to improve his game. But
I'm doing
they
good,
saw
Dave.
the opportunity to get George, and
feeling better than I thought I would with how little sleep I got.
Move, great scouting again. I mean, not that he was, a
much
player
month,
that
6
was
a month
sitting in the shadows. He was definitely making a name for
himself. If you use code Flom buy a year, it's $3 a month.
There for NRG. We're looking at the numbers here. Party Astronauts. Unfortunately for them, no one hitting that prize picks frag estimate. Even Fang had a tough day. After yesterday, I thought he would be able to put up the numbers against NRG, but I mean, it wasn't just him that was struggling. The whole squad couldn't really get it together, and NRG are just that good right now. I think it's as simple as
only
that.
Alexander. I'm sorry. NA needs all my resources.
I think it is as simple as that. That we're seeing so much strength come through from this NRG squad. As we can take a look, and the new guy on the block there for George, you know, reaching the prize picks estimated kills total. I think actually Nitro in that last round.
Yeah, he got it. Yeah,
the last round there, that collateral headshot that he got, put him over the line there, and got him to the prize picks estimated kill total. So
yeah, I'd love if you guys play, man. Usually the queues start happening around.
Nothing to complain about.
Around this time.
Your score line
this is usually when the games start.
The victory. So just full team effort. This is one of the strong signs that I've talked about for NRG, but it feels
I'll walk
like
you guys through it here in a little bit if you guys haven't seen me show it before.
Great players, and that's been the difference maker.
It's okay, Pope.
This team in a
I appreciate you being in here. Not even trolling.
All the cogs fitting together
Scorchy,
nicely here for NRG.
Thank you.
And, well, we're going to take a quick break, guys. NRG, of course, are going to head into that grand final. Party Astronauts are gone. Before we do, we want to say some thank yous, of course. And one of those belong to Prize Picks for sponsoring the NA Revival Series. Thank you so much to them.
The whole fucking thing.
Offering the best of North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join Prize Picks to get in on the action.
Be responsible,
it's super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat
Silver started his first game around 10:30.
Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new Prize Picks users. Thank you again to Prize Picks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The Prize Picks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts
NRG just be dominating PA. I mean, NRG's kind of dominating everyone right now.
There's $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months, guys. We are now going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have the second series between the Timbermen and Nouns.
All right, we get to see Junior play some Counter-Strike versus Timbermen. It'd be like that sometimes, Tectonic. Trouser, no need to give Gators more shit. Bro's more, he live his best life. Just not right now. Yes, Mythic League affects elo. No need to pile, Trouser. Just NA. It's a... Damn, whoever made this ad must be insanely good looking. I didn't make the ad, by the way. I know you were all thinking it. It's actually free for all ranks now.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe.
NAFPL just Mythic Diamond, kind of. It's what people play when FPL isn't live. Yeah.
Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Here, chat. I'll show you how it works now. You get elo in the hub? You do. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you. All right. I will say I always actually enjoyed how these jerseys look quite a bit. Always thought they were quite clean. So, for those of you that keep asking me how this stuff works, all right? So, for $3 a month, if you use code FLAM and buy a year, okay? All of this, there's 3, okay? Well, there's more, but there's silver, which is 2 through 6. Actually, I'll hide my face for this too, real quick. Gold, 7 through 9. Ruby, level 10 only. And then there's diamond, which is invite only. Now, if you take a look at this, I'll show you a comparison, okay? So for the monthly prize, you have to get around something like 200 plus wins to get a, what is this? Dragon Tattoo Glock from Face It Premium, okay? Or you could subscribe to Mythic League for $3 a month. Sorry for the voice crack. I'm tired. And then let's take a look over here. For 2 weeks of playing, you could get Shadow Daggers Freehand, Crackout, Neon Rider, Black Lotus, Trader. This guy played 16 games, 17 games, 13 games. Do you remember the number I said for that fucking Glock? Or if you're in silver, you're like, Flom, I'm not quite good enough to be in gold. Don't worry. I'm fully selling you on this, but I don't know why you wouldn't play in this if you solo queue, like actually. Like, it was 200, by the way. That guy played 16. He would have had to play 200 to get a fucking Glock. Bong, who actually recently moved up to level 7. Also, shout out Bong. He holds it down in the YouTube chat quite a bit. He won Driver Gloves Racing Green. He played 40 games. He played 40 games. Let's see. Where's a low one? Bar got like 6,500 points. Remember, this is... Look at the weeks, by the way, guys. You realize what's going on here? This shit's insane, dude. Oh, we don't have a picture anymore, but there's a O-Word won some hand wraps. Stiller won AK Empress. Stiller literally sits in my chat, guys, and farms Mythic League all day, and probably his entire inventory is just pimped out from Mythic League at this point. All the extra money that we make from this goes directly into running more tournaments as well. So anyway, and then if you guys are cool and you guys are level 10, If you guys are level 10, hold on. If you bracket out of all your points in the yeah, if you go to like level 7 or something like that, yes. Momo also, I lost 2 games. Let's not talk about it. Momo literally played 29 games. He got a Huntsman knife Autotronic. Storix got driver gloves. We got AK Asimovs coming out. Op Neo Noirs. We got A1S control panels. And then if you ever make it to Diamond, bro, you don't sub here, Corey. Thanks for the primer. You got, bro, just immediately subbed to me. Oh shit. This just reset, so hold on. You ever make it to Diamond, it's straight cash, chat. Although, wait, is it not showing? Let me see. Oh fuck, I can't show you. Oh well, it's just straight cash, chat. Are there no images for it? I guess you can't put the dollar amounts anymore. Change season? Which one? Oh. Hey, I'm dumb. I was actually clicking that one too. There you go. Bro played 48 games of Diamond. And once again, guys, look at the weeks. I'm just saying. We pay out quite a bit for the size of Mythic League, and the fact that you can't win these prizes for free, but you guys can play for free. If you guys subscribe, that's how you guys get in. Let's see how we're running right now. Anyway. And then we got, let's see, do we have one? Probably not. It's a little early. Yeah. And then gold. Do we have a gold game? Oh shit, it just started. But anyway, that's Mythic League, guys. Just kind of wanted to walk you through it a little bit. I know, and remember, so the rules of Mythic League, guys, if you guys are playing in this, okay? Solo queue only. Have to communicate in Discord. And you can only play with people in your rank range. The elo you gain and lose is directly tied to your normal Faceit elo. It is not different. If you're level 10 in Mythic League and you gain 25 elo, you gain 25 elo for regular Faceit as well. $800 a month for first? Yes, Tectonic. If you hypothetically won Diamond back-to-back times for the month, you would make $800 playing Mythic League, yes, a month. Now, good luck during that, but yes. I'm sitting here just waiting for EU Mythic. Well, just tell these NA weenies to get involved. Well, Mike, we split it into bi-weekly if you were looking at the total prizes. And they've been ramping back up again slowly. Slowly. One person at a time. How'd a noob like me be able to make it to Diamond and make real money? I mean, to be fair, skins are fucking sick. But, you'd have to get an invite directly through Ruby or make it into Advanced. Although, Slove, I wanted to maybe change that. Since you guys are just inviting people through FPL anyway, through ELO, we might want to do the same. Oh, they definitely can be, Pope, yeah. No, don't tell him to stop playing Path of Exile. I'll make you guys a deal. If we hit 200 subs today, because I was probably going to play Path of Exile anyway, I'll stream it on the main channel. You don't want to do it that way, Slove? Yeah, but also if that's at the beginning versus now, I imagine it might be a little bit better. Maybe. I'm just saying we could basically do the FPL invite system, Slove. I'll be right back. 1 sec. I'm running an ad before we see Timbermen versus Nouns map 1 coming up. What class am I in PoE 2, Barb? I'm running Armor Break Sunder right now. Warbringer Armor Break Sunder. I just completed the normal run, and I want to play Cruel, but I haven't had a chance to yet. Honestly, at this point, we could just try to run a free version of Mythic League in EU pretty much and see how that goes. I don't know, I either want to expand to EU and try to do EU again for a little while, or run another league season in NA. I can't do both, I don't think, with the amount of money we have right now. I could do one or the other, though. Probably. Alright, I'll be right back. 1 sec, chat. Oh, hell yeah. fridge looks like a refridge would be necessary, brother. You can't see inside the fridge.
20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us.
Yeah, it's covered,
Of course,
so that way
nothing would
the
be
light
possible
doesn't get
without all
crazy
the
behind
players,
me.
Past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears
All right, I feel a lot better
turning
now. Corp,
all
thanks for
these
26
years.
with primer.
But
Thank you.
Most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
That was my first prime sub. Good. And I timed you out. Better. We're so back. Oh man. Oh. Oh.
We're back here with the Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 5.
Hell
the
yeah.
final
We're so
semifinal
back.
matchup is coming at you. It'll be between Nouns and Timbermen. And man, both teams are pretty dominant yesterday, but Timbermen were on another level up against Boss. Although Boss were a little hindered by the fact that Fruit Cup was having a ton of computer issues, still, it was crazy how well Timbermen played.
Yeah, they sure did take every advantage.
What happened to Bardolph? I'm not sure what Bardolph's up to these days.
Field that Boss were laying in. But there's no question the competition, I think, not going to be as easy to blow over today for Timbermen. I hope to get a couple of those like role questions that we were asking answered here as well, with some more rounds for both halves, potentially with a little bit more back and forth in this best of 3. But
Yeah, I believe in Nugget.
You're looking at two teams with some history here, with some grudges that are being held here. So no matter what the case is here, when Timbermen and Nouns play up against each other, it's going to be electric.
Yeah, we're going to check out the bracket here again.
Well, BT, I mean, that means you lost it because you
NRG
recruited them. I'm not sure you're going to get it back, dude.
The Party Astronauts, kind of in similar fashion to the way Timbermen dealt with Boss yesterday, and that leads them to a grand final berth. And now we
it just depends. Retlo, I have quite a few videos on there, so I'd say maybe look around and see if something sticks out to you.
Number 4, where Nouns actually took the crown from NRG, or can the Timbermen make their first ever grand final here at a Revival Series? And honestly, it feels like the latter could happen with the way the Timbermen are playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals has been the end of their campaign in so many in the past as well. You know, they're so good at getting past these first rounds. The semis is where the competition gets a little more stiff, and despite all of the trials and tribulations this roster's gone under over the last couple of months, what we just saw yesterday, it feels like maybe the turning of the corner here.
Shut up, Thrice.
For a team that's
Topper,
gonna
thanks
look
to
be
63-month
on the
resub.
up
Thank
and up,
you.
as opposed to
I got Crocs.
dealing with
Actually,
these
my
constant
management
gut
sent me
punches,
recently another pair
philosophy
of
changes
footwear.
Like,
I got Birkenstocks now,
people leading
chat.
the team here, this core that's been together for so long, finally getting those adjustments.
At this point, my management
I
is
do think
supplying
this
me
is a
with
golden
all of my
opportunity,
footwear. I
especially
don't
with
even.
Carson looking as good as he did yesterday. For him to even further say, "Hey, this
I don't
is a
even buy
matchup that
shoes
I wanna
anymore,
prove
motherfucker.
That Nouns made a mistake here."
Do I wear them with
That's the
socks?
key
I haven't
detail.
worn them
So
yet
a
at
lot of
all because I haven't left the
motivation
house.
for Carson in this matchup as well.
Let's jump into that.
I'll probably
And
rock
with
them
that, let's
barefoot,
jump
though.
into the Prize Picks analyst segment, guys, and talk more about this Nouns squad. Obviously, Carson was cut from the team. Peeping and Nix are the newest additions, and I mean, they've been incredible, right? Both these guys have been leading the squad in terms of their rating. I think they're sitting around
Same, except my
1.26
management is
or
my
in the
mom. W.
1.2 area on both sides. So for me, immediately those.
Yeah, I
two are
think
my
with
picks
the
as
material that the
players that
Birkenstocks
stand out
at,
and
probably
make a big difference
barefoot.
here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it there. I mean, I think that Peeping obviously
You should
is a
start
player
wearing
that
them
we've seen
just
step
to
into
help
this
break
at
in the
more and
footbeds.
more
Oh yeah, you
trust,
think I
just
should just
given
wear them in the
style
house
of
for a
every
bit?
team that he joins.
I haven't
he's
worn them
finding
out yet, so I
himself
could
in,
just use them as house
more
shoes for a little bit to
important
break them in.
positions, and As that continues,
Fuck it, I'll
forward
do it
here,
right
it's
now.
always interesting.
I'll take
to
that
see how
advice.
he's
Hold
gonna
on.
fare up, but every step of the way he's been passing the test. But on the other side of things, the other new guy here, Nick X, who I think is very much like kind of surprised me in the way that he's been able to perform on a consistent basis here so far for Nouns. I thought this guy was going to be, maybe a short-term trial. Let's give him an opportunity here to show what he's made of. That last Revival series was the prime example of why you trust in some of this younger talent, because he led them to a victory there in terms of the individual performance. Just in those late stage game moments there, he just consistently was popping off there, and I did not expect that at all from a player as inexperienced as Nick X is at this level of competition. He ended shortly behind Junior, who was also playing very good, but he had a
I still got the
1.33
tag on him.
in that
See that shit?
in a Revival series number
I
4.
do,
So that just goes to show that this guy could be the man for Nouns that they're hoping that he can be.
Crocs are
Yeah, did
dangerous.
he make a
Well, I
point,
live
by
in
the way,
Vegas,
about being
man, so I
called
don't have
Nick
to.
Nick X? I just want to check because I'm actually curious if he has a preference.
I called him Nick X when he was on a roster with another player called Nix. I think that was the old lag roster.
Yes,
So
I
he had
remember now.
a teammate called Nix, and he
We got
wanted to be
both now,
called Nick
dude.
X. So that was the reason. I'm not sure if that was just because of the teammate that he had in particular, if that's more of a long-term
what?
thing. But yeah,
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry. I'm going with Nick's, man. Like it's just
That's fine,
that's
that's
just
fine.
gonna flow. I apologize to him, but that's just the way it's gonna go for us here. That said, Junior, you mentioned him on the tail end there. I think Junior is such a strong player. He's been one of the most consistent players on the roster, always available for that AW with that AWP. A solid pick as
I
well.
will say they are comfy
I
as
would
fuck.
say to have those 29.5 frags over the first 2 maps. Let's switch
I don't know what
gears
those
now
are.
and talk about
Donkey?
the Timbermen. Man, Carson yesterday was on an absolute ripper of a map and series. Like it was
iPhone
unbelievable.
3G,
When I talk about
it's
map,
mine,
his
brother.
Mirage
It's
was
mine.
ridiculous. And then Ancient, he continued his hot form. Dare as well, very solid. Dia had an incredible series. I think like
I'm
every
not
single one
semi-auto.
of them came together. in
I'm
a
assuming
way
the
that
guy's
we
probably
just
cheating
did
because I've
not
played quite a
expect
few of them
at
lately, and they
because
all
there have been
were.
question marks around Dia before, Carson as well. But they swapped
When's
positions
Zima
for
gonna do a
Carson. I think
video on
that's
me?
the big thing we noticed yesterday is that he wasn't playing Palace when they went to CT side Mirage. It felt like he was taking more initial
When you
engagement.
say big streamer, what do you mean?
He
He
was in
means
his
fat.
comfort zone, and it showed.
Yeah, this is a big difference between having to play the A anchor role there and having to lock down that position versus Carson and Connector on Mirage. That's a
Oh, they're definitely
completely
boosted.
different
Oh, so they
story.
probably played with
We
cheaters.
didn't get to see much of that story play out because they won so fast, but the idea was there, right? And I think we saw the results of that effectiveness. So for me, it's definitely going to continue to keep a close eye, as I do think Nouns is going to be putting up more of a fight up against this Timberman roster. So those role changes and that performance is going to come a lot more into question here. And the fact that anyone yesterday on the side of Timberman, despite how strong they were able to win, was able to pass the expectations from Prize Picks it just goes to show how promising of a performance, because what did they only play like 28 rounds in total in that best of 3? So the fact that they played so little rounds and had so much impact is incredible.
It really is. And I mean, with all that being said, let's jump into the veto and see what maps we're going to get here.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
this series.
iPhone,
All right.
I run my own
Anubis
league.
Picked by
This is a
Timbermen.
tournament that I'm working with Jason Lake on and Complexity with.
Played maps for Nouns that they go into it, even though
We
they've
secured
only won
Prize Pick
once there.
sponsoring 12,
That was
13
against Limitless.
events
They
and
did pretty
production.
well
So
against
yeah.
NRG, so that's a good sign against a team that is comfortable on Anubis and went to overtime, losing 12-16. But it's an interesting pick. And then we go on to Nuke for Nouns, which also interesting because that's a strong point for the Timbermen. And then you end up.
Oh, dude,
on
I forgot
Mirage
to
on the
mention,
side, which
guys.
both teams have proven to be very potent on. This is a very interesting veto.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
we created a team finder
surprised
page
with
on
some of
Mythic League as well.
The picks, especially that Anubis
On the
pick, I
site for you
think,
guys. Whether it's
what we're gonna
for
see out of Timberman, I think,
Revival
long-term,
series,
'cause obviously, Mirage
tournaments,
is coming,
or
that's a guarantee.
ESEA seasons or whatever.
Barring that, you might see Timberman take some different directions in the veto here long term. I can imagine. given
Semis.
the
Final
fact
will
that,
be later though.
We are seeing this team go through some maybe different visions, right? You have Carson in this roster now. I think he can give a lot of game plans, a lot of ideas that maybe Timberman weren't super comfortable on in the past. So yeah, a little bit surprising you to see some of the maps come out there, but I definitely think if you're now
That does suck, BT.
you're happy
Yeah, I don't
that
know.
you're waiting in the wing as Mirage, and you're happy that you get to kind of pick into Nuke here as well. and maybe even still like a T-side.
I haven't seen an F1 race in a minute.
Be a massive asset to a team that wins 60% of their rounds on the T side of Anubis. So that's another thing to keep a close eye on for, is that they have that luxury with the fact that Timbermen have picked it into them.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Well, they picked CT side, I believe.
The hell, Kemper? Hey, rules,
Yeah,
Kemper.
From the graphic.
Nouns pick CT. I think it's correct. Yeah, it looks like they want to start CT side.
All right,
which is
Anubis.
interesting. I guess they want to start on their weaker side, see what they can do, and then go over to
Mirage.
the opposing side, and hopefully, for their sake anyway, they'll be able to perform well. That's a strategy that isn't often employed, where you see the teams going to their weaker side to try and see what happens. But yeah, this is what Nouns are going to try to pull off, so we'll see how it plays out for them. I think it's a situation where if you do really well on CT side, you're like, oh man, this is fantastic. We go with a ton of confidence to our T side. We know we're great, and if you're Nouns anyway, and we'll see how that pans out. Either way, yeah, it feels like it's hard to say who will get an advantage.
How long do we have until this starts?
Because both teams have had their
here, can you manually close it for me?
One of these maps, and you might look at the Timbermen stats and say, oh, those are a little bit rough, and they are, honestly, given the struggles that the Timbermen had when trying to find
shot,
and then going back and forth in different rosters. But now, like based on yesterday, everything's really settled in nicely. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table on Anubis in particular.
Yeah,
also, chat, if we hit 200 subs in this stream, I'll stream PoE2 on this channel after Revival Series tonight.
That's being created here.
Kemper, thanks for 35-month resub. Thank you.
And this is a roster, again, that we saw a little bit disappointing in that last sequence in
thank you, Kemper. As you should, Kemper.
Series number 4 had a bit of struggle.
That's right, buddy.
You clearly see that the roles weren't laid out. They didn't have that defined.
What's good, Flom and Stinky Chow? What's up, Tech? How you doing?
A couple weeks in between those two best of threes here that they played out versus Boss and versus Party Astronauts, who eventually eliminated them. And I think you're seeing a very clear disruption here in that best of 3 in those results. A lot of improvement identified from this team.
Hell, Young Buck, chill.
Show a little bit more efficiency as they seem to be kind of struggling a little bit.
All is well, brother. Yeah, but the real question is, are you playing PoE2 Tech? That's the real question.
Yeah, that was just a small correction.
That's all good. Yeah, so we're still waiting here, guys. I think we'll be in soon. We just have some production stuff to take care of, getting those cams.
Am I taking the night off?
Making sure that everything's good to go in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I'll
very continue streaming, but I won't be doing CS stuff.
I think it's
if we hit the goal.
When I've
That's
seen
pretty much
a
it.
very real possibility of the Timbermen making it to the grand final.
Path of Exile.
With how well they played yesterday, assuming it's a big assumption.
So what you're saying is you had a big crunch, big crunch
against the Boss squad, but it's an entirely different beast when you're going up against Nouns, right? And one thing that's interesting is pretty much every single team that competed here in the Revival Series was at Fragadelphia 18, except for Timbermen.
What's up? Go home.
I
How you
talked
doing?
about this yesterday. Maybe they were just trying.
Stop,
to
Zane. Didn't you make this joke yesterday?
Trying to keep their practice regimen under wraps, and then just explode out of the gate in the Enter Revival Series. And that is exactly what we got. We'll see if, again, that happens again here today. Just checking on the updates here, Cole. And yeah, okay, we actually have another note. I think that's regarding the CT side start. So we're not sure if Nouns have actually selected CT side as their starting point. But I mean, either way, I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
am I going to play it after the matches?
Team, you probably want to start off on that T side.
Yeah, I will be.
That's
I've already
go, especially
so
if
the game's in early access right now.
I think the last thing
disclaimer, I did do a sponsor stream for it, but
to start things off,
I've completed all the early access content on normal. Now I'm doing cruel difficulty, which is like their next level up.
Situations that were past the point of recovery for.
I remember Dust 1 callouts. Nah, not really.
Got on the right foot, but for me, like you said, I think Timbermen, especially watching them, I think there was a local
Monk. There is crafting though.
For me. Watching them play there, they kind of got a hodgepodge of players. They went underneath the Timbermen.
You're talking about not having a crafting table?
Still looked like, things were a little bit complicated. They ended up losing to Fisher College, which is currently a main team. They got a bunch of.
At no point will someone whisper you about Crocs. This is a known scam. Report the account for scam. If I ever run a LAN, I'm gonna make custom Crocs.
Surprising, but that hodgepodge definitely felt a lot of frustration. You could see that in the server. So
I thought there was a crafting
the situation with Shane, I think maybe taking the small step back.
Oh, it's just not as good. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there is one.
As you mentioned yesterday, more focus on, job or whatever. it is interesting. You know, you kind of want to avoid those situations where you're playing with stand-ins. You don't want to just go into an event and get whatever 5 you can build together to see what you can do. Like you said, I think it's much more important to actually be able to develop and then come into another event.
If I get Mythic, do I also have to pay 5 a month for Face It? No, semi-auto. They take a cut from us, so don't worry. Face It doesn't mind if you
and be able to play out.
Face It isn't hurting if you sub to me. Don't worry, they're getting theirs.
They look so much better than they did at that land. They looked
Face
so
It,
much
Face
better.
It's getting theirs out of me.
A little bit more time to develop Carson into this roster. And we highlighted a lot.
Of course, Legs Bunny.
Go after this. I think this is the best opportunity in the current landscape.
Don't you already have custom? Well, those aren't custom, but yes, I do have. I do have NASCAR Crocs with spoilers on them.
Yeah,
yes,
it's also an opportunity for Timbermen to show what they can bring to the table come the next season of ECL, because that didn't go well for them either. Season 48 of Challenger League. Either way, we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer to see if they've got what it takes to upset Nouns. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, guys, we'll have map number 1 between both squads.
Oh wait, sport mode Crocs. Yeah. Yep. You're seeing that correctly. Also, it lights up. You know, I do have charms on my all white Crocs, and I have Cat Jam. I have Bob Ross, and I have the "This is fine" emoji. As charms, yes. I do. They are all. I have all of those on my Crocs. If anybody met me in Dallas, they were on my feet then. Low rate, I'm not gonna be there, man. Everybody keeps asking me, and I feel bad, but like, dude, I ain't trying to do more shit. Please show Cat Jim. I don't want to go get them, and they're my outside shoes. They're kind of nasty right now. No, you're good. Why are you apologizing? Actually, you know what? If nobody's listening right now, I actually have extra of the charms too. Because once again, like the Birkenstocks I'm currently wearing, my management got those Crocs for me with the charms, and they have all the Twitch emotes and shit as charms on Crocs. I don't know where they get them from. Like Cat Jam and shit like that. Like I said, the Bob Ross. That's all of them. That was my management. I don't know where the fuck they got them from. I like the new dude. Wait, Junior's dog is, oh my god, bro is on surveillance. Yeah. He's like, I got your back, bro. Bro is literally, he's on watch. He's even got the blinds up for him a little bit, knowing he likes to do it. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. That bro's dog could just take out my entire chat, but Junior's dog's built like that. Meanwhile, my weenie dog's currently laying at my feet with his fucking face grinning ear to ear, and he's just not gonna move.
back here.
Check DM.
Getting that fake knife live. It doesn't matter at all. We already decided which teams are going to start on which side. And I mean, look, we're jumping into what will be an interesting pick from the Timbermen. We already talked about it. Anubis is going to be the map that they decide to play on. And if you check out the stats, I mean, the results at Fragadelphia 18, Nouns only played it one time, but it was a 13-day win against the Party Astronauts. And then you look at the Timbermen losing against NRG in Prize Picks and a Revival Series number 4. That was last time they played it. It was in overtime, but 12-16. So it was actually pretty close.
I think that's not a me decision as much as we could. I'm down for honestly either one. So
let's see if they can perhaps repeat some of the
we'll have a
success
little
they had
bit to
against
see if
NRG
hopefully
up
it gets
against
resolved.
Nouns. Here we go. Round number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Party Astronauts not an easy team to take on this map. So there's got to be some confidence to be built here for the side of Nouns on this. We'll see
I
if they're
mean,
able to put it
that's
on display.
we could ask production peeps and see if they'd be okay with that, but I don't want to like assume that they would be.
See what they can do here with that T-side start to get some confidence rolling. You see execution heading straight on into the dual Beretta stack already, finding a couple of entries though for CJ, and then Nick
Holy
X
fuck! All right,
following
well,
up off the back
2v2
of
guys,
it.
just
So
like that.
2v2 action to kick us off here.
Oh,
we'll see who's going to
nice
come out on
cover
top.
from
As
Junior.
Still stepping up here in the late round. Still yet to get those numbers punched
My pug
in.
teammates
It's a
would
quick
never.
Flank looking to formulate, but Carson gets sidelined, and Junior off to a hot start here, closing out in the late round.
Yeah, well done from Junior and Nix. Honestly, getting that 1-0 lead in their favor. Timeout maybe going to be called. I saw the match pause come up there, but it might have just been a brief moment that it popped up. Either way, see the replay.
Mod check. Make sure we close the prediction if we didn't already.
Just couldn't get
I already
anything
played.
done
Yeah,
on the
Fortnite
defense, and
CS
afterwards,
is
attempted
weird.
Retake didn't pan out. So, and yes, also confirmed that Nouns are starting on the T side. In fact, which does make a little bit more sense. Obviously, on Anubis, you usually want to get that T side start, especially if your opponent picks when your opponent picks into it.
Well, chat.
So that is exactly what
The golden one has already set up camp on my feet, so I think he likes the Birkenstocks. Hey, buddy, what you doing?
I'm not sure what the nature of it is, but we'll try to find out soon.
What are you doing?
As we check out Rush. Is he still rocking the stash?
Yeah, he's been having the stash for the last couple of weeks. He had it last week. I think it might be a.
I thought it was just for Movember, but he's like we're past that now.
He's probably thinking it's so sweet he's got to keep it.
Yeah,
you know?
it is a pretty sweet stash, gotta say. I think it suits him.
You can trial the stash during November, see if you like it, and then he realizes like, oh wait, this is kind of sweet, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna stick with it.
Why not?
So,
I think Rush had it before November. I'm gonna be honest.
It's looking fresh.
Yeah, he had it when I saw him in Dallas.
And
I think.
I guess like kind of new role here. You know, long term. I think it makes a lot of sense for him to become an IGL, but been kind of waiting for that to happen. It was surprising to me, at least, when they picked him up, that long-term Carson kind of taking over the reins for this roster, and him stepping into that was what I thought would make the most sense.
Junior's dog is watching his back better than my teammates with my flank. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his dog was locked the fuck in. Like
his teammates, he has such good ideas about how to set up his squad. I mean, that's something that former teammates, back in the day when he was playing with Complexity, would always say about him.
Yeah, it was the most natural progression to IGL, honestly. Of all the players we've seen take on that IGL role recently in NA. For Rush going to get a jumping MAC-10 shot onto onto Shane. Nix gets a frag, and then Junior is going to find Carson. He did not get a TK there, of course. Diaz, the last one standing. This is straightforward. I mean, it was a full-on eco for the Timbermen, so the expected result and the money being farmed here for Nouns. That'll do it.
Walk into the stack there, but got enough firepower, good enough utility to get past it. And this is the first time Timbermen have found out what it feels like to lose 2 rounds in Revival Series number 5. So, a new position for them to be in here. Down, first of all, in a match, and also down 2 rounds.
Yeah, you just definitely ripped ass, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, it smells awful, buddy. Thanks.
But because of that, we'll get on to the gun very quickly here. That's just something Timbermen always do. Remains true.
Bro, fucking farted so bad he stood up. Jesus Christ.
As much as possible. They're going to be tested pretty
early on he claims his farts. He just farts and comes up next to me to establish dominance.
So the entries mean a lot. And
he does not leave. He's expecting to fart and be pet and just sit in it.
Nick X, as he continues to tear through the competition.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
Incredible stuff there. a fiery
He's literally just
kickoff here for him.
He's
and
actually
Nouns,
he did sit up
I mean,
though.
there's
I don't
really
think
just
he
nothing
likes to
Shane
lay in
can
it.
say about this one.
He's just sitting at my feet.
Shane's rocking the new camera angle today.
Unicorn Rider, thank you much for the 15-month primer. Thank you.
Anymore.
I was gonna say, like, he's trying to bring the over-the-shoulder player cam into effect here. He's trying to start a trend. We'll see if that catches
Bro farted
on at
so
all.
bad he.
Yeah, we'll get a full screen view of that. Yeah, you can see the screen. A little bit. It's kind of
Cinematic.
Root beer on his
rough
right.
lighting. Yeah, he's got root beer on the right as well. He's really having a good time. He's got a good background.
VGK got smacked
good
by the Oilers.
foreground.
Yeah, they just
He
needed
wants
me
to
there.
show us
Last time I watched the VGK. I was at the
The
game.
full Shane
Oilers
experience.
Knights. The one before
Should just
that
have
when
two
the
cams,
Knights won
right?
1-0.
Put one in the front, one in the back.
They just were missing me, dude.
You'll have everything.
You know, and you would appreciate
First Knights
that,
game
that
I've been able to
ability
make it
go
to
above
this
and beyond.
season. 0
Yeah.
penalties, shutout, 1 singular goal. First time it's happened since like the
Hey,
40s. That was a crazy
You
game.
need full 360 camera actually for all players.
I wish there was more scoring, but at the same time, it
wanted to
was
be
it
able
was
to
good. It was
navigate
solid.
it
I can't
at
believe they
will.
shut out Draisaitl
See
and
the
McDavid.
whole
They had a quota to meet.
Oh
They
my
didn't shut
God.
him out last night. I can tell you that.
Really renounced. Let's get back into it here.
Draisaitl and McDavid were
Timbermen,
like,
because they just
yeah,
had their
not this
bye up
time,
there,
buddy.
that
Hold
was
on.
Squashed.
I
We'll
said
be
not this
going
time.
back to a half buy. Rifle is in the
Why
mix.
didn't A
There's
players
an
just go
M4
through smoke? We were born
and
that
an
way.
MP9. The rest are 5.7s.
Good decision for Shane to save in that last round, so gives him something to work off of here. But a much different bit of competition that they're feeling right now here. A lot more resistance being felt.
No penalties. Was there a gentleman's
Against
room
this
beforehand?
Nouns squad here.
Nah, it was a pretty clean
I think it's
game. There
big
were a couple
changes.
moments that could have been penalties, and normally I
highlighted,
think
you know,
like
Carson
they weren't
obviously
malicious,
hopping
you
into
know,
this
but they
team
just kind of let him play the whole
as
night.
a, adjustment, but then, you know, on the other end of things, you got
Normally hockey, like the hockey game was
Keeping on
like
the,
just
the
a little
squad
over
Nouns,
2
so-
hours. Like it was fast, bro. They were playing
So much,
fast. The game
back
was
and
quick.
forth
There was a lot of
between
shots.
teams.
It was just
They look to battle it out.
It was
through
just
the
a good
EBOX
game, to
side
be
of
honest,
things.
Undies.
It's Timbermen that fight forward, but end up forced out of position. Got to be knocked out of this.
kind of
round
felt like
here
a
very
playoff
quickly,
game
so
almost.
Numbers punched in at this point.
The energy from the crowd didn't match it. It was on a fucking
Carson,
Monday, I think,
yeah.
if I remember right, or
Nice
Tuesday, but
attempt from Carson on the flank, but can't get away with anything in the end.
still a fun time.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that becomes maybe a bit of an issue when you blow out a team so substantially as the Timbermen did yesterday. Sometimes
How
you
you
have
doing,
some
Limpin' Duck?
overconfidence that comes through, and you feel like, oh, we can make these aggressive plays, we can win these fights, but you know, obviously Nouns is an entirely different beast, and they're already showing that here. With some pretty dominant victories in the early goings.
Won the last
Diaz
revival
is gonna try
series,
for
and
something.
they've been
Doesn't
in
have
most
to.
finals. They are the
Like,
favorite
go
here.
decisive. Actually,
However,
if the bomb
Timbermen
explodes,
just
that
beat
could be
Boss
enough, but it won't.
13-1 on two
Junior
maps
and
yesterday.
TJ will survive.
Like they beat them
That will
2-0,
make it
13-1,
4-0
13-1.
for Nouns.
So, and they recently got Carson after Nouns dropped him.
Definitely,
So we'll see.
I mean, competition here, you'd say.
Go,
for
go
Boss
Adren, am I
was-
right? Of course, Morgan, of course.
was pretty steep
See,
here.
I
Boss
say
had
that
had
all
their
the time,
number
but
the
you're
last
actually
couple
not
of
in here. And then the
FPs as
2
well,
times I
so
haven't said it, I
that's
swear to God,
something
it's
to
like
come to,
you.
But it's also a different day, you know.
It's
if
fucked up.
They were playing those best of threes like you do on semifinals and finals day. It could have been a different story
Butters, get
here,
off your
but
ball. Hey.
the fact that you're having to go up against them here
What do you get? What?
at a different day, you know, sometimes that feeling of confidence doesn't even linger into the next, right? You're hitting everything and you know what went right for you, but now trying to replicate that success here, you're off to a difficult start. Nick X continuing to train his teammates so effectively here as they go into this B bomb site again. Site captured, man advantage maintained. An attempt with the HEs, but nothing really connecting.
Man.
And I
Either
think
this or
there's going to be
Bluey.
a pretty quick decision to be made here about calling it off. And yeah, that's exactly what they do. Gonna go and call it a day here with the save.
Nouns are just bullying them on the B site right now.
Hell yeah,
That is
Limpin'.
ridiculous. And I mean, Nick's leading the charge more often than not. He's got 7 frags on the board.
Looking good for
leading
Nouns
his
so
team
far,
and
though.
the server in that category. And, I mean, they're
It is
still
T-side
blanking the
Anubis, though,
Timbermen
so we
squad
can't-
that we were pretty pumped up to see here today. Given the performance,
Can't jump the gun
utility,
too much for
everything was
Nouns
on
here.
point yesterday. This time, not that it isn't. It's just
It
that
just
Nouns,
takes a couple good gambles
are
from the
executing
CT
so
side
well,
to turn
and
things
they're so well
around.
timed as well in terms of the spacing they're coming through with on these executes that even when Timbermen do find a frag, there's a trade right there, and they can't really get any momentum going. And this is a great example. Look, like, I mean, Dare was in a spot where he gets one, but there's just so many bodies coming in his direction that he doesn't have enough time to react to find a follow-up.
And so, I mean, pretty similar to what they did at the start of, you know, that first gun round as well, missing out on that utility.
Is Dia actually that good? Because HLTV users are glazing him, and I watched him for the first time. Dia is really good.
Fully of both sides of the map on this D side, which is a huge
Dia is really good.
At the moment.
He definitely has stronger maps over others, though. Like, just being completely blunt, you catch Dia on Mirage, he's dropping 30.
Well,
like,
more patience being put
it's
on
not that
display
he's
now
terrible
for
on
the
other
South
maps.
Mountain,
It's
so
just
go
that
ahead.
there's a couple maps where he really
Yes, they did.
hits the farming simulator
Nice
pretty
tempo
hard.
change, and I think
And
at the
yeah,
right
Dia
time
Mirage
to slow
is
things
definitely
down
one of
before
those
rushing
maps for
in
sure.
the rest of Nouns.
Nade lands right at Dare's feet, taking him down to 55. Another one sails through, and he does dodge that one, but not enough to avoid damage, so he's below half health.
The
Now
Mirage special, yeah.
Still have a nade
He's really good on
available to
Mirage.
them, and they are setting up to pincer in towards this B site again.
Give him a little bit of dust too as well,
This
and
time,
he's
Timbermen
a
have
happy
3
camper
players there,
stats wise.
but I don't know. They're all kind of bunched together. Not the best of a
The short
not the best
version,
setup,
he's
and
pretty
Peeping
fucking
gets
good,
an
yeah.
opener. In fact, on the other side of the map, Dia could fall as well. He does. He doesn't even find the frag on Peeping, which he absolutely has.
Okay,
no
on
excuse
Anubis, he's
not
terrible.
to. Junior gets tagged down to 16 HP, but that's
Right
actually
on
not
cue.
that bad of a situation because yes, you have 3 low players now. Finally, Dare is going to find Rush. You still have the man advantage.
Oh shit, man!
Peeping, waiting around the corner.
He's really good,
from
dude.
E-box. And
He's really fun.
He's coming through here. Shane does manage to take out Junior 3v3. Now the trades are coming through back and forth. They go once more, and the edge is gained by Nouns. Dare, the last one standing.
They're literally going to lose the round because of that too. Holy
you have to imagine he's gonna
shit!
try
My
going for
caster
it, but
curse
if
is
you
so
recall, of
strong.
course, he was on the receiving end of 2
Holy
nades
fuck! I'm
earlier
not
in the
even
round.
casting.
Next to E-box. Dare, moving in. They're tucked around corners, our Nouns. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, so that forces Dare to hunt them out. And this is a perfect post-plant setup. I mean, you couldn't ask for more from Nouns because Dare, not only does he need to get 2 frags, he also needs to defuse that bomb, and he can't even get 1 frag. Peeping takes care of business. Nouns stay perfect.
Blom, he actually is. He's a
Not gonna let
.94
things
on
slip
Anubis,
at all. They're
1.23 on
flawless.
Mirage, and does too.
Covers the flank, gets the second as well.
I
mean,
didn't know the stats.
so
that
much
was
impact
purely
here
eye
of a
test,
player
but my
that
eyes
we've
are
highlighted
clearly
can be so
working then,
incredibly
is what you're
smart.
telling me.
In plays to the post plant as perfect as you can be.
That's actually hilarious. Thanks for the
Walks
assist
in
there, Asto.
A massive win for the side of Nouns and a little bit of the taste of your own medicine.
So my eyes are definitely working.
Here from the side of Nouns, giving them the Timbermen treatment. This is brutal stuff.
Who is this fucking
You
sauce
find
boy in
a-
disguise?
A way to slow them down.
No. Sauce honestly kind of fell
That's
off.
going to happen soon, but like everything that was great
He loses
yesterday
to me in
isn't
Pugs,
today,
though, rated
right?
like-
Carson looks a little shaky. He was kind of splitting the difference earlier in terms of target acquisition. Dia also not sharp. So hopefully that will start working out for them, but you gotta imagine the alarm bells might be going off for the Timbermen. Peeping.
Still can't believe I
Grenade
fucking
in here
stretched and
towards
actually
A
fucked
main.
up my
Dia
hamstring.
is gonna get connected on again, down to 42 HP. Still no frags to speak of. We're going below the minute mark. Dare's got a beat on one. He does get it, but
Nice
in the
shot from
meantime,
Dare.
Peeping found Carson, which opens up some space in towards A. Snav. Oh, Snav could have an advantage here as he's coming up. 2 players lined up for him. One setting up.
Oh
Muto.
my
There's the lineup, and he
damn,
knocks
that
him
is
down.
brutal.
Nix and CJ have been eliminated. Peeping trying to get a response quickly here. A good flashbang thrown, but no frag to speak of. Timbermen wisely back off, and this could be their first round.
Should be there at the hands
I
of
mean,
Snav.
Nouns just actually want to still get in there and try to make this expensive, though.
Out through the smoke there, so does he shortly thereafter.
And that didn't go well at all. All right,
lingering
6-1.
for too long there. Timbermen finally on the board here on this defense. And I think just about in time. Getting on the board there like that. It's the CT side of Anubis, so you don't need the most
maybe you're
dominant
thinking a
scoreline,
wild
but
card.
Making sure that the
Happy.
momentum slows down just a tad here is crucial, and finally being able to achieve that much there for the side of Timbermen is a great turnaround point. It is interesting though, you know, again, like looking at some of the positions, now Carson on this map, A anchoring, instead of playing towards middle, which you would kind of expect if those roles had carried over from yesterday. So there's like a slight difference in what we were.
The question is, when is Junior just gonna like fully power up so he can become NA Monacy for us?
More as a rotator here yesterday.
That's clearly what we're all waiting on, right?
On the map, but that's still in Snav's position here.
I'm curious to see. Like, I liked the adjustments we saw from Carson's positioning yesterday, so hopefully they'll eventually make it here. But you see the difference. It's like it's an entirely different squad without Carson, you know, taking those opening duels. And
I'm down for OC as well. OC can.
In the opening moments of the round. We'll see if the Timbermen can string two together. Next, going out here towards double doors at mid. They're waiting for him, a couple of players. He plays it right timing-wise, and he will get the opener onto Snav. Sees the second player too, goes for some spam. Carson actually managed to connect on one, dare another. Peeping, strikes back, and finally the edge is gained by the Timbermen as Shane
nice
gets
control.
the 2K spray down.
Nice
and
control
Dia
there.
wraps up the round with an op frag. There is the second in a row for the Timbermen.
To capture it there despite getting
who's NA Simple? I don't know.
Nick X striking there on the Snav early.
Not even kidding. OC is like who would I
position and what he needs to do there to fight back and regain control. Will do just that. So not panicking at all, getting on the board here.
I could tell you right now, Junior's James
defense
or Shiro. You can pick either one, but that's actually more who Junior is.
Just at the right time in this map. Oh, not letting Nouns run away with this.
Trying to think of a good comparison for OC. Reminds me more of
that much here now.
Brokey in a lot of ways, funny enough, but less. He's Brokey without the Brokeyisms, if that makes sense. Actually, Dexter's a pretty fair comparison.
Checking out the cams here.
He can be explosive at times, but he likes to use the rifle, and he's not afraid to get his hands dirty with the rifle either.
Bit of a timeout's been called.
You know what I mean?
Nice recovery potentially.
So it's kind of hard, but he's a bit more. He's less explosive than Brokey
like
is.
You mentioned, it doesn't
like
take
Brokey
much
just
on
does some
CT
psychotic
side
shit.
Get yourselves a little bit of something going, and then they go on to their T side, which they also have a significant margin between their CT round win percentage, which is going to be Slumps.
Slump's just way too hit or miss for me, man.
And their T round win percentage at 55.3. I mean, not as high, of course, as
he
Nouns,
absolutely has some great games, but he has some absolute stinkers. He's still young though, so I'm not trying to like hate on him. I'm just saying that's.
I mean, yet also.
Isn't that every NA op? Yeah, but there's levels to everything.
As well here for the side of Timbermen, they still have more gun rounds to fight through, even though this one includes an MP9 in the mix. A fast-paced play towards B, that mobility can go a long way. Concession of this E-box control, but the man advantage is established by
Dia. I mean, headshot him through the smoke. All right.
What a shot from Dion to Peeping. I mean, just because they have the man advantage, it doesn't really seem to mean much because the A side's kind of been given up. Now Dia's going for another shot here, but in the meantime, Rush has managed to find one for his team to even out the numbers.
4v4 retakes someone in.
The economic footing isn't exactly
Where's that Mac 10 positioned? That Mac 10's in main, holding. No, he's in canals. I'm stupid.
Certainly enough to
Mini-map moment. I'm dumb.
And the problem is, every time they're getting one, they're immediately getting traded out. Snav goes out. Is there a trade again here? No. Okay, yes. Dia does actually manage to come through with the AWP. 2v2 turned into a 2v1 in favor of Nouns. Miss no scope from Dia. Pulls up the duel. He gets one.
Shit, dude, Dia, nice
find
try.
The second though, and
God
the
damn.
IGL Rush takes care of business to give Nouns a 7th.
Yeah, and clutches like that right there.
Maybe
one
Blaine
of
I
the biggest
didn't
part
see.
about Rush's games, one of the biggest benefits you get. So confident, so composed in these sort of late round post.
I mean, in general, man, just with when it comes to a lot of North American questions, you can always just point to the fact that we have like 10 to 15 times less the players.
A lot of like people have a lot of positive things to say about him, about the like intangibles here, about how he sets up his team, but also like his ability to clutch up rounds as well, close out rounds, is always fantastic alongside that. So there's so much.
And I think currently the biggest thing the scene struggles with right now
feel like a natural leader for this team, and
a lot of players, it's just really tough. Like you have to make such a
here.
Like enormous leap.
Nice trade on offer there from the IGL as well.
Competition wise, and then if you don't hit the ground running, it's really hard to kind of like get back into things. Like a lot of these guys are going to get like 2 tournaments they get to play in versus international competition. If they don't literally just play great, they're going to be outside looking in again. And if they don't play great, you have to build your confidence again.
Watched by Nouns. So as Timbermen group up here, try to get control of this site. It's not going to be easy.
Excessive,
there
it would be Valve
for
points, and
3
yes.
in a row, leaving only Dare standing up against Junior and Rush now. And well, Dare is eliminated by Junior, who found his 8th frag of the round, or excuse me, of the map there. And speaking of 8, that's what Nouns have as well as a total.
Where's J? I mean, not to be a dick to JDM, bro, but he kind of does that sometimes. Just being real with you.
Will take themselves right back into the swing of things here. Giving over a couple in a row, but being able to constantly apply that pressure. I think, again, just a lot of T-side tempo changes. We've seen some faster paced plays work out well. We've seen the ability of peeping to, you know, hold off against this A aggression here, slow the round down, work out wonderful for them. So you're seeing just a lot of different ways to win for this T-side of Nouns. And for Timbermen, you're starting to panic a little bit on your map pick. I think Mirage could be an exciting prospect, but you definitely want to be able to close your map pick, and that's first things first here. It's the speed up now.
I got my first diamond coin last night. It doesn't look great display-wise. That's tough. I think the gold looks really good.
But the bullying of this B side of the map is now going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, the
also,
only real problem is that
we
Nouns
did
have
say
had
earlier,
when
if
they go
somebody
to
announced they had
A,
diamond, we would permaban them.
He has been
That way they
absolutely
couldn't flex being
picture
smarter than
perfect and
us.
Continues to be so here. Dia and Snav might just want to walk away with the util and the pistols, and even the body armor for Snav, because there's little chance of anything else happening on the site itself, and that's exactly what will come to fruition. So 9-2 in favor of Nouns. They're looking to hit double digits on this T side, which, I mean, yes, Anubis is T-sided, but 10 rounds is quite impressive from any team. Nyx could go down here if he doesn't clear the right corner. And he absolutely clears it. It'll also take some damage, but he's not too fussed by it. The AK wins out, and Dia will continue hiding along here. Over in T-spawn, footsteps heard, comes around, can't get it! He will get fragged by Nyx. That'll do it for anything saved over from the Timbermen. Not really that big of a deal, though, because they were saving for a buy-up anyway, right?
Yeah, we're saving up for the last round of play here, so...
Yeah.
The scoreline, though, is kind of a concern on the other end of things.
Shit.
Finding yourself in this much of a deficit is not easy to pull back from.
It's so fast.
Even though this map can lend itself to the T side, even though we've seen such great T sides already out of this team.
Dude? Fuck it, I'm leaving it.
Yeah, the best.
It's impossible. OBS is doing the thing where it's snapping. Eat my ass.
Strike up next half.
I think I got it a little bit better, but wait, where'd I just put OBS?
They've shown the ability to play flawless CS.
That shit's buns.
Same day. It's a different day here in CJ. Just continue to put some damage down range.
Have any ideal person to replace Floppy?
I'm sure they'll hold their line with the util from Nouns. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
like, Shane couldn't hold that angle. He had to fall back because there were nades, incendiaries, Molotovs, everything. And then Nyx around the edge of the smoke spots
we got
out
beef
there,
and chat
almost
beef.
gets
Is
the
that the
second
only
on
change
Shane,
you guys are making?
who trades him out, but it doesn't matter. Rush is right there to keep putting the hurt on. Another 2K for the IGL. Dia, the last one standing with the AWP, but it feels like 10 is a foregone conclusion for Nouns in a dominant
I'll replace him, no big deal. Thank you, Mark. Sorry, what? Beef. Who you guys getting to replace Floppy? And is that the only change you're making? Hate to put you on the spot, but we need some answers real quick. We're talking about your team right now.
For boss at this point in time.
Ooh, nice shot.
Yeah. Has to fight for this one. There's a chance to make something happen, but has to get past the crosshair of Junior. Has to hope that Junior will miss. Junior comfortable on that angle, not going to let that slip. So 10 rounds, double digits in the first half here on their opponent's map pick. I think a little risky in the veto here already for Timbermen, but and that risk punished.
Yeah, Beef actually giving me the juice. Not guaranteed. The only change evaluating a number of options. He like said so much without saying anything. This guy definitely This guy definitely does things around here.
I mean, look.
That's crazy.
Going on to Nuke, it's a little concerning for Timbermen if they don't get something back here. And we talked about it before. What was the reasoning behind Anubis? Was there something they had in store? We didn't really see it on CT side. Perhaps T side would be the one where we get a little bit more from the Timbermen.
No, I don't really have
face from Nyx.
The problem is like people are gonna like say like somebody said in YouTube chat like
immediately. No
Wreck,
damage,
but Wreck is under contract with probably a big boy buyout. To be honest with you,
too. So he's gonna call that
big boy buyout relative to
probably gonna pinch in.
the risk that Complexity is taking.
Are here. 4 players
is a better way to put it.
CJ gets one immediately traded by Dia, but that's a good first to find for him. It makes it a little bit more stable on the defense. And there's Nyx popping off for 2, so make it a 3K. 11-2 for Nouns. It never really felt in doubt. Even
yesterday, me saying I wanted to see if Nick can continue to play what he did in the last Revival series. Bro heard me.
Nouns here that just step up to the plate. Nick X continued to show such comfort.
You don't think FaZe make any roster changes? Do I see any? I don't know, man. It's the same thing. Before FaZe went on their run, people kept asking me what I thought they should do, and I just said I don't know because I don't want to be their GM. Like I would never want to make any decisions with that roster, and them winning kind of,
as I've highlighted here,
at least delays that for now.
Got a trial in that last Revival series. The best way to pass your trial is to win, and that's exactly what they did. And he continues to be the winning formula here for this team. Knew peeping was going to be a slam dunk for Nouns, but this case, I mean, unbelievable performance.
I followed your pick'ems and I didn't get down. Does that mean you're a scammer? No, it just means I'm stupid. Honestly, and you're more stupider
plant, but it's 11
for copying my homework.
Basically saying 10 rounds in a row is what you're going to be able to pull off here. It's not.
I mean, these
people
are
are currently
the only cases I ever see.
Here you go, chat. This is the problem, and this is kind of what I'm alluding to all the time. But this is from Complexity Beef.
These are the positions.
He's quite literally the money man over there for Complexity. He said people are currently asking for buyouts for players that you've never heard of that are 4 times what they paid for Liege.
Junior's here. Oh, Nyx is coming in on a flank as well.
Just so you guys understand.
For Timbermen, there's 1, 2, 3, knocking him down like dominoes, and it's only one left, Carson, who immediately gets ventilated by CJ's MP9, 12-2 in favor of Nouns, who, like you said, kind of returning the favor to Timbermen after what they did yesterday against Boss.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is for Timbermen, they got 1 more round.
Yeah, I guess.
They got 2.
I don't want to do roster predictions video now. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. I'd rather just react to the news that actually happens. I kind of hate hypotheticals.
See what they can make with the guns finally in hand. I mean, as you said, they did save for this. They prioritized.
We picked up Holzerk for free, but if Holzerk was an NA player, someone would have had him signed and been asking for a $300,000 buyout.
Make it a 3-on-5. So if you're gonna kind of play the safe game here, at least you got to capitalize, and so far so good.
Yeah, CJ gets. I think CJ gets 3. There's 1. It takes a lot of damage though. That MP9 can be scary. Oh no, only 1. I was wrong. Shane.
Oh my God, Junior, 1 HP on
Shane. Right there and almost gets the 2Ks. 1 HP short of finding that. He could reswing this. Are they waiting for it? They are. It doesn't even matter. He gets the healthy player in Carson.
No
what
way.
A maneuver from Junior.
No way he just repeaks it, gets 1 and gets out again. It's a tilter.
Where are you going to decide to go? We got a 2v2. He probably knows that Shane is really low.
He's not going to, Lossy.
He took more bullets than... I mean, having fragged Carson, he's like, okay, that can't be the player I lit up because it took 4 or 5 bullets to get him. So they are aware of the fact that one player's on life support.
Yeah, they know for
I will say, I think from my limited knowledge, I will say Liege's buyout was a little
to give them that extra advantage
different just because I think Liquid wanted to do right by John.
Like 2-on-4 at this point. But pieces of those starting to get put together. Retake.
So I think they're a little bit more
forward here. Have to wait out this utility. There's still good utility on this CT side though that they can work through. Dare.
Who's the highest paid player right now?
A little bit of motion gives over his position. Could be
probably gonna be Nico, big dog.
Out of position, but he knows he has to do the heavy lifting. Finding that first, scaring Junior off of maybe even going for this one at this point in time. Not a lot of time left. Dare will take charge.
Oh my God!
He'll make sure to rub it in as well, trying to get into the heads of his competition. But that's a start of their way to stay alive here.
Yeah, it's Timbermen, I guess. They do that. But, like, when you're down 12-2 and you win a round, you go over that PM, it's just like, okay, guys, like, you are getting absolutely decimated. It just feels wrong to me, but whatever. Let's see if it works for them. As they like to pump themselves up in that way. They will have the AKs once more, but this time, well, it's kind of still a bit of a rough buy on the Nouns side because they got a couple of MP9s, but obviously better with 3 M4s in the mix. Rush is going to push through that Molotov. And they're putting a ton of pressure.
On the
Flashbang
complexities,
as well
Opera, IGL entry, and Global Ambassador.
And that's effectively
respectfully, no.
We'll see if Timbermen decide to reaggress there.
I already got. We're already working together. It's fine. I don't need to be all that.
Looks like they're more intent on circling themselves around into E-box and maybe bridge.
Sorry, Beef. It's not a you. It's not you. It's me.
Lean on here in the early stages here. This map control being pressured all over the place.
Slurms, I know. So, bro, let's not do that.
They
Yeah.
do sort their way through A main after it's kind of evacuated, so maybe getting what they're looking for.
Sorry
here.
if you don't like them. That's fine. But let's not
control.
Trying to read my chat, and that's just a fucking mess.
That's a good late smoke coming through. That's gonna delay Timbermen even further. Now 40 seconds left on the clock, probably only 30 by the time this smoke dissipates completely. Oh man.
Damn, bro, somebody's typewriting.
Have to wait out even further. In fact, they might just throw a flashbang and charge through. There we go. 26 seconds left, and the lineup is there for Carson. He gets 2, but it's not over yet. They still got a challenge to get in towards this B side and get this bomb planted. Junior denies one, but the trade is instant. Dia gonna plant the bomb. 2 players left for Nouns. Timbermen, great flashbang. They peek around it. Dare takes care of CJ. It's all up to Peeping, who managed to get one. The second player's within reach. He's probably going to try for it. Picks up the M4 off the ground. Both players retreating in towards B main. Does he have the smoke?
Is that extra? Bro is going.
The kill's not there, and no kit as well means that he's just going to have to be happy getting that 1 frag and the AK upgrade. He's fully backed off. It makes sense, right? If you're Nouns, you're up 12-3. You don't have to slam on that panic button just yet. It's only a 4th round for Timbermen. You can settle your economy down and get back into a position to really buy up.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of positives here to look forward to. Like you said,
JRT's the other caster.
So much of a buffer to work through. I mean, maybe because of that you would like to see the clutch attempted, but just not given the availability.
What up, XN? How you doing, man?
You know, you're playing a very dangerous odds game at that point, so gonna look to bolster up this round here. Rounds of the future. Instead, there set their sights on closing this game out a little later. For now, Timbermen again going to be able to stay alive. So, just 1 round post the body spam. They're still hanging in there. We'll see if they can continue to try and create some frustration for the side of Nouns.
Dare gets 1, Peeping the trade. He's got that lone rifle, and Junior maybe connecting up. No, it's going to be Carson taking care of him afterwards. I'm going to say, maybe if he gets lucky and gets a headshot through that smoke, Carson...
They are on T-side, but man, this is still...
It's not at all the case.
This is quite the mountain to climb.
And a 4v3 for the Timbermen walking into that A site.
Nice, I just play peeps that I know, man.
What? What a shot from Nyx from the Deagle. I say only Nyx, but anything but. Could he get another one? Almost. Snapped down to 15. Peeping gets the trade. This is something really scary for the Timbermen. Oh my goodness, Nyx. What have you done? What
is there a gunner on mid for CJ or
as
no?
A possibility for Nouns. Dia coming around. They're trying to be methodical about this. He gets peppered by a USP. Only 14 HP of damage. Now he's going to try and stick this plant. Peeping. Does he peek it? He wants to. He is. He doesn't get the job done, though. It's all up to CJ with only the USP, and that is not going to do it. Dia and Shane settle things down.
Smart to step into that, not to let him get any guns.
Probably should have been.
Yeah,
what's up, Deco? How you doing, man?
Expected it to be right there. Timbermen, a wake-up call with a headshot like this from Nick X. A nice little clothesline action. Clean from Nyx, and will be able to establish himself getting a little bit of extra security there heading into this gun round. Putting some scare into the Timbermen as well. Knowing that they're just 1 mistake away from this map slipping.
Yeah.
They survive still. But that's gonna be lingering in the back of their head, knowing what they're missing on the other end.
Probably Anubis Slurms, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Hi from Romania. What's up, man?
Nouns talking things over.
I like CJ's
Here
aesthetic
we
a
go
lot more
again.
when he's got the pink lights on. I'm gonna say it.
Another chance for them to close out this map and take Timbermen's map pick away from them. Go to theirs of Nuke. And I mean, if we talk more about Nuke, since it's probably coming up soon, it's a 3-game win streak. 4 Nouns there. They won.
No, he
both
didn't
of
pick
their,
his nose, but he
matchups
did bite his
by
nail
the
like
18.
upside down.
One against Fisher College, which was in
It did look a little sus though. He was kind of like this.
Steel Squad 13-2. That's an
My man
impressive
hit the
victory.
reverse
Speaking of
nail
Steel
bite
Squad,
though. He did the
guys,
reverse
they
Elige.
qualified for ECL, so that's exciting to see a Steel and Ska, making their way through the ranks once more. And 6C.
Don't worry, I was looking too. I was looking intently,
honestly,
dude.
But 6C and Chop are on that roster. Do you remember, Cole?
6C, Chop, Ska, Steel. Oh, no, I'm totally blanking.
Oh, no. No, we can't. We have to look it up now.
Modem. Did they forget MOTM?
That's the benefit of online. Oh, MOTM.
There it is. Yeah, MOTM coming back into Counter-Strike, so it's good to see him back. How could we forget the man of the match? Shame on us. 1 minute.
I ever react to them make it? No, I didn't. I mean, I knew they made it yesterday, but I was pretty fucked up yesterday.
Because Taggy ended up replacing.
Luckily, I was able. My body got it together before the finals of the major. But holy fuck, I was struggling for a minute there.
Well, back to
Nice
this
little
one.
flash
There's
push
that
there.
opening frag. It took a
Early
minute to
entry.
get it. Literally. But Shane falls. Dare gets the immediate trade. Peeping and Nick's in a perfect spot to punish, though. Dare is making it work
he missed the nade,
somehow,
though.
some way. He continues to take these fights effectively, and now Timbermen are a good spot to try and overwhelm this site. But Peeping is good for one. Junior another. It's down to only Dia in a 1v2 with 22 seconds remaining. It just doesn't feel like there's enough time for him to clear out all these angles and get this bomb planted, and that is exactly the case. Nouns with a dominant 13-5 performance on Timbermen's map pick, as we will head to Nuke, which Nouns are much more comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive surprise in the veto there.
Yeah.
If kept saying anything about his performance, well, he was having PC issues. Apparently, Slove. I don't know if Slove specifically, but
he's crazy.
Slove said that they found out his PC issues.
Talking about this guy stepping into a roster, stepping into the upper echelons of North American.
Hopefully, it's fixed as of today. But yeah,
instantly performing. That's not an easy task for this guy, but he has been stepping up. And
I mean, he's tugging right now with Wolfie. I see him in my Discord.
And this roster, definitely think they're trending in the right direction with the team that they're building here.
Tone, thanks for the rating host, brother. Appreciate it.
Continues to show from this, combination of adrenaline rush here in the leadership department.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The first time I saw Nick's play, I think it was, if I recall correctly, part of the
Flom,
Bad News
fuck
Bears.
you, buddy.
Am I crazy on that one? I think he was part of a
I
Bad
feel
News
like he
Bears
did sub in
roster.
for some reason.
Or it could have been Party Astronauts at some point. Either way, like he was just subbing in. He was just kind of, they were trying to keep the roster spot, I believe, in ECL at some point for one of those rosters. And he impressed me. Like, certainly wasn't
Pone, who's
lighting
winning?
any fires, but
If
did a great
it's
job.
Nouns that 2-0s
very
this.
serviceable in a
Energy
situation
Nouns?
that
Who's
I don't
winning?
envy anyone being in, right? Where you have no future on the team. You're just
Okay,
there
man,
to
grow
keep
up,
a roster
Pone.
spot, but he's still presenting
They're not
himself
signing
well.
you, Pone.
It was a very stalwart
Stop
effort,
the
and I think
glaze.
that was when I first started to have an eye on him and say, okay, this guy could give us something in the future. But I didn't expect him to explode like he has on Nouns. This has been an absolute revelation of a pickup for this squad, and it really has revitalized Nouns after they were stagnating. They were, in my mind, flatlining.
What's
to
Pone's
an
buyout?
extreme
Just
that
take
I
him to
didn't
one nice
expect them
dinner,
to,
and if he
they
says
needed to
that's
have a
fire,
change. It
you're
was
in.
obvious from anyone looking on the outside in. And they made it, and now look, they're back into contention, and that's exciting for North American Counter-Strike in general.
I'm right there with you, man. I think when a lot of teams in the scene were taking the step in the right direction.
Ain't no way he called
developing new
Halzerk
talent,
Bunzerk. That's
Nouns are
crazy
sticking
work.
with the
Take him
roster
to Waffle
for
House.
quite some time, and the most recent change that they made was Rush. So you're not exactly bringing in the new talent, but with this new change here, with this squad,
When are you coming back to Vegas, Pone?
You're trusting.
It's crazy that Pone's sub count has so many subs now, guys. You should have seen this guy just came to Vegas, hit the high roller room immediately.
Same results.
All right, well, let's check. Maybe we can check out the stats actually for both these squads and see how we're
probably
looking in
never.
terms of those prize picks, frags, estimates. And yeah, Nouns very equal contribution from everyone, right? Except for Nick's. Obviously, I don't want to say everyone was kind of even. Nick's just stood at the top of the pack with, like you already mentioned, 129.1 ADR. Everyone
Sharing all his
kind of
business.
in
I don't even
the
think
middle
Pone
ground
gambled
of
while he's
hitting
here.
those prize picks frag estimates. I'm not sure if it's a dominant victory. Again, on map number 2, you might not see any of these happen, which, I mean, puts into perspective how unusual it was yesterday for the Timbermen to get 2 players, or was it even 3? I can't remember, that hit their estimates in only 28 rounds, like you already highlighted, Cole. So you see here how difficult that can be to achieve when the maps are so quick.
Yeah, I mean, when things are dominant, it's tough to get kills, you know, and it's tough to, like, it usually means, I think, a lot more that there is an even spread like this. And, you know, again, kind of helming the charge here is Nick's, but it is hard to kind of consistently have, like, full team effort. Usually, if it's this one side, if it's back-to-back 31s, it's not individual takeover, but that's what we saw yesterday. We saw that individual takeover.
It's like
and we'll
over
take a
under
look at the
Sin.
difference here, and yeah, as you highlighted, I mean, completely different story from Carson. I mean, and it's back to the role thing.
Be responsible, chat. Be responsible.
It's weird because he's playing positions that
Don't
I
be
think are a
wingies.
little uncomfortable. They elected into this map as well, so you probably headed into this best of 3 knowing.
Imagine though, Pone at the high roller table. Holy shit! Pone would go crazy.
Problem again.
I don't know. Yeah,
in Carson.
I guess because they had like a pretty good map against what was it, NRG last time, that they thought maybe this is okay, maybe we can continue going forward with this type of setup. But clearly they need to make adjustments, and that adjustment yesterday was very visible on both maps that they played. Like, they made the changes they needed to for Carson to have impact here. But if Carson is going to be playing in uncomfortable spots where he can't really have as much impact as he needs to and isn't playing a role that suits him, you're not going to have success. It's as simple as that. I think that's been made very clear here for the Timbermen. Anyway, guys, look, we got another map to play here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2 between Timbermen and Nouns.
Yeah, Justin. What, they just take all of it from cases so you didn't have any, or what? Is that the joke that's about to be made? Chat, heads up. I'm running an ad before the next map. Heads up, heads up. Well, the good news is it looks like some of the DMCH shit on YouTube that NBC hit me with is getting fixed, so that's good. Oh, that's good, Flame. You like in the Netherlands?
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present.
You know what?
who've
Yeah.
represented
I
us
know they're
from the
super.
old
They don't even let
logo
you guys
to the
fuck with
new,
channel points.
Maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years.
Nah, I
But
think
most
Sweden you can open
importantly, I want to
cases.
say thank you to the fans. We
But not
wouldn't
channel
be
points, I
Complexity
think.
without you. Thank you for
Nah, Undone
standing
wasn't in this
by
tournament because
us.
they were qualifying
We'll
for
continue to
Challenger.
Stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
But they were in the last one. They lost in the first round, I think. Oh, Undone was in the open. They lost to MYM. Oh, shit. Thank you, Floofies, for my reporter on the ground. There you go. Well, that's crazy. So wait, they lost to MYM in the so that's lore. So they lost to MYM in the advanced playoffs, and they didn't. That's why they didn't auto qualify. That's right. Yeah. What up, Benny boy? How you doing, man? Be back 1 sec. 1 sec, 1 sec. Are you guys jamming out to the tunes or what? Anyone got me those hot 2 accords, Christ? Hey, all good. Sure. Get some rest, man. Get some rest. Thanks for watching. I just watched last year's Silvercast. Please tell me you're doing another. It's tricky to do now, man. Unfortunately, all the really cool people that made the Silvercast happen are doing stuff like this that you're currently watching, helping Philadelphia. First world problems. All the people, funny enough, that like help make Silvercast a real thing are like doing more and more stuff. Kind of coin that I take. I fucked up playoffs, but I still have gold.
And we're back with the Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 5. We've got map number 2 between Nouns and Timbermen coming up. It's
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you.
Actually, looking at the stats for the Timbermen on this map, it's not that bad. Last time they played it was in NA Revival Series number 4, Cole, and it was a pretty dominant victory against Party Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that is capable of getting really comfortable on this map. If you talk about, you know, having a comfortable opera that can work really well.
MRCS, just in case you forgot.
And kind of take control over the server, but also on the other end of
absolutely not sleepy. Lose my number.
Junior. So he's up against.
But if you actually are sleepy, good luck.
Here. Junior's such a good nuke player. He's had so many of these like crazy, outlandish performances where his stat line is just so ridiculously positive when he starts off on that CT side. Now, being Nouns map pick, it is going to be a T-side start.
I think pick'ems are fine the way they are, man.
Like Nick X that are firing on all cylinders, giving you a lot of opening duels.
If it was easy, everybody would have one.
He's bringing it's difficult.
And I definitely think you should have to pick who wins the major to get a diamond.
Yeah, running right now for Nouns, and that's going to be on Timbermen to do so. Here is, you know, they were able to just show that same level of dominance yesterday versus Boss. They now got to, you know, figure out how to get that back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of Junior, right? I remember, I don't know if it was on CSGO or CS2, but he came up with his own wall bang from lobby into ramp and executed it in a match live. And I think it was Mike and myself at the time. We're like, what the heck was that? Like, what did we just see? And I think we got a chance to talk to him afterwards, and he actually was practicing that one and was ready to attempt it in a match, and it worked out. It's wild how much he loves to play here on Nuke. So we'll see if that success continues here. Nyx is going to get one, but he lost 2 teams before that, but he continues his hot head for a 3K. Does he expect a 4th? He doesn't, but he's still alive. Snap does take care of Junior. Wow, Nyx with the pistols has been ridiculous, and he escapes around the corner. They can't seem to get a beat on him. Dia might. Misses the shots. No, he can't. Nyx has got some sort of cloak on him that's preventing him from being fragged at this point. He's got the invincibility cloak, and yeah, Snap taking damage, falling off that ladder. I mean, he's just going around the site. Could be exposed at any moment, and somehow isn't. Gets the bomb planted. It feels like it's okay. He actually does get fragged by Snap. What a shot, threading the needle. I was gonna say it feels like it's destiny for Nyx to win here, but doesn't happen, and Snap finally ends him.
That's a nice way to cap it off there. Like you said, you know, that invisibility cloak there officially gets unveiled, and Nick X, who had
this Carson's revenge game. Well, they lost map 1, so yeah, new revenge game.
Down to, like, if he's like not necessarily, he doesn't even have to be the first one in, but if he's also part of that pack that's needs to land the trades, then he's just so incredibly strong. So impressive stuff.
Yeah, as the tournament organizer went, I definitely just cheer for good games. Ideally, map 3 is to build up more viership.
Snaps away in the end. He had the wild card sticker, so supporting an ACS.
As the organizer and person that is that's putting this on, please 3 maps. Thank you. We need the viewership.
Yes.
Thank you. More viewership. More I can jingle things in front of sponsors and say, please support NACS.
Secret, all 5 of them. Oh, almost making it down. Junior gets spammed through the smoke, and Dia gets rush as well. This is fantastic from the Timbermen, already taking 2.5 pieces off the board. Snav getting peeping. This is not going great for Nouns so far. They do get 1 back, and there are 3 players actually towards the A site. So going B is the wise choice for Nouns until now, because there was a rotation that just happened from the Timbermen, and they get a couple in position to strike here. So actually this is a really potent defensive setup now that CJ and Nyx are going to have to find a way to crack through.
Yeah, not going to be easy to do that at all.
What tier teams is this? All ECL teams at this point are left in it. So this is the ECL is the division that we just got moved out of because we suck, but that we usually play in. It's just below Pro League.
Trusting the setup, knowing that these players are boxed in. They do have a Molotov.
For example, Energy still plays in Challenger, but qualified for Pro League.
Util. Sit down range. There's a timing though.
Okay.
CJ capitalizes. There's window of opportunity now looking to be closed by
Kinda
Carson.
hits. Unfortunately, we need to get some more sponsor dollar dues, so that way we can get the big boys back in here.
But not going to be the case. Timbermen hold steady.
Because right now,
spam.
I think literally, like M80 and now potentially Wildcard might not play in these.
If you remember how things closed out yesterday, Dia no stranger to having to lock in some smoke spam.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. We got those 2 through the smoke yesterday. It was borderline ridiculous. 2-0 for the Timbermen now. They win against the Force by Nouns.
How much? I'd have to. I mean, you mean like for the prize pool? We'd have to actually look, but I think going to 10K would immediately like elevate it quite a bit.
Good option over that Deagle to get more mobility.
Well, there would be, Dingo, if there's absolutely a reason for all these teams to play if the prize pool goes up a little bit, because it increases their elo for the Valve ranking system. Because the Valve ranking system is entirely based off of prize money and elo.
Nothing going to come into his hands just
so.
Lots of time left on the clock.
Yes, if there is more prize money, yes, they would absolutely be playing it.
Feel like it. Now he runs out of bullets, though. A little bit vulnerable. So is Dia. Frags come through on both sides, and it is going to be a man edge in favor of Timbermen, but it's only brief. What a shot from Rush. Then Junior as well. It's all unraveling for the Timbermen. Shane has to come out big. He only gets 1 before he is dropped, and now Snav manages to make it a 1v1. CJ comes back into the fight, but Snav saves the day for a second time in 3 rounds.
Well, yeah, but Dingo, this is in joint ventureship with Complexity. So myself, aka Mythic League, and Jason Lake, aka Complexity, and Beef is in chat right now.
But they're gonna be walking
We're in a joint ventureship for this, so they literally can't play.
The amount of damage that was done in a pretty much nothing round there.
Maybe at some point we get the prize pool big enough and I just take the reins and then they can start playing it. Smile.
4 kills.
Get some elo.
And now heading into a gun round, you know this is your chance to just land the.
Yeah, Complexity is responsible for this tournament with me.
Really break that economy in the first go
so
around.
So it's it'll take some time.
So you get the chance.
They're waiting at secret.
Just email people broken when they go live. Prize pool metric is so terrible.
Clearing all the angles. Deep wall of smoke's thrown by Nouns, but still they lose the first body again. That's Nyx.
With all the rules and stuff, I think eventually it'll be a good system, but right now
an opening frag
it's bad.
Yet in
it's gonna be we're gonna have growing pains.
Smoke gonna get tossed by
you don't change an entire tournament circuit and rule set
I mean, Nouns are
for an entire scene and have it go flawlessly without a hitch.
Anything to build around.
So it's just gonna be. And as always, NA will probably be hurt the most because it's a smaller region. So
but that could change quickly. A flash. AWP kind of primed in, watching a couple different directions is not an easy task. And as you can see, that control that's
there'll be 2 majors. Yeah,
is becoming a problem very quickly. Re-aggression going to continue though. Utility starts to come on out there. Nice trade coming through from the side of CJ, but the collapse in, still a lot of presence ready to go. Diving down, can't escape the crosshairs, and a 1v1 now. Dia needs to close, and with a quick kill from the AWP, he certainly will. Not letting things get out of control. Another close round, but in the end, it's still in favor of Timbermen.
Yeah, I mean, not by much, right? And that CT economy is anything but blossoming at
Nice
this point.
shot.
In fact, it's withering away because every single round.
Yeah, Nouns has
they
got
are going
Timbermen
down to
just
1v1.
one
Not
away.
every single
We'll
round.
see.
3 of the 4 rounds has been down to a 1v1, and they're going to call a timeout to see how they need to adjust to make these rounds perhaps a little bit more convincing.
Well, to be fair, I
Nouns
think
on the other side are
EUCS
gonna
might
have
be a
Tech
little bit of
9
a
buy-up.
pinch because
And
some
again,
of the
if they're able
tournaments
to
that
limit the
EU had
economy
going
once more
going
of
around in the
Timbermen,
scene were
it'll
just like
set themselves
massive
up for a very
case
prime
sites,
opportunity.
and I think case sites
on,
aren't
and it's just a
allowed to
black
host
void.
tournaments
Like,
next year and have them count
he
for
is
points.
the darkness that comes to strike. What on earth?
That's not. No, that's crazy.
That's not actually a camera. That has to just be a black screen. I think Rob's playing tricks on us right now.
It's he's got his camera on, but he's got the like shutters closed.
Oh my
I don't know. I got a new webcam and my shutters closed. So I think he's got that same sort of tech.
Well,
That's too good.
we'll see how Dia will perform here.
The lights are not too.
Hell yeah,
bright,
Marcius.
But in this A side, it's not.
Ooh, well handled
bright
bush
enough,
in.
and Flashes don't quite connect, and finally they do, but it's a little too late.
Carson.
So they get onto the bomb site, but running into a pretty hefty crossfire, running out of players to work off of as well. Rush soon to follow. So
Yeah, no, don't put that on me,
Execute
Hibbs.
Pretty much gets punished there with, relative ease. Not too much struggle in holding that one down. And Timbermen this time around, off the back of that timeout, they cleaned it up, nice and.
Yeah,
tidy
but like
there.
there's a lot of EU tournaments, but they're
no
basically
question.
just either case sites or like, I don't want to say shady Gamba, but
Alright,
let's
so
just say
5
they
nothing for
definitely
the
don't have
Timbermen.
licenses
Here's
from
the
anywhere
buy-up
that you
now.
can
I mean,
place on
look,
a map.
The Timbermen finally have 5 alive there. Their economy builds up nicely. Not to mention
What
Shane
up, J Daddy? How you
getting 3
doing,
with the
man?
MP9, maybe even 4. I can't remember exactly how many. I think it was 3.
I don't remember what all the
that's
rules
gonna
are for
help
that
his
shit
economy.
next year.
So it's exactly the stabilization that Timbermen needed. And if they get a 6th here, I mean, they're going to be the ones sailing to victory potentially. Dia, watching with the AWP. Nouns, finally a chance to
That's
strike
a-
with AKs across the board. Dia
that's an
misses
NA
the
problem.
shot.
Listen,
has
man.
the information. Could get run down, and he does.
You're gonna-
What a
you're gonna
shot from
flame
Nyx.
Americans
No
for not
damage
knowing
or
for some shit
impact
is.
from
You
the
tell me where
AWP means
Oklahoma or
they can
Arkansas
charge
is
forward
on a
into
map
this B
first
site,
try, and
Peeping
I
gets a
will.
follow-up as well.
Oh, shut up.
My goodness. Nouns have B, and this could be their first round victory.
You fucking get Oklahoma, Arkansas first try. I got you.
Looking to activate here on the board. B-side post plant's looking incredibly strong. A little close range though for Junior. Ends up falling, and this round could
man.
fall apart quickly thereafter.
Not
Dare
even
offering up
Oklahoma
a
nor
couple
Oklahoma's.
3K in
Wait.
the round. Make it
Wait.
4. Things
Holy
are
shit.
unraveling quickly. Anything extra here? Nick X has to duel. He has to really work for that kill, but now Dare on for the ace. He's running a little bit out of time though. Low on the clock. Trying to figure out where the bomb is planted. And one fake could cost him, but a straight through the smoke. Does Dare actually have this round in ace? Clutch comes through.
Holy
The smallest little fist bump right there coming through for Dare, but an unbelievable round.
Jesus, how did he pull that one off? Nah,
That is
that's
ludicrous. You could see the focus in his face there on the cam. Like, you felt like he's like, I'm going to get this. I'm absolutely going to power my way to victory somehow, some way. And this is just absolute
Nah, that's
fortune.
crazy.
Getting that shot through the smoke in just enough time to get the defusal. He is all smiles. Obviously, Timbermen
Now
are
it's
pumped.
set in.
Yeah. I mean,
Is that a...
what is
okay,
that?
no, that's not milk.
I was going to
water.
say, is that
It's
a
water.
jug
It's
gotta
of
be a
milk
jug of
he's
water.
downing? Yeah, it's
That's
a
gotta
jug
be a
of
jug of
water.
water.
It is. Noun's going to call a timeout here. Ay, ay, ay.
Had to do the fantasy football milk mile there. I wonder if he lost his season or something. But no, I think that is.
He's staying
just water.
hydrated. Yeah.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
As you need to be. And as much as I'll say, yeah, that was a little bit of a lucky shot there, all the way through that fight to the end. You got to put yourself in a position where you can get lucky, and I tell you what, he did just that. Getting that far through the round, piece by piece, having to take 5 separate duels. And that was the way that.
Oh yeah, no,
Nouns
Moose.
could have
There's a
lifted
lot of
off, but
problems
instead
right
it's
now.
ripped away
Like,
from them.
like I said, there's a lot of ugly problems that are rearing their head
They're at fire
with the new
inside,
system,
man.
especially for smaller regions like ours.
Nice smoke pop coming through here. Carson gets one. Rush the trade. Shane finds one back on Nix. He just walks through that smoke to his death. They're on notice at 27. Pulls out the USP. Doesn't have a chance to reload.
Oh,
and yeah,
the
that's
look
not going
away.
to be enough for him. So no impact for there this time. And then
3v2.
CJ gets the tap headshot onto Dia. Now it's up
They
to the
know
rest.
relax.
Shane pops
Oh,
out, takes it
they
away. Could even give his
should've
team
known
the
Shane was up
2v1
here.
if he finds this frag. Shane waiting patiently. It doesn't have to be Shane. It's Snap on the other side. CJ was just stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now it's all up to Junior, who does have the bomb on his back. Information as to where these players are, so he could go to the B site.
Option 2 trying to
Moose,
work
I feel
around
you,
this
man.
here. Junior hoping that he can kind of redeem himself for that overstep in the last round. Trying to take care of Dare in the round early, but
Yeah, and
maybe
now that
made
I
a
look at it, Flum,
small
they're all
overpeak an option.
named after some
Try and
shady
close it
sites,
out
and it's all
towards
academy
the
teams
east
and
side.
stuff.
Definitely
Surprised these
choosing the right
brands would want to
side
be
of the map
associated with
here,
that.
the lack of
You
rotations coming through from
have
the CT side, so
way too much
safe
faith
access.
in
I think
any
this sort of
esports
confidence from
organization.
the bomb plant is going to help him out in the grand scheme of things. Delay a little bit. He's trying to break the glass there on open, but he didn't quite cover. So now they know it's
Yeah,
still kind
no,
of locked
trust
into
me,
the
they,
site. Both doubling up towards a single door. Lovely post plant position though to play off of. Can he get the
No, I will
multi
not.
as
Energy.
they come through flooding in? He doesn't quite spot out the first. He does turn around quickly though. He's expecting the second to come through control, but that's not the case. An
Man,
uppercut for Shane
7-0
instead.
for Timbermen, and I think there's
Timbermen
been 5 rounds
gotta
with
keep
one
the
alive,
rounds
including
rolling.
the ace clutch out
I
of
mean,
Dare.
what is that, 5 rounds that Timberman
Hey,
had
Jersey,
one
that's my
player left
line.
standing at
Yeah.
the end of them?
That's my
It's just been the
line.
only-
That's
it's
my line.
unreal here,
Hey,
the amount of
hey, you
clutches
stick
that
to
they've
your
won here.
lines,
Snav,
JT.
I
All right,
think, has
buddy.
closed out 2 of them already. And this time, forced onto the shoulders
Whatever,
of Shane.
Slove. I had
But
the
Snap
exact
goes
round
down
numbers
in
without
clutch, and
looking.
he makes good on it.
That was honestly... That is amazing, Rob. Absolutely beautiful. Are you winning, son? For now, he is. Oh, yeah.
Shout out Prize Picks
Some
for
gems
not only
coming
funding the
through here
prize
from
pool, but our
production.
production as well for incredible moments like that.
128 on
Nothing
the
but
clock.
darkness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then Snap
Code Revival,
walks
be
out and gets the
responsible, you
opener
fucking weenies.
onto Nix.
I already have to babysit enough around here. Don't make me
He's to win,
babysit
man.
other shit too.
The name of the game here for Timbermen. Again, trying to actually win rounds here in a convincing fashion maybe would be the next step in continuing to dominate this half, but I don't even know if that's a concern for them. Just consistently close out these rounds. And finding a lot of opening success here despite the crawl through heaven. They can't get past the setup. Dare finally answered out on. Junior lands the trade, but it feels like, again, they've lost so many resources for it.
This is... Oh my god. Rush just
Dude,
walks out and
8-0?
overlooks
8-0?
Carson completely. Junior, the last one standing. This is wild, like the shift we've seen from map to map. And again, it's on their opponent's map pick in the first one for Nouns and here
Man.
for Timbermen.
And that's
where
the
they
that's the
continue
real
to
killer. This is where
find a way to
Timbermen
win
finally
in the
keeps 4 alive
1v1s
so they
and
can
that
build their money
ridiculous
too, and on
ace
8.
clutch coming through from Dare. And right here, getting a dominant round. So they've settled their economy down with a couple of dominant rounds, so that keeps it stable. And I mean, they're up to 8. Nouns, they're walking out, not clearing their corners. It's looking rough.
I believe so, Rev, yeah. I mean, I don't think he's got high ping or anything, so yeah. Who's that?
Okay, you can avoid that spiral here at this
Are you
point.
back
You're
to
8-0
hang out?
though. It's in a very similar situation
What,
to
you
what
get
we
kicked
just
out, buddy?
highlighted was a problem for Timbermen. They couldn't find
Nouns
ways to win
IGL's
rounds. I
rush.
mean, in this case, it's you're so close to it if you're on the side of Nouns, but you can't capture that victory that first round. We'll see if they can try and speed it up onto Dia's location here, but man on the scene is Carson,
A
ready
little
for the
protocol
action,
from Dia to get out of there.
and lands 2 before he falls.
honestly, it might not be a bad idea to just even pronounce this.
Why
one.
is
They
Rush
do,
IGLing?
but Nyx will fall to Dare.
Well, they got
Now
rid of
Russian
Carson, who was
Jr.
IGLing before,
We're
and
thinking about joining him, but they're redirecting their
I think
attention.
it's natural
and focus
progression for
towards
Rush,
this
to be
A
honest.
site. I was gonna say, I mean, it
Especially
might be good
given
to try and
his
load that
past,
off
like,
with the pistols and
he's been a
tough
secondary
engagement
voice
right
for all
now
the
for
teams. He's
Shane.
been on
He's not really getting much
an
of
entry.
anything, so he just
It's
falls
kind of
back.
the
He's actually lucky to
natural
be alive, but
trajectory
the
of
bomb
players
will
like
be
him
planted,
now.
So a post-plant scenario for Nouns. I don't know if they'll be able to.
That
hang
doesn't
on, though. There's
necessarily
just
mean he's
so
going to be
many
great at it,
bodies
but
for the
that is
Timbermen,
a
and
very
Junior
common,
stuck on a
successful,
Mac 10 is
you
not
know,
the greatest in this
path.
scenario. Rush gonna have to do the heavy lifting, and Rush does get one, but only one. Dia and Snap
9.
close the door right in their faces, and that is a 9 for the Timbermen.
Look at Team Possess. I mean, I saw that little body spam. I was with you. I wasn't
Actually
surprised. It
to
was
see
just
Nouns
kind
get
of
shit on like this.
you know,
Yeah,
a little
man.
nervous that was
This
going
is
to
their
lead to
map
like
pick
an
too.
instant demise, right? You know, you get a little BM finally after losing, and then bam, you just lose the next round. It looked like that was kind of a frustration release point because they did look a lot better on Anubis. And a nice little breathing room in between maps, and it just looks like a completely different team here.
Hibs.
Sure, a lot of
You
clutches
need like the
being won out
spooky
makes it
fucking
seem
Halloween
like
music
the
playing.
score isn't as one-sided, but then you see that ace come through from Dare, the guy that was body spamming, and that's the point where I'm like, okay, this team is mentally still locked in. Whereas yesterday, you know, despite some of the challenges that Boss were facing, I think they were checked out after that first crushing map defeat.
Any update, by the way, Slow, or positive
here we go.
news?
Maybe something materializing for Nouns.
On the
There
thing?
is gone. So is Snav. Those two were responsible for a few clutches. Good smoke pop, but Shane can't get more than one. Carson might.
We're good?
There's a
Well, that's
response
good.
from him, so it keeps it close
That's
at a
just-
2v3.
bro,
but
that would've been
Dia
so
is
nerve-wracking, I'd be
very low
fucking
in terms of
stressing.
health. So Carson's gonna have to swing himself into lobby and try and cut off the bomb. He doesn't know it yet that the bomb is here, but Carson can win the round. Essentially, if he finds this bomb carrier. It's a good move, in fact, from Junior to back off a little bit and wait for pushes to come through. Yeah, Carson's not going to clear this. No way. Nice job from Junior. Makes it a 3v1 and assures victory pretty much with Dia only at 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any
What are you doing to him? Why is he
real
hiding
chance
from
that
you?
this one could get a little too complicated, although some shots rattling off there and some forward-facing positions. Junior gonna lock in the bomb play. That might be the cue to save here, that you make it
Don't
out
get
of
me in
it
trouble. Get it going.
with your life. Timer's ticking against him. I think he'll just try and rotate out towards CT.
Yeah, the gun's important here.
Yeah, you do need permission to co-stream Revival.
I mean, I guess
you
he
should
still
just hit up
kinda
that
has a lot
slow
of
guy in
money,
the chat.
but There's a couple rounds left in the half, so
You want to
hold
make
on to
sure.
the
Ideally,
Exactly.
we're not trying to like
Volume.
gatekeep too hard, but
Ooh,
ideally
or an
have a
exit.
little bit of like yourself streaming, so we know
Or
you're not
dangerous,
completely
but-
fucking, you know,
an extra kill.
unhinged.
Always nice as well. And you got to get far away from that bomb, which is a difficulty. If you remember, you know, to kind of continue this conversation we've been having all the way through with every game of Timbermen.
Is it just me,
And
or does
the
Junior look
role
like
issues
Alistair?
and things
if
of that
you
nature.
squint
I
really
believe it
hard
was PA
and
that
you're
you'd highlighted
kind
that
of
last versus
blind,
three. If you remember,
I
I mean,
could see
Carson
it.
had some incredible moments on ramp that he looked so comfortable in.
Yeah.
You know, so it's
up,
interesting
bro?
to see that. There are some maps here, I
buddy?
think, you know, ramp not easy to hold, but I would say definitely easier to hold than that A side of Mirage.
Why are you guys
So
both
it
over
made a
here?
lot
I'm
more
not going to
sense
protect you. Also,
To
Butters.
see him kind of step into
dude.
that position and, you know, still thrive as we'd expect from Carson.
Okay.
Whereas I think it takes a lot more depth to do good on the A side of Mirage as an anchor.
I do agree. Carson looks a lot more comfortable. I think he likes playing mid as well here, or outside, I should say, on Nuke, and he's oftentimes in that position. But right now, as you pointed out correctly, he's more so anchoring over in ramp with that A1S. Let's see if he can deliver some more frags.
Sorry. Dogs
Poised
were,
to do so potentially. Carson?
they thought I would
patiently
protect
waiting.
them versus Nori.
You know, in Carson's mind, he wants to try pushing up as he did a couple of rounds ago.
Well, yeah, he's in trouble.
Or was it last round? Either way. Carson?
All right, here he
It
is.
is.
Ah.
All right. Oh, there's the dink, but it's through the wall, in fact, so it doesn't do as much damage as it possibly could. And now, does he know where the Molotov is? He's kind of blinded. Dare, in the meantime, is going to collect one.
Yeah,
Swings
Weenie
around for
Doge
a
is in trouble.
second
We
and a
got Ronan right now.
third.
He's a good boy.
Almost. They're finally
buddy.
traded 3v3, but Nouns, they are on the receiving end of a lot more damage.
All right.
Snav coming around here. There's that smoke. Did he spot the body? I don't think so. And that nade will do damage, but not that much. Swings around, and he finds his doom on the other side of that smoke. Dia hoping for a target, finds nothing. And I mean, Timbermen might just pull the plug on this if they don't get a frag within the next 3 seconds, and they absolutely will not. So there we go. Timbermen are gone. Nouns do string together 2 in a row.
And in doing so, they're actually going to end off this half with some interesting situations here kind of formulating. With 2 guns saved, it's not going to be complete disaster for the side of Timbermen, but it will be interesting to see how they fare up.
Alright, this dog is
next.
goofy.
9 rounds in a row, and then your economy is broken because you lost 2 in a row, even though you saved the op in both of those lost 2 rounds. It just goes to show how close this map could be if these 1v1s were kind of shifting in both directions.
Alright.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. It's been one-sided, and that side has been Timbermen.
I mean, if you look at the numbers for Nouns, they're not necessarily better or worse on either side of the map here on Nuke. Typically very balanced, but right here.
Is that a kitty? Well, he was a stray, so.
Timbermen, excuse me.
I definitely think he's got some cat-like tendencies for sure.
I've upset that balance completely.
Oh.
Looking to get a 10th round on the board here. Dare, who's been a key piece to their success, playing over at Big Garage right now. Dia. Peering around, spins the body, can't hit the shot. Nice job by CJ. That opens up the path to the B site.
Trying to take a duel here. Dare's position exposed. Snav will push past that smoke and then kid out as well.
What is Mythic League? How do I play it?
Nice quick threat of a kill for Snav. Calling in for
It's
some
a
reinforcements
special
there. Like the way that he
on
gets his
Face
teammate involved for that fight.
Where
And
you
as the
gain and
bomb
lose
goes
elo
down,
just
the
like you
pieces
would
on
normal
the
face it. They're the
extremity do
same
come
level, you're
collapsing.
tied to the same thing. It's
So
all
a very favorable
intertwined.
situation now for Timbermen to try and close out this half with
Solo
a little
queue
more
only?
confidence.
You can't play with people outside of the designated ranks
Junior needs another
of
one
your
for
division.
Sure. Oh, he's getting a clothesline. Yep, Snap coming
Have to
around that corner.
communicate
Then
in
Shane
Discord.
gets rushed. What a
5,000 a month
retake
in
for
prizes.
Timbermen. I mean, it wasn't even the retake. Like you said, just on the periphery, they took down all the pieces.
Currently free to
that
play.
could have
However,
caused
if you want
problems.
access to the
I
prizes,
love that
you do have to
Dare was just
subscribe.
barking out
Subscribe.
commands,
Sorry,
basically
my voice
all
is
the information he could possibly have, and it was effective, right? You saw everyone activating the perfect angles, and the Timbermen do not give up a third to Nouns. A 10-2 half, replicating what Nouns did to
Dare's
them
having
on
a
Anubis
phenomenal
in the
game
first
right now.
half.
CT side nuke is him.
This is maybe a positive sign that this is a team that I don't think a lot of teams expected their nuke to be as good as it is right now. And this is back-to-back results where teams picked in nuke against this squad and are getting punished for it.
I played back when IRC was popular. I did.
Excellent signs for this Timberman squad so far. Maybe this is a map that they
I
can
mean, just in
build
general,
into
like most
here
of the
and
like
become
hubs and stuff like that struggled or
great
completely
on.
died when CS2
Already
rolled out
forcing
on Face. I
Junior
won't lie.
deep out of position as he gets taken down. Good lobby recontrol protocols, and Peeping will actually win that duel. Catching a very sneaky Snav. A lot more help around the corner, but 4 players kind of huddling around in the ramp.
What happens if you level beyond your current league? Does everything transfer over?
let's see
You
what
mean
their
like
end
if
goal
you
is.
get out of like silver to gold? First off, if you're on the leaderboard for silver, you still get your
Juniors
prize, and then
got
you
a
can actually
chance
start
to get
immediately
one
playing
here,
for
but it
prizes
feels
in
like they're
gold.
expecting him to be towards CT. I mean, you see this peak, 2 players, maybe even 3, going to come around the corner to clear it. Yeah, well done.
So if you were
from
number 1 on the
Timbermen.
leaderboard and say like one
So they
day
get the response
beforehand
to make it
you
a
rank up to
4v4,
gold, you
and
still
in
get
fact,
your
like,
prize.
this is a power position for them, right? Because they'll be coming around, going
Yeah,
in
give 'em a
from
second.
hell,
The names
and they
will
can
swap
rotate
again at
wherever they
half.
want. Now they've been spotted by CJ. That's a
Timberman's
good
in the
bit of
lead 10 to
information
2
gained.
if you just joined. They'll do like a
Gold
little
is done
screen
here.
side swipe here in a second with the
Trying
logo,
to
and it should fix.
Seek their way out there. Little bait and switch setup for CJ and his teammate alongside him. But this patience here, is it going to be for better or for worse here? Because there's no re-aggression. They're waiting for the play to come to them, but
Well, we've been getting the activity up quite a
On the
bit.
other side of
Obviously, going
things
free to
here,
play. By going free to
side
play, I
of
mean
Timbermen are-
Face it kind of
or rather the
accidentally
side of
made that
Nouns are just
happen.
as patient.
Uh-oh.
We'll see the action kind of converge here. A multi-pronged approach in towards that
It's
A
helped quite a
side in
bit.
which Carson will look to lead them through this round. Dia will follow suit. The entries manufactured. The site collapses and a retake effort in order, but in a 4v2 now.
Ooh, wait, hold on.
Next gonna get
off and can lobby right there. And the dual Beretta v dual Beretta goes out.
Looking
in the
good for
favor of the
Timbermen
T's,
here to
so
get to 11. And yes, the overlay still fucked
not
up.
much of a chance here. Nick X, he's on the site at the very least, but no armor, no kit. A little low on time.
All right,
Not
let's
gonna
see if I
happen.
predict it. So it should be a little screen transition. And then we should get the new
Alrighty.
score.
Well,
Let's see.
11-2 in favor
Replay?
of the Timbermen. I mean, Nix gave it a great effort. He's been really solid on the pistol rounds, honestly, but again, just not enough there to secure it. Unbelievable performance by the Timbermen here on Nuke, reminiscent of what we saw from them yesterday, and it begs the question, what are we going to get
And
on
it's still
Mirage, where
broken.
they also looked ridiculous yesterday up against Boss. Is both teams kind of playground, right?
There we go.
Yeah,
Just had to
I
yell.
was so excited for
See,
that.
look at
map.
that.
I mean, talking.
Look at that. Do you see that? That was
We didn't
instantaneous.
get to see much of that second half, so those
Instantaneous.
adjustments that we said were so necessary, are those going to be like long term? Was that just for a round here or there?
No, it's mine.
It was
James.
Carson actually in connector for the whole half. Because we've seen on other maps here that Carson's still playing some of the roles that we said could be, slightly concerning. It's still thriving in him here on Nuke, as we highlighted, and as he did a couple of weeks ago versus PA.
Dude, Heaven Scout is so bugs.
Oh, Junior, unable to connect on anything, and Carson spots him out and has a much better angle on him.
James,
There's
thank
the
you very
Mac
much
10
for the new
delivering a
membership on
frag.
YouTube. Welcome, welcome.
Jumps in towards Heaven. Dia gets another. CJ manages
Spawn,
to connect
type
on maybe a
exclamation point
second
Mythic
here.
League.
No, so close yet so far. Nixon peeping, last two
Mythic
standing. And
Silver
that's
Chat
just
is a
Nix.
gift that keeps on giving.
This
Hell
looks
yeah.
like it's done.
Are
It
people
is
arguing again?
12-2 for the Timbermen.
That's my
They
favorite.
also
Mythic Silver is
have
hilarious.
10
It gives you
opportunities
free
to close
entertainment.
this one.
Levels
Actually,
2 through
no,
6
it's
is good
more
egos and
than
type at
Nouns
each
had
other.
because Timbermen did win a third.
And then we have people
and
that
then
type
got a
Creed
couple
lyrics
more
while they
after
argue.
that.
It's great.
So, yeah, Timbermen even more opportunities to close at this map than Nouns had on Anubis.
So from that
absolutely.
standpoint alone, you just
Put
get
in
to
a
read the
pretty
most funny
position.
shit.
What feels
Motherfuckers
like
with
just
mortgages
cannot
and
go
kids will be
wrong
going at
for
each
them.
other.
Building up confidence round by round, setting themselves up for success here in map number 2, hanging in there despite, again, a very frustrating first map, and then returning that frustration straight to Nouns. With the amount of clutches, the heroics that we saw from Dare in that first half, all of it made good
They're saying
on.
someone's cheating in the silver chat.
And then
This
later
happens-
towards that
I
first
think
half, we
we're-
see that
we're up to one of
cohesion
these, like,
and
once a week.
The long-term success of that. They got through a lot of difficult rounds with the clutches, but we didn't see that for a whole half. Instead, we got more of the depth out of this team.
This quite literally happens once a week.
I don't know how much more Nouns.
Motherfuckers pull up the demo, and the next thing you know, they're denim on the case.
In this map, I should say. But again, I'm excited to see Mirage around the corner here potentially. Just a round away if they close out on this T side.
Another thing is we might get a rare 0 check mark map. I should say first 2 maps for prize picks. Doesn't happen often.
Well, this would be the one way to do it. 2 very one-sided maps in both directions. I mean, that would.
No, yeah,
that'd
they
be
got
the way
it.
would happen,
Trust
right?
me, dude. There's lots of detectives. They're gonna be on the
Timbermen,
case.
They've managed to slip through in towards the B site. There's a player at control. Maybe they can do something. But no, good smokes. Timbermen walk in, good spam, but Diaz
read
the one
the
who gets the
Silver
first
chat. Now my
frag.
day is definitely
Now it's
better. I
hoping
told
to get
you.
an immediate trade here, but it's just not happening. The smokes still haven't faded there. CJ looking through double doors. Doesn't see anything at all. The Timbermen are tucked in such great positions. Junior does manage to get one, but the trade is immediate. Again, another one coming through. Can they gain the edge? The answer so far is no, but maybe here it'll happen. Junior and CJ get a couple. It's all
trying to
down to
save the
Shane. Junior
team.
pulls up
Junior
the
with the
sidearm,
reflect gun
gets
ramp.
the frag. Nouns
12
are still
is all
in this
they
one.
get. Nouns
They have time
fans
for
said,
that
"Where's
diffuser.
Not ready to call it quits just yet. CJ locking in that defuse down to the wire, but giving themselves just about enough time.
I get multiple
this
source
round
spammed a
win
week
on
on
the
Facebook
retake,
2.0,
and
now
usually
even
a retake,
a lot of
especially when
verified
you have a
accounts.
man
Well, yeah,
down
of
in that
course.
situation, it's very difficult to sort your way through.
Yeah, it's
A lot
rolling
of damage
schedule,
done
yeah.
beforehand, sure, but talking about a 4v5 B-side retake, if you have good positions on that T side, which I think was attempted to be developed, they were looking for it, but we can't get it just yet. We'll still have to wait. There's a prize pick.
I'll admit I'm the one talking source chat, although no, I'm currently using it as a way to incentivize people to join mythically. Can you keep going?
They'll be the first. And the elusive no check marks, it's still gonna...
Yeah, as long as you don't get personal, it's fine.
Elusive.
Or two over the top.
Someone's gonna have a good game, right? And that's Dare throughout both maps, I guess. He had enough, and he's having a great game here in map 2, right?
That's really what I need to do, is just start incentivizing people by telling them how fucking funny the silver chat is.
On Anubis, so... And you're right, like here, that ace was ridiculous that he pulled off, and I mean, it's a large reason
this
why
is the chat,
is
right?
so
Pretty much
substantial here, but that could change. Look, Junior gets the opener. Oh, follow-up not there for Nyx. Junior's still in a great spot. Whiffs on one, can't get Shane. Even though his teammate connects, Shane will get 2 right on back, and CJ along with Rush are left on the A site when it's going to be a B lean for the Timbermen. They realize
problem is we need to go play with the mental patience. Well, the problem is you gotta remind yourself that those mental patients are in Face It Free too.
Expecting the Timbermen still to have some presence there, but that's not the case at all. All 3 of them are bunched up together.
They're not
Going
exclusive.
to this B site, and it will be another strong post plant for the Timbermen.
And just in one, you might win some gloves.
A B-side post plant that you have to fight through here. This still is fighting for your life on the side of Nouns. Can you stay afloat any longer? Can CJ and Rush lead you through a round? Highlighted that
complicated
Rush,
question, Travi. They're not full-time salaried, but like they did have an org for a little bit. They've had orgs at different times, and they've been close to qualifying for the RMR.
Mounting on this map. Point where it just might boil over here. Rush already eliminated. The weight on CJ's shoulders, and he will not last for too long. Blasted.
All right, map 3.
Timbermen here as the entirety of Nouns end up getting leveled on out, and it's a taste of their own medicine here, if not one-upped by the side of Timbermen in the map 2 dominance.
Yeah, that's crazy. What a performance from Timbermen. I think the 1v1s we saw, like
just
5
me is full screen more prone to crashing in CS2. I play window borderless now.
5
Won't
out of
even
the
lie.
first 7 rounds.
Full screen, if you alt tab, if I alt tab in a server, right, like connected to a server, I will definitely crash 100%.
The other ones, it was back and forth, and in the end, Timbermen clutched it out. So it could have been very easily like a 7-5, even a 6-6 first half. But instead, we got complete and utter dominance in a 10-2 half for the Timbermen, and they just kind of sailed to victory in that second half on their T side. Wow.
It's a Steam in-game overlay, disable that, but I like to have it
here, and to see such dominance happen 2 maps in a row in opposite directions is really wild, which means
I actually
to
have
me,
noticed
right,
zero
we're gonna get a Mirage
performance
that's
like difference going rendered full screen, and I don't know why. I think it's like a Windows 11 moment.
That's the right script that you're on right there.
Yeah.
Right? It's the it's what you'd expect. Sometimes, you know, it's not always what we
No,
anticipate.
I have zero
I'm
frame
right there with you, and
difference,
kind
like
of the build-up
0.
of this is 2 really good Mirage
I
teams.
think
You've
it's like
always
because of
highlighted
Windows
this
11.
as
I
the
really
case
don't
here
know.
between Nouns and Timbermen in the past. I do think that Carson actually did bring a lot of
playing full
development
screen
on this map
exclusive
as a
goes like
caller,
against everything in
with
my
how he
body.
was
It's
able
so
to call.
weird.
It was part of the Nouns flair and ability, but I still
Damn,
think
crazy
Rush,
script you
with the
cooked up.
depth
Thank
has
you.
come through here and has been able to develop that map as well. So I'm
I
really
don't know.
interested
I
to
only
see
play Realm
how
or
things
Miller. I
shape
only
up,
play
as you
native.
can see,
So
and on the side of the like prize picks.
no, but I
estimated
don't. I don't
kill
play in
totals,
a different res. I
makes sense that no one was quite there for the side of Nouns, because that was even more dominant here in map 2 that Timbermen were able to blow past him.
Pot of poof, don't be
Actually,
weird,
pretty
man.
close.
Xerxes got insane energy. Also, bro's got
They were only 3
incredible,
frags away from
incredible
pulling it off,
shirts.
so maybe this one gets
Let 'em
extended a
cook.
little bit more. They hit it, but yeah, not gonna happen for now. Let's take a look over at the Timbermen stats, where he
All right,
did
see,
have
compared to what
Dare
I've played, if you looked at
come
my
through and
all-time playing, bro,
check mark that we
1610 is
saw
fun though.
throughout this series. We'll get that for you guys in a moment. I think it's just about to be showing up on screen.
I play in 2K res.
Calculating.
There we go. Yep, got it. It's been calculated. Everything's there, guys. Yeah, Dare just gets it by 1 frag. Hits the prize picks estimated frag total. And then Dio was close. Shane, oh yeah, Shane did get it as well. I didn't even realize. So there were 2 check marks. In fact, Shane also hitting his prize picks frag total. And I think both him and Dare were big pieces, both on that attempted recovery on Anubis and then here on you.
It's all good, Patapoof. If I was really mad.
In the mix with a lot of clutch factor there as well. I mean, that's what you expect out of
the chest and timeout.
So much clutch
You're fine,
factor
just-
coming through from him. Much better
Let's be
from
nice,
Cars
yeah?
on the map too as well. Big turnaround.
Jared
for
C
him
of
as
all
an
people,
individual.
man.
So,
Dude, look at his shirt.
Much more like it. That's what the Timberman that we saw from yesterday.
He is the
almost
vibes.
exact same level from Timberman that we saw yesterday. So very, very good stuff in the turnaround here. And again, not checking out mentally. That's a key detail because that's not always the case with this squad.
I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on Mirage with Carson, the way he gets deployed, especially on that CT side. If they start CT side, we'll get a better look at their defensive end. It's going to be very interesting as well to see how
his
Nouns
beard's
responds
cooking,
to
he's
what
fine.
happens.
Especially-
and
it's that time of the
materialize
year.
on their map pick. Guys, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, though. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have the final map of the semifinals.
Chat, channel point predictions up. Scared channel points don't make channel points. Oh, well, Flom, we're about to see Dion Mirage. Correct. Chat, watch this incredible Mythic League ad. Remember, Mythic League is entirely free to play at the moment. 5,000 a month in prizes. Solo queue, only have to communicate with your teammates in Discord. Thank you. Go Adren. That's right. Thank you, Morg. Morg, you and Eric gotta come out to Vegas sometime. Because respectfully, even with John living right next to you guys, I am not coming to Pittsburgh. Respectfully. I'm not. I actually spent way too much time in Pittsburgh as a kid.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back
Hockey
this
moment.
year was a
All right, one
full
sec.
circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, I'm back. What up, Edom? How you doing, man? Chat, heads up. I'm running that ad. I do love the the highlights we have in between now. It's a nice touch. Was the major show match any fun? Worth a watch? It was definitely fun, yeah. You might want to watch somebody else's POV of it. I was quite literally hanging on for dear life, and luckily I started feeling better for the final, but I enjoyed it, but I was dying. Just that major schedule plus doing these revival series kind of caught up with me a little bit. All right, what are the channel points saying? Scared channel points don't make channel points. You guys got this 50-50, huh? Timbermen with a slight lead in channel points. Why are you guys so scared, huh? All in for our boy Adren. Fair. Fuck yeah, Cloudburst. Oh no. Chat. I went from doing so well in the first round of playoffs in fantasy football to not good, man. Not good. He's got Mike Evans and he's going fucking crazy. I have Lamar though, so I can't really sit here and pretend like I'm... Is Lamar the only person who got you points? Like, I mean, Dowdle did fine, and Aubrey got me 16 points as a kicker. But Tracy Jr. got fucking owned. Dude, yeah, Dude, Evan, how many let me look at this. What are you at right now, you little shit? 2 touchdowns. Oh my god, he's almost got 200 total yards. Jesus Christ. Bills torching up the Lions right now. The Lions need their defense back, man. I'm assuming it's the Bills beating the Lions. I'm putting up almost 200 points, but I'm getting a bye. I'm so sad. We're in a 12-man league, so like points are a little bit lower, but there is somebody right now who is the lowest seed in our playoff bracket playing the number 1 seed, and he is on 161 fucking points with his tight end and kicker still going. He's got Jaden Daniels, he's got Scary Terry, and he's got Devontae Adams. Devontae fucking dropped 40 points. And he's got Malik Neighbors. Which team was 4th from the left? They're MYM. They're the winners of Advance. Steelers right now, it's bad. Somebody pray for us. I got Russell Wilson on my bench. He pulled out a big win for me last week. Let's see, what are his stats right now? It's not looking good. Ooh. He fumbled it. Mr. Unlimited himself? The hell sucks here at Cornball. Yeah, it's the predictor for my matchup now that Mike Evans got another fucking catch. Go fuck you. I'm predicted to lose. Son of a bitch. My only saving grace is he's got Sam Darnold as his quarterback, but I also have Jefferson. So hopefully, for the love of God, if he goes off, it's all to Jefferson. We love Mythic League. Let's go.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present.
Next Mythic match? Well, we were playing matches, but then some guy that owned the league just kind of scammed everyone and took all the money and left.
The ones behind the scenes who
So
kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you.
What? Yeah, the owner of Perseverance Gaming that put on the $50,000 tournament. He's gone.
And the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Well, after all the crying and Mythic Silver, we got 2 games going. W. What do you mean, U75? He's in Aussie land, man.
All right, welcome back to the Prize Picks Any Revival Series number 5, guys. We are ready for map number 3 between Nouns and Timbermen, and the first 2 have been absolute blowouts, honestly, in both directions. And I don't know what Mirage is going to give us, because last time we saw Timbermen here, which was yesterday, they were ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Everybody's
gonna
seen
be
these
interesting to see
Jersey
what
drones? Nah, dude, they're not real.
Counteract some of those measures here, especially in a bounce back game for them after just getting, like just blasted out of this.
Yeah, kicked out of the streamer booth yesterday. Shit. What do you do?
For sure, they head into Nuke, dealing with what was a confident Timberman team, a team that was able to get their head back into the game mentally and show what they did yesterday.
Yeah, don't knock on the stream.
To what they did in that first map. So that sort of resiliency is not something I really expected, and I was definitely impressed with what they
shared needs that were
to the
too
table.
good. Yeah, but there is a thing where we can combine our viewership for the next one. Beef, and so we should set that up.
Here against Boss, and it was a
by the way
3-13 loss. I don't know. It's feels like we're suddenly.
Just keep in mind, if we do that, it combines all the chats, and I will be permabanning all the betters that filter into the Mythic League chat that don't get banned.
But still,
they're gonna get clapped.
I think Nouns have a bit to be worried about. Just a touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to get all the criers, hierarchy right now of the
they gonna get owned.
The scene, I feel like, because there's so much up and down.
Gamble all you want. Don't be crying.
The one thing that stays the same though is NRG are good at winning, so at least we have that. But the constant back and forth that we're seeing every match is always a new surprise. It feels like.
Really, it does. All right.
Oh, it doesn't ban on the Mythic League chat, only yours? Oh shit, for real? Well, good. That means I can get ahead of him early.
I'm trying to support. Timberman want to put the pinch on here towards the A side. Good shot from Peeping and Nix as well. That is a nice start for the Nouns side. Junior down to 9 though, and it's not over yet for the Timbermen, especially with Dare still standing. He has been very much.
That's a Twitch thing, Whip, not me
for the
thing.
Success of Timbermen, but
Nice
now he's
shots
gone.
from
Nick's
Nick,
taking care of
wow.
business. Nick's has a ridiculous amount of
Holy,
pistol round
that
frags,
was
by the
well
way. I
full
think he's
house
got
for
3 in every
Nick
single
and
one.
Peeping.
I need to go back and
Lumberpath
check that
X with the
stat
18-month
because
primer.
it's
Thank you, dude.
insane how effective he's been.
Over
on
the
these
case?
pistols.
No.
I mean, it's such a good thing to have on your team, like a player that's good on pistol rounds here consistently, right? That is a huge difference maker. And some players just got it. They got the comfort, they got the precision, and the practice to.
Who do I got?
It does seem like that's.
I mean,
the
now
case
it's
here. When you
considering
see
they
that
won the
level
last
of
one, I think has got to be the
consistency
favorite
output
here.
that Nyx puts out.
Make
Every
Mythic
pistol
Ruby not
round.
affect Elo, please? Brother, that's kind of the
Definitely
point, man.
Impressive here.
I'm sorry if you're having a bad
starting
time
off
in
on the
there,
right
but
foot is key
yeah, it's
for-
going to stay on.
Side of Nouns, they struggled to win clutches so consistently. Now they got to close out up against this kind of half by situation, the deco of sorts there. It's just Carson really with the deagle, trying to disrupt and then a full setup.
I
Look
have
at
thought
that
about at
underpass
times,
that
though,
they got
removing
close by.
captains, but
So hoping that maybe that would bait someone into this underpass peak, but no one really budging on the side of Nouns.
just so people aren't going for the Elo pick each time.
Until they, I mean, of course, as soon as I say that, Junior will peek it and they leave.
Wow, no more subtle requests of that ass to the circle. Shit.
A little bit of
Full clip
spam.
into the smoke. I mean, they have the potential to execute on that reload, but they maybe missed their window a little bit there.
Okay, peeping through the panel, getting some damage. Junior
Well, I mean,
is
it's going to be
probably
hard
gonna
to
put
like
himself in a prime
manage that
position to end this
excessive, but I
round.
would say like at least let
Especially
somebody know
Timbermen
that
fade
like what you
out
think's
of
going on.
T-Apps, and yep, that's what's happening. We'll see if he
So at
gets
least like
caught.
if we get a few more, we
Too
can like
soon
look
for
into it.
timing, doesn't matter. Still gets 1, 2.
Somebody can't be an adult, then they get put in
almost
timeout
3.
like a child type
He's likely
vibe, you
gonna
know?
Charge forward. Timbermen don't have much to work with either. Just the blocks, and they run to their doom up against Nyx. 2-0 renounce.
Well handled. Dealing with the pressure. I mean, most importantly, I think if you are on the side of Nouns, you want to make sure that
I like
that
captains a
money
lot. It allowed me to
is
pick
going
players
the
I know.
MP9s,
Yeah.
Especially.
Only
if
thing
it's
I
your
don't
offense.
like about the
So that's a
captains
lot of
is just when
kills for
people
Junior.
intentionally pick for Elo.
Get him into an AWP very quickly, as you can see. That's a great victory there in that sense. About as good as you could ask for a round like that to go.
Maybe Lumber. I'm not sure.
First gun round with an AWP for Junior. Try and keep the pressure on Timbermen, not let them build up any foundation.
No, I know, Killer. Some people though
Nice
definitely
shot
try
from
to like,
Junior.
they try to get some
On to
crazy
Derek,
Elo
catches him
games.
off at a really dirty angle. 5v4 in favor of
Yeah, that's the
Nouns.
other part is I don't like when it's like good that people know
Let's see if they can
know each
keep
other
the
like that,
pressure
but
on
also
the
it can
Timbermen.
lead to some dumb interactions too. All pluses and minuses.
That's Nyx and Rush setting up a potential crossfire here. We'll see if they peek out at the same time. Rush appears content just to hold the angle at this stage. And oh, back turn for Dia. Rush can't capitalize, and now Dia knows. He goes to the ladder room, trying to evade the MP9, but he can't.
Damn,
in the
nice
end. That's
kill
going to
from
be an
Rush.
AK upgrade
4v3,
available for
he's got
Rush.
ladder
The man
control.
advantage restored.
Double Irk's coming out.
Snav and the rest of Timbermen looking to exploit a potential gap that's been left here over on the A site. Player at jungle
Information's
engages,
flowing.
Molotov toss. That means
Re-clear
all
for
they have
mid
to
from
worry about is
Nouns.
Connector, maybe CT, but no one is there just yet.
Rotate comes
Slowly
in,
but
retakes
surely working
on.
their way out. Snap gets clipped for a little bit of damage. Has to be careful how long he hangs out here. Yep, there's peeping, punishing that. Bomb planted at the very least for the Timbermen, but it's all up to Carson. It's a really nasty headshot, but it's all he's going to find in the round as the Timbermen fall once more, and Nouns are up to 3.
Oh, Blaine, did you not hear what I said? I kind of wanted to add another subscriber perk, especially while we have free to play, is to let people that are subscribed not use push to talk.
But when you find Rush towards
We just got to figure out a way to do it.
Your brain means there's
like to
someone
automate
else
it,
who
so that way
probably
admins don't have to go through and
with the AWP if you had to guess. So smart decision. I just don't know if that decision was made quick enough or if those Timbermen players were in a position to capitalize off of that information. So I think the game plan there in the right direction. But
well, we got to create like a strike
also
system
having
too,
to
because
overcome
some motherfuckers that use voice activation have
small
absolutely no
delay
clue
that
how to
they
set up
hit.
a mic.
Also a nice opening pick there. I mean, as I highlighted, Junior with the op, getting that out early, making sure that they can start off strong, and then gets the opening duel for him. He did so much eco hunting to farm up that cash, all for this AWP, and rewarded with it out of the gates there.
Brother Heiza don't even know how to do that shit.
All right, timeout's over.
Okay, I've never claimed anybody on Mythic is smart.
Want to.
In fact, if anything,
it's
never mind.
A couple of AKs, which isn't bad, and Deagle's a Deagle, a Tech 9, and a Glock around it. Dia just saving for the AWP. But, this isn't live. That is not live. I don't know what happened, but something's wrong.
Perished.
Not live called at start of round 4. I wonder what happened here. Who
What the hell?
is the one calling it, and for what reason?
Trying to see if the.
Why is Tony talking shit to me, man?
You know, the keys get a little rusty. You got to make sure they're
Also,
still working. So
why is he at a Minnesota game?
seems like a little faculty not live. Hopefully everything gets sorted out there quickly.
He's got to be careful. I might literally have family in the
vibes
crowd.
Are good in the Nouns camp, despite
one phone call, dude.
Map.
They're gonna fucking take out his pinky.
CJ's room always got the vibe, so.
It really does. It doesn't have the pink lights today. That's a little disappointing, but still, yeah, definitely a nice setup. I think that's his.
All this just to lose the energy in the final. You guys say that, but Nouns beat them in the final last.
Junior's dog is settled down. He's like,
not last week, but you know what I mean.
I'm gonna.
It got dark out, so there's nothing
Yeah.
to
My
really
Vikings
look at
fan
outside
now.
the window.
Most of my family, I'd say majority of my family is Lions fans.
Spot.
My mom's side's from Detroit.
I was just waiting for Junior to finish the match so he can get some pets.
It's got to be a good guard dog right there, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He's always looking out the window.
He glossed over, he knows something. Do you have any
that
super
dog
secret
is
information
big,
on whether or
so-
not Half-Life 3?
you don't
If I saw
No.
a dog looking out the window like that, you know, you're not messing around at that house.
Definitely not.
No, and I told you guys, I'm gonna literally be in Seattle, and I'm actually gonna show up, and they're not even making me sign anything, meaning they ain't cooking shit.
Nyx. Oh my goodness, 3 players stacked up. If the smoke fades and they don't hurry it up, Nyx could punish in such a big way. Yeah, there's one, then the second. Easy transfer for him, gets back into cover, peeping, supporting. Beautiful sequence from Nouns. Yes, there's a response from Dara. Oh, and a follow-up, okay. Might
That's
not
actually
be
a
done
huge
just yet.
skill.
Dara
Because
has
they
been
can walk
pulling
under, and now they don't 100% know that could be a window boost.
possibilities out of his hat.
Damn, Dare actually stayed on the
Throughout this
lurk, and they're gonna
series.
make Shane go solo B.
So we'll see if he can continue to do that here in this round as they readjust towards the B side goal.
How much
I'm
match does
Delulu
he
at this
have
point,
left
but
in
I
him?
might gotta nah.
This is the question. How much more can you ask of this guy? He's been so consistent in these tough positions.
It
so
doesn't.
good in the
I think the
clutch.
Lions have like twice as many players on IR just on their defense than basically any other roster. And what the?
See them try and get
What
past
the?
it. Ooh.
All right, we're back.
Okay.
I fixed
Well,
it. Slow-mo op shot.
Fury
New effects.
right there. It is going to be an op shot that's popped off there, and it is going to be even more heroic. So Dare finally announcing his presence there on the B side, jumping through the window.
Jeez.
Nice kill. He's got to hunt this
timing.
down. Again, limited time left. He needs to find this kill, or Junior needs to buy enough time because his teammate's not getting involved. And Junior, I think, did just that. He ends up winning the fight with the dual Berettas. But a nice attempt, man. Dare putting a serious scare on this squad again in the late round here when a round feels impossible.
It's kind of ridiculous how much Dara's been doing in these types of situations when the round feels completely out of reach and he brings it back within possibility. And anyway, whatever. It's just crazy that he's been able to play this well for the squad. The thing is, in this map, not unlike the previous one, they're not winning those close rounds in the early going, so it is going to be 4-0 for Nouns. Full loss bonus does help the Timbermen get a buy up here. Flashbang going to get tossed. There's the smoke in for window room. Carson will use that space, and having Carson as the tip of the spear is a good idea for the Timbermen here. We'll see if he can actually win a duel.
5 in mid, huh?
And put the Nouns squad on notice.
I'm always curious, like what people like to
Hasn't
call out of
really-
this.
Nouns have looked fairly comfortable coming onto this map. It's crazy, the shifts that we've seen, like you were talking about before, and the fact that both teams have been able to recover so.
I mean, you have to boost the guy window at the very least. Well, there you go. There's one.
Yeah, got to hold on mentally into this game here, and that could be a difficult task, but Snav looking to get him back on track
Yeah.
here.
Okay, there's one.
His entries yesterday were unbelievable on this map. You know, peeking into Slight's crosshair and leveling him out, but still peeping, prepared for possibility of this window boost. And
Doesn't know about the guy ladder. Gets the B though. That's a good rotation out of him.
It's a quick rotate into that B site. He's on the
Actually,
money with
really
these
good
rotates as
rotation.
well.
Jeez.
Because that's going to be where the end goal is here from the side of Timbermen.
Yeah, that's a beautiful read. And they've got a third player coming through. That's Junior with the AWP. Oh, Shane slips on Cat. No one realizes that he's
know
there.
about the ladder guy.
Keeping a wonderful trade. Almost gets the tap into the window, but Junior connects with the big green. 3v2 for Nouns. Peeping. Holding
Johnny
his
thanks
nerve,
for the
knows that
14-month
clock's
resub.
gonna be
Thank
an
you.
issue for the Timbermen.
Oh, Junior with the
connects on another shot.
insane
2 for
cover.
him. Could be a 3K for Peeping as Dia's been spotted out here towards Van. Dia, nice shot onto Junior, but there it is. The 3-piece. Peeping still has
Great
not
round from
died.
Junior and Peeping right there.
10-0.
10-0 on him.
It's Mr. Invincible right now. 10-0.
What's my skill series code? Flom 12, brother.
Taking these duels
Appreciate
and
you
pulling
asking.
back advantages. Look at how he flows throughout this map as well. With the start of that being towards the window room, and then following it up by closing the round towards B and being
Johnny,
where
thanks
he
for the
needs to
14.
be to
Thank
close
you.
the round. Finding his way towards the site and understanding the rotations.
That's I just realized it's pretty crazy. Peeping has exactly 200 ADR. He has a 2.00 KDR as well. That is not something that will happen very often. That, like, the stars have aligned here for the stat line on Peeping.
He's hit the perfect amount of damage. 2 kills per round on average. And when you're doing that in Counter-Strike...
Oh, excuse me, I meant KPR. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
yeah, I mean, you're beyond the point of
And when, I mean, yeah, Energy's in this tournament, and Energy and Wildcard were going back and forth. Energy just flubbed the RMR.
At the moment. This is a player who
So for those of you that like are a bit unfamiliar with these teams or like this level, like Wildcard is playing versus these teams and has lost to some of these teams that you're watching, like, and Wildcard made it to the elimination stage.
Setup
Now I do think there's an element that Stan has over a lot of these teams in those scenarios.
Nice pickup, and that's going to force them kind of to further themselves from this bomb site.
Yeah, like I think like Nouns, Energy.
Yeah, they just got
Wildcard, M80. It really depends on who's having the better day or week or whatever.
Something as they rotate off towards B.
Are you still with iBuyPower? I'm debating building another PC or doing a pre-build. I'd like to shop around. Yeah, I still am. If you just do PC, that's my link. Expert for PC.
Junior waits.
No, Energy won Philadelphia without dropping a single map.
Corner. I don't know. They're ending up going towards mid. There's one for Nix.
They do JT, but they also didn't even make the armor, so it's kind of hard to
the Invincible Man
say the
will
same
fall,
right now.
But Nouns won't in the round. 6-0 for them.
So some of it's like it might need a roster move. Really, a lot of it is just experience, and these teams need to kind of like
he looks at the top of his screen,
hit their groove a little bit and have confidence in what they're doing.
Still not a single round given over, and the roller coaster of this match, the ups and downs for both of these rosters is absurd to see. I mean, I think you put it.
So is Dia still dropping 30 here? Well, he's currently 2-6, so not so much right now. Yeah, Soupy, it is. Bro's name is Soupy.
Which isn't what you'd expect, but coming into
I don't like that.
You'd expect it to be a little bit more back
I don't
and
like
forth,
that one
but
bit. Nope.
It just seems
I do not like that name.
Instead.
Now that's crazy.
We'll still get that back and forth, but it needs to start at some point. Ready. Nouns ensuring that a tie is the most they can hope for it. Oh my goodness. Nick just walks through the smoke, gets one, two, and a third. Can he even get the 4K?
Wait,
pulls out the
holy
pistol.
shit.
Finally dropped. That is absolutely stupid that he's able to do that. Dia and Dare, last two standing. They've got to be scratching their heads at this point because Nyx just bodied them out of a smoke in towards mid. Peeping's got a beat on both players. That Molotov's going to make life difficult for him. In fact, he will fall. And don't forget, Dare is the master of the clutches, and well, he'll have to pull off another one here. It's a 1v3.
Some of them.
For someone who's been good.
Some of them sparks.
I think
some of them.
For these consistently, it's
we're missing a couple.
Challenge and into the site. He has a chance to kind of time this one up. And there you go.
That's actually a huge kill. 1v2. It's on.
A huge surprise for CJ as he jumps into the site. Jumping the gun a little bit is Rush as well, but bomb planted, great spot onto They're already reposition good, but he's gonna get spammed out.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say that wall's not as comforting as you might think, and ends up getting blasted.
Enzi, maybe just hang out, have a good time, and don't think too much.
I mean, that scoreboard is looking
hands
pretty
off the
nice
keyboard and
on the
vegetable out,
downside.
brother. Have
10
fun.
and 1 for Junior.
Maybe
11
play
and
Path
2
of
for
Exile while
Peeping.
you're chilling.
I think it was 12 and 3 for Nyx. This is ridiculous. This was just insane, and that's why we've been so hyped about Nyx coming into the series when he was announced as part of this roster for Nouns, and then just exploded out of the gate in any Revival Series number 4. He's pulling off plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, he also, for a very, very brief stint, played with Timbermen. I mean, if you look at his history, it says November 2024 to November 2024. I think he only played the Perseverance Cup game with them.
You're still playing dual wield barb? Hell yeah.
Wasn't quite recorded.
Are you? Did you find a blender build, Luffy?
Didn't really think this was going to be a long-term solution. He's incredible though on this A side hold. Look at that self-flash action. Now
I don't think there is one, bro, with the current skills that are in the game.
Rush comes through for the quick trade, and a solid lockdown defense here offered up by the A side here from Nouns. They don't skip a beat here. Get right back.
My build was
8-0
really
scoreline.
lame until about Act 3.
And they continue to impress here on map 3.
Now,
and again, this is a team
my current PoE2 build is very ooga booga.
They could maybe replicate some of that same dominance that they did versus Boss.
It's crazy how the
What up,
engagements
Stacks?
have leaned so much in favor of Nyx, Peeping, and Junior as well. Like, they're getting all the fights. CJ and Rush on the outside, like, okay.
Define
Just
ooga
be here,
booga.
getting
I
too
run
far inside,
around
they're dying a lot. It's
and
just-
I either bonk
they're
something
not
with
in
my mace
consideration
one
of
singular
positions,
time and
right?
everything
One is on
explodes,
A
or I
side,
slam the
one's on the
ground
B
every
side
once in a
anchoring.
while and blow up the entire
So
screen.
it's like, yeah, you know, it's sometimes going to be the case that the team hits middle, but then of course when they do hit
Oh
A
yeah,
pass,
you talking about you're running
that's
corrupted
when
damage
Nick X is also a player,
shouting,
right?
the shout stack
he's
build
gonna
where you
take
run
all the
around and
kills.
just shout? That didn't look,
Well,
no hate.
Rush could get one here.
Didn't look like my
One.
jam. It looked
Only
strong
one.
though.
Okay, Nyx going to connect onto Carson. Dare managed to get the trade. So this is interesting for the Timbermen. A 3v3 scenario. They're
Oh,
also
the
getting
witch,
to the ground,
gotcha.
but they can't really corral them just yet.
I've
Okay,
seen a
Snap
couple
gets the
barbs
op,
run
only
that
for a
with the
moment before
shouts.
he's dropped with a headshot from Nyx, who is everywhere and nowhere. Dare trying to go for the clutch now.
Wait,
The 1v1,
wait.
Peeping at 10 HP. He pulls out the pistol.
Ooh, the
Can
creep
he
out's
get
actually pretty bold from
another
Peeping.
1vx clutch. But he
That's
hasn't
pretty
planted the
bold.
bomb
That's
just
a
yet,
huge
and
move out of
Peeping's
him.
managed to slip away towards E-Box. That could be a winning move if he doesn't. Oh, he actually peeks out and wins it. Dare.
That
not
was a
expecting
really
that
nice
to
move out of
happen,
Peeping.
And Nouns somehow find a way to get a 9th. And now it's Nouns winning the clutches, right? They're getting the 1v1 victories.
I mean, it's so insane right there. It's been the story of this game here is who can keep the close rounds more competitive and showing the toughness here from Nouns and giving them a taste of their own medicine. With Peeping now closing out the round. We do have prize picks, check marks ready to go for map 3. And again, you kind of expect this to go mostly in favor of the CT side. There's Nick X with more than 15.5
What the fuck
kills.
happened with Timberman? I think Timberman just
Nicely
actually
handled from
like
him. But a rare
only win
opening
or
pick
lose
given over to
in
the
single digits,
T-side
or
after
like
long
with
lapse.
one team
Oh,
having
Nick
single
X houses
digits. I think it's
opening.
just part of
Oh my
the.
god! What a flick! That is unreasonable.
What,
And
he get
another
off
one.
too?
Can this guy do it all? Can he do everything?
Nah,
He's gonna have
floofies.
to in this round.
Hold
Needs
on.
a 4K, rather 3K to close it out. Only 3, only one more.
He's
Knows
got
where
bomb
the last
though.
player is as well. Shane looking to change his elevation, get a molly off, not towards stairs though, misses out on the close jiggle.
What
What is
a
the no
scope?
scope? Nick X is unbelievable. What a round. He can do no wrong.
He's all smiles. You kind of have to be there.
The fucking
Missed the
no
shot, then
scope,
hits the
man.
no scope afterwards. Nyx, you are an absolute beast. I didn't know he could even do that with the op. That's crazy.
Bro's op and con. This
Yeah,
guy's
he
just
might
doing
have
it all,
figured that out
man.
just now as well for
Yeah,
himself.
I think so.
I can do this?
Junior's
gun's
gonna
easy.
have to be careful now. His spot might be on the line. No, I'm kidding, right? But oh my goodness. Wow. Junior misses his shot and actually gets connected on by Dia's scout. But that's 2 in a row. 1v1's clutched out from Nouns. This time it won't be as easy. Snav takes a lot of damage, but the first frag goes the way of the Timbermen. Junior gets one back, Peeping, waiting for that boost to come onto bench, and it happens very frequently. So we'll see if he gets that freebie. Nice nade top. No, actually that hits the edge of the wall and doesn't get into mid.
Oh,
CJ's still able to fight forward though. He even collapses in, but the trade's much more available at this point in time. Rush now has to come through with the clutch. Can he do it?
Oh, there's the first one.
Not quite. Will be shut down in the end. Low HP
yes,
for both the
this is
individuals.
major winner Rush. Yes, he's IGLing now.
It's been 2 10-2 halves.
Yeah, all the maps have just been super one-sided.
I mean, sure. That's called consistency.
Which, not. I mean, I wouldn't have expected the scores as one-sided, but it's not like actually that crazy either. I think Jared T and Extra did a good job mentioning on the desk.
The economy is so bad for Nouns,
which is like
3 rounds.
There's not really many BO3s right now in North American Counter-Strike. But it's like a lot of people actually haven't had to refine their map pool as much, which I think just leads to complete fucking haymakers. Like,
you know, kind of crazy. Just goes to show you how competitive
this team's being really comfortable on certain maps and not so much others. And on BO3, somebody can actually pick something you're not playing well.
Yeah, it does feel like the 10-2 is exceptionally likely. Oh man.
I'm nuts is that they lost one round and look at the money on Nouns. I mean, it did come down to a 1v1 the round before, but
denied that. Getting 11-1, which again, Timbermen are pretty familiar with. Rush helping out in that department. Keeping apartments kind of contained. That bomb is very far removed from his 2 teammates that are looking very committed into this A side, or rather B side, I should say.
This is really good movement from Rushman.
JRT, you just had to say something. You weren't quiet enough, bro. They heard him.
Now Nouns just have CJ and Junior. CJ's managed to upgrade to a Galil. 45 seconds left, but that won't matter. Bomb's gonna get planted here. CJ and Junior both coming from the same angle, which will pose a bit of a problem because they still have 3 players to spot out. There's the nade.
Didn't know Rush was still playing. Yeah, man.
75, not too much.
He's a Revival Series champion. He won last tournament, which was like what, 2 weeks ago now?
That will help their chances of retaking the site. But Timbermen, they know the op is out there, so they're being very cautious about their peaks. And Dia deletes CJ the moment he sees him and does the same to Junior. We have another 10-2
You think Prize Picks will be mad at me if I put my cam on the right?
That's wow. There we got 2 11-1 halves yesterday.
Yep.
All right, what is up with the one-sided affair? This is a 3-map series here. Coming into it, but
shut up, Chad. I'm asking
whoever's
beef.
winning the clutches is winning these games.
Are any of you beef?
I mean,
no, you're not nearly as cool. Grow up.
Earlier, like the shock that you saw when it was a low buy.
Yeah.
Timbermen were in that same spot towards the tail end of the first half of Nuke because of how
what are we
close
sliding on the left
were.
though?
So both of these teams, it's coming down to who can finish the job here, who can close out in the late round.
What slider do we have on the left?
It matters most. It's Nouns.
Holy shit, Big Beef Harrison is the beef. Jesus Christ.
Dare has just been scary.
Yeah, I'm down slow.
In any circumstance.
Yeah, send it to me. We'll do it that way.
Terrifying to rush against for Nouns. Now he'll get nothing. Rush trades him out after Shane.
Yeah, Loretta, we can.
Shane's been overlooked completely. He's allowed to freewheel here, and the reinforcements have arrived. Nouns can't get this bomb planted. There's too much pressure being applied. It's all down to CJ. 4v1. Melting away are his chances of victory. He still gets 2. Might even get the third on the snap. Snap's on 4 HP. CJ finds it. Can he clutch out the 1v4 on the pistol? Carson, his last barrier to victory. Carson dancing with the devil, coming out into the open here. And CJ has managed to grab the bomb. He's going to pull it all the way towards the A site. By the time Carson realizes he's going to be on for a retake. Oh my goodness, CJ.
So much history between these 2 players as well. So much fear that Carson, no longer a teammate with this guy on the other end of things, could shut down this map quickly. He's in a good position to do so as well. There's still a kit for Carson. He's looking to run it down here. Has to clear his angles, and he will.
Oh, that's painful.
Deny the massive clutch attempt.
Send it to me on Discord.
CJ.
Slove.
And with that time, we'll be able to lock in a defuse.
Oh, okay. I think they're fixing the sound.
We have an audio issue, guys, that we're just trying to get all resolved.
They're just fixing the audio. Give them a second.
Prize Picks and Revival Series
We're back.
Logo.
We're so
Only
back.
Momentarily. We're back here, but this was nuts.
That's how quickly we fix the audio issues around here.
There with the dualies, because he's got so many bullets available to him. Even though it's a little risky, it works out. Oh, man. 3 rounds for the Timbermen. Nouns.
I know, but it's a first stream PC.
Actually. Well, a deco. But still, they
I'm
could have
actually
forced
not
up.
being a
They
piece
had
of
the
shit.
bomb
I
plant,
actually
but
need
they
that
want that
over there.
stronger
Sorry.
buy-up in round number 3 of this second half.
Yeah, I'm always in favor of trying to keep that pressure up there with the force buys, especially in a position of strength there. But want to get those guns out, especially.
You need 8 more for silver? I just need it on Discord because I can't access Twitter on my stream PC.
So much room to work with. You can do a little bit of damage with these
Yeah.
deagles and then try your luck in the future.
I'm not being lazy this
the
time.
actual
It's just-
firepower.
What a final last night? Yeah, man.
Jump the gun of that nature. See if they can do any damage with the deagles. Just rush with a nice 1 deag, and there's a
Donk, best
follow-up.
player of the
They
year,
level it out, even it
Pager
out.
MVP, and
On
quite
the
literally
numbers
best
game.
rookie season ever. Probably best rifle season ever.
3v3, important
it's-
not to panic in moments
it's
like
insane.
these, but is there any route into this bomb site? Doesn't seem like there's an
You
answer
should go
to that
back and
question
watch
just
his
yet for the
stacks.
side of Nouns.
That is so... Okay, they had Snav peeking around there, so it makes more sense. And 3 players crunching on mid. Still dangerous right now.
We're lock and load with the 71-month
two
primer.
deagles.
Thank you.
Could do a lot of damage in the hands of Junior and CJ. No one gonna go window, you'd imagine. Yeah, they're just gonna wait for the fights to come to them. Dangerous peek coming through, and yeah, Shane turns his back on mid. I don't know what he heard or what might have gone through his mind, but now it's up to CJ, who's managed to upgrade to an M4. Up against both Dia and Snav, he's gonna stick the plant. It makes sense. You gotta try it. Doesn't work. Nice push from
When
Dia.
he won major
Timbermen get a
MVP,
fourth,
he won
but
a
it still
PC
gets
with it.
scary,
He thought
only
they
up
wanted him to
against
lift the
those deagles,
PC
and
above his
that's
head.
costly,
It was
right?
hilarious.
Because
Oh
look
my
at the
god,
money now
I did
for
miss
the
it.
Timbermen. They're gonna have a way worse buy than
I
Nouns.
did miss it. That would have been sick to
Yeah,
watch.
I mean, the only thing that could have made that worse, obviously losing, but if they got the bomb plant, that would have been really rough. The fact that they avoid that is going to be huge. So now you're looking at
Hey guys, is this
AKs in hand?
welcome to Prize Picks
Actually,
and a revival?
I didn't realize they managed to work the money, but still, yeah, that's good damage.
It's
All right,
pretty
sorry.
much like this does become one of those swing rounds where if they close it out, that could be just game time right there.
Sorry.
Close to it, and they're just full force straight towards that A side. Carson is playing on that.
All I'm gonna say is,
setup
beef,
moment
make
as
sure you
Snav
clip
quickly
that.
traded
I got
out.
my reads in.
An up connector, mid pressure.
The branding
applied
was
here.
on the
Rush trying to
stream.
Crack on through, but the duo gets leveled out by the MP9s, and that fast-paced play gets shut down with quickness from Timbermen.
All right, look, we might have a match on our hands now. Timbermen, 3 in a row to kick off this first half. They shut down that full buy-up for Nouns. They keep 3 players standing, so their economy gets a lot healthier.
Now,
Even though,
let me see. What does
I
this
feel
look
this
like now?
wasn't necessarily a
Oh, dude, that
bad
looks
call
nice.
Going into the A side, going fast. It was Timbermen ready for it
Right
in
here.
every single way. So now, still 5 rounds down. It's a very tall hill to climb, but they're going up against the Pistols once more. Another eco for Nouns. This time it'll be 4 Tech 9s and P250.
Just
And we
give me
could
a
see
sec.
fast-paced play
We're working
again.
here. I'm moving my
Coming through for
face
them
here in a
towards the
second.
B site. Do they have the util? Yes, they have a few smokes. I should say a couple of smokes. And no, they have, yeah, a couple of smokes and a few flashes available to them. Shane has the incendiary, which he'll likely toss down. But yeah, there's
And
this
then
fast-paced play. They're moving right
take
on
my dumb
forward.
face
It's the
to
right
the right
thing to
here
do
a
with
sec.
those Tech 9. Shane get overloaded very quickly. They're
What up,
kind of
man?
surrounding him and Dare, but Dare is just flicking around. His head is on his swivel. And Rush manages to get 2, but he is quickly dealt with, leaving only Junior standing.
Yeah, but it's a
What a round
P250.
from Dare. 3K. In
Never
a
mind, it's the
situation
Tech
that
9.
could have easily gotten out of hand. Keeps it in control for his squad. And there goes Junior.
All right,
Able to hang in there for too long.
let's go over here.
Understandably so. And the issue with a lot of those faster paced plays is, I'm with you, there's a good idea in there that you can just try and establish the tempo early on in the half and then try and close it out with
And
confidence. But when it goes wrong, it can also feel like the comeback kind of gets acened a little bit there. And as you can see, because of how quick these rounds have flowed by, an 8-round deficit
It's not
turns
perfect,
to
but
4.
it's pretty damn close.
So a whole lot more of an opportunity for Timberman to
We'll
close
take
the
it.
distance.
We'll take it.
Timberman
We'll
not
take
out
it.
of
We're
this
still
one
back.
just
Beefy
yet.
happy?
4-round
Chat, you
deficit,
can see the
but
radar now.
Here come the guns. The big one for Junior. The AWP will finally be in play for Nouns here in this second half. Where is he spawned? I think he spawned for the A-ramp peak.
How the fuck do they
So
go up
I'd
10-0
imagine
and
they
then
might
fumble
just
it?
Try and throw a flash and let him go peek out there and see
Wizards.
if he can get an opening frag. No, they're not going to. Okay. So They're just going to instead go in towards mid.
I mean, this is kind of MR12 though, right?
Either. Junior with
MR12. You're up 10-0. You lose 2 rounds. Pistol first gun.
Apartments.
Like out of the swing rounds, you've genuinely lost like 2 of like the resets.
This is unusual for the Timbermen. We usually like to have a lot of presence. Instead, no one is there. 3 players stacked up for what feels like an expected ramp and Palace hit, but that's not coming through at all.
Gonna read into the opposition. Yeah, you're right. A much different approach here. Dare and Shane,
Beef, we cool?
though in unison,
Right,
able to
Beef,
strike
mod
around
check?
the edges of this smoke. And both of them find a kill apiece.
Yeah, personally, I've never seen any North
5v3
American team
round
ever
starts to
blow a
go
lead
little
on
bit
Mirage
long here for
before.
Nouns. Trying to scale their way out. Peeping could take that
got
space and initiative. As Rush finds a kill into Carson, they give the B bomb site here. They're outside looking in on the round currently and having to fight their way through. So everyone looks to group up here.
I think that nade was thrown a little too far. I'm pretty sure it was meant to pop the smoke, but it just goes kind of in the middle of nowhere. Maybe that's a Van nade. Either way, Nouns are biding their time. They're waiting for Peaks to come through. They want Timbermen to reaggress and try to get information. Uh-oh, Peeping's gone, though. Now that creates more of a problem. Rush trying to sneak up Cat, but that's a wicked shot from Dia to have connect. 19 seconds left. They need to try and get this bomb planted now. Timbermen, their patience, their resolve is strong. Dia connecting on those shots. Junior manages to get 1. He's going to try and stick the plant. Will he be afforded the opportunity? Yes, but he dies immediately after getting it. So it will
Starting
be a
to get a bit
7th now,
worrisome here,
getting a little
if you're
extra
a
money
Nouns
in the
fan.
bank here. But it's still
Eric, get on the mic. Get on the mic.
Loss. It's still a comeback effort. She can be excited about. I mean, again, a bit
It's
of a
time.
concern for me is watching Timbermen play a little slower towards middle and not really fight for it with as much initiative as is typical. But the game plan to recover that lost space, certainly there. HE to blow open the smoke. A lot of information maintained off the back of that. So a fantastic look in recovery. And 7 rounds now.
There's the timeout. Adrenaline coaches
Stuck
Nouns.
in a
Yes, he
deadlock
does.
At the moment. I mean, that bomb plant maybe could
Did
get them,
Mythic remove? No, we did not, IO.
will at least afford them another
Somebody
purchase
asked for it earlier.
opportunity, which that's pretty massive, but we're going to need to see something extra rolling on out of Rush and his depth here as a fairly new IGL. How is he going to be able to get them through this difficult situation?
I didn't lose Zila for my maybe a refresh, IO.
And finally, we have a map on our hands at the very least. Won't get a blowout the same way we did in the first 2. So that's good.
There's a bunch of stuff you can do
Feels like
through
the
our
Timbermen
sponsor,
can hold
Soupy.
us back
However,
and knot it
because
up at
people
10.
make it their entire personality, I just don't let people still talk about it in chat. I know it's a little weird, but
Sendiri
people just
tossed
end up giving
immediately in for that
play-by-plays
A-ramp.
like we're all in on the same thing, you know?
Peeping.
No,
a
you're
little bit of
fine,
nade damage.
Soupy. I know
So
it's a little
CJ.
confusing, to be fair.
Feels like Nouns want to try and mix it up and go back to the A site instead. They've been going for mid, B leaning control the past few rounds. Now it'll be A, and Dia's right there waiting for the opener once more. What a
Got
great
timed
time
out for
Dia
being
to shine.
sarcastic. Nice
Mirage
mods, brother,
is
was your first
definitely his
message, and you
map.
got timed out for a minute.
He's
so,
showing
yeah.
it again here on this CT side. Carson peeks around, gets the frag onto Nix.
We don't know, man. We don't know you like that. We don't know if you're being
Rush
funny or
cannot
molding
kill
better, you know?
Dare. Oh my goodness, what a frag from Dara. 180 and survives the duel. CJ manages to get one back, and there are Dia and Dare that are low. But I don't know, it's going to be very difficult for CJ Junior to get this, even though they have the space gain. Yeah, I mean,
Oh
Snap's
man,
gonna
they
go
have
right
lost
back and
8
steals it
straight.
away.
8
Shane
straight.
gets the last,
Jesus
and
Christ.
there
Call
it is,
another
an
timeout,
8
Eric.
from Timbermen. The economy broken once more for Nouns, and that means that a 9th could
Call
be
another
on the
one.
cards.
Fuck it.
Wow. Just a incredible sequence on this A-side hold. And again, Carson, as we highlighted, a player that we didn't get to see much in that last map. We assumed, I think, because of
Holy
one
shit,
small
Kraltic.
round in that
Kraltic,
second
thanks so much
half,
for the 5. 10
that,
gifted. Nice
maybe we
cock.
see
Thank
some of
you,
those
dude.
roll shifts up. He's still anchoring in that A side here in some of these situations, and a majority of them. So maybe just kind of becoming more comfortable in this department. Hasn't been tested all that much, but when he is, he's been passing with good kills here. Has Dia to back him up in a big way. There's Carson with a big
Oh
spray
my
down to
god,
lock
they're
him down
getting
that A side.
ravaged. They're getting
Stepping up
absolutely
to the
fucking
plate, we're called
ravaged.
upon there.
I mean, just against pistols, but still. That's a nice mow down from Carson and Dare. The
Will I visit us? Zan, I don't visit anywhere. I don't leave my house.
One away from tying it up.
Kind of plant is that behind me? That is a ZZ plant, sir.
10-2 for Nouns, and now Timbermen have held Nouns off the board for the entirety of this second half, getting 7 in a row, looking to make it 8, and essentially replicate what Nouns did on their CT side. Timeout's going to be called. Here come the AKs. Junior almost certainly on the op. Maybe they'll want to put him on the rifle to try and get more mobility out, but I mean, you kind of want him rocking the big green, even if things haven't been that rosy here on this T side.
What does she smell like? Nothing. It's never been warned, man.
Out here. See, again, if we
now that people start asking me this, the first thing that pops in my head is Oni.
Here. This point, I think becoming a mental battle.
Oni copying me, but then actually putting a shoe that he truly wears on his head is gonna haunt me for a long time. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you can see only 2 post-plant situations.
A
couple of close rounds here, but one of them being on the pistol, which was nearly a 1v4 from CJ.
That was something.
There's been very little early round.
Does it bother me that he copied my shoe thing? Absolutely not. No.
ASAP here off the back of this timeout, ideally for them.
They've tried everything, right? Going B fast, going A fast. Neither of those things are working. They've slowed down the pace, which they're trying to do here. Still
but like,
nothing.
don't put a shoe that you wore outside on your head.
But it's an immediate trade. And what? How?
Wow.
Shane couldn't see anything. How does he even track that? That's absurd. Rush going to get Snav right on back. 3v3. Nade sails through. And I mean, after that, they want nothing to do with that B site. This again is not trending well for Nouns. Yes, there's a lot of time left on the clock, but Timbermen, every time that Nouns take a step forward, they push them back.
There's just, I mean, just so much confidence being shown out as well. Shane, off the back of feeling that early pressure, goes and steps
Sounds like Oni's more committed to the bit, to be honest. Oh, absolutely.
Positioning themselves.
That is why Oni clears.
Now, he doesn't spot anything, and that might be a false sense of security, but I think at some point you just got to trust that he can deliver a little bit on this B side. He's going to be putting himself in a position to do some damage here, to try and listen for the initial contact before he actually has to strike. Kind of a forward-facing position with his closest rotate being up catwalk, but now you can even see there's a little bit more convincing for Dia.
Tricky.
Yeah, and he comes through just in time. Perfect reposition from Dia. He strikes for 2. Shane's yet to reveal himself. It's looking like a lockup in the scoreline. Double digits as a no-scope comes out from Dia. This is certainly his map here, and he's taking full control.
I mean, look, Dia last time here against Boss had a 2.04 rating, 15-5 scoreline. He's outdoing himself against Nouns. Unbelievable 3K and that no scope at the end. 19-12, 87 ADR.
Oh,
and that's
man, Nouns have lost 10 rounds straight, dude.
A bit of a contrast compared to the way Nouns got their commanding lead in that first half on CT side, and that it was that they were winning a lot of close rounds. Their money was never really stabilized. Here, Timbermen have a couple of rounds, maybe even 3 in the bank available to them, leading to the tail end of this match. And another opening frag found for Carson. Peeping's trying to change that. The crossfire's too good. They got too many men here, and the crosshairs are placed perfectly. Look at this, though. Rush going to get a couple. It doesn't matter. It's immediately annihilated by Dia and Carson.
Carson's an absolute fucking animal,
in
bro.
favor of the Timbermen. They are so close to getting a comeback from being down 2-10 and a berth in the grand final.
I cannot believe this was 10-0.
I mean, this was 10-0.
It
had to be this way, didn't it? It couldn't have been easy for Nouns. Not in this third map. We saw too many dominant performances today. Timbermen had to put up a fight, and they've taken the lead after long last. It comes at the hands of Carson, who locks down a massive A-side hold. We said we weren't sure if he was capable of doing. We weren't sure if he was able to get comfortable in these roles, but he's looking like it. And in that comfort, gets himself a prize picks check mark while he's at it there.
Carson going on his revenge tour right now.
Yeah, we got
that's crazy work
for the Timbermen. Even on Nouns, I think we lost track because this has been pretty intense leading up to this point, but a lot of great individual performances. Nyx, Peeping, even Rush, and on the other
Texted
side,
us thanks to the 3-month primer. Thank you.
Shane even.
Hope you're good,
Intense
FL0M.
map.
I've been going
Looked like it was going to be
through a lot, so thanks
one-sided,
for always providing
perhaps to the
fun
finish
and
line, but
entertainment less than
Timbermen.
free.
Hey,
have
man,
just
no, I appreciate you. Hope
exploded
things
on
get
their
better
CT
soon, brother.
side, trying to match Nouns' 10 in a row for themselves, and I mean they're about to, which will mean it'll be 12-10 in their favor. Nouns. I mean, even if they don't find an answer here, the loss bonus is
It's easy.
full,
You're
so
just
they'll
eating your
probably
words
start
right now
to
because
buy
you
up
like
in this
eating.
one,
Let's be honest,
especially
here,
if a
bro.
bomb plan comes through.
Same, to be honest.
But they have other plans. They obviously want to get this first round victory on the board in the second half.
I guess better late than never here if they can grab it.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Perfect spot.
Why? Sounds like he's saying, "Oh dear," but with like a Minnesota accent. Oh
This
dear.
possibility. Take a lot to surprise him now. Hoping maybe for a little push and pull there up connector as well. So maybe looking to wait for that distraction to be called first, but sees the shoulder peeping, peeks into the angle just enough for Dare to capitalize. Now the connector prong strikes here, but Shane has coverage, and it's this long-standing duo that sticks together to lock in this A-side hold. A swing coming through from Shane. It is under lock in key. Timbermen, flawless in the second half, have got map and series point to enter the grand finals.
This is absolutely unreal. 12-10 for Timbermen. Dare.
Yeah, what?
If they win,
Jar
if
Jar,
they
you don't
lose,
like our
doesn't matter.
production,
He's
bro?
the MVP for me. Like he has been.
What, man?
It's just not only
We're
in terms
cooking
of his
over here. Let us
fragging, but
cook.
he has been taking command in the mid rounds, right? You see it in his calming, the way he's got so much energy in everything, but it feels like he's very precise in everything he's telling his team and the communication that he's pulling off. So this has been, you know, Dare lead. Shane's going to hit that prize picks check mark as we were kind of expecting to, but like Dare, impressive stuff in every facet of the game. Getting too aggressive here. Maybe no, they get two. Nix tries to get him back, and he does. Okay, 3v3. Nouns trying to fend off potential elimination, but Snav is going to get rushed. Nix and Junior, the last two standing. Everyone's here. Dare, how poetic for him to end what he pretty much started with his play. Two frags coming through, an instant disconnect we saw from Nouns. They cannot be happy. Dare is absolutely all smiles, celebrating here. 13-10. The Timbermen had their first ever berth to a grand final here in the Prize Picks NA Revival series.
That is actually fucking
their
crazy.
story so far, this has been a hurdle they just haven't been able to jump over for such a long period of time. And in fact, when they've come close, they've fallen short
That
to
is fucking
these very
nuts,
frustrating comeback efforts on the other end of things. But to do it themselves, you can see
When are
what it
we
means
playing
to the
again?
squad,
When other
man.
people
They're
besides
getting
myself
loud,
can run
commanding,
leagues
as
and
you
not
said,
steal all the
way
money?
through this best of three, getting loud there as finally that frustration is released and they get a massive win over a team that were put in a position to close this one out in a one-sided fashion.
That was 10-2 for Nouns. They didn't get a single round on their T side, not one. And imagine just if that clutch comes through at the beginning in the pistol round, right? For CJ, he gets a 3K and a 1v4, makes down to a 1v1. It gets really close, but he can't find that. We're looking at an entirely different winner, I think, if CJ wins that round. I think Nouns are the ones who are already playing in the grand final at this point, but instead, the Timbermen win that pistol, and then they just carry the torch all the way to the finish line. You're going to look at the prize picks frag estimates, and no one on Nouns actually hitting it here on map
When's
number
grand final?
3,
Soon.
I don't know if that's true.
That
doesn't look right to me.
Slov, how long are you giving them a break?
Not quite there.
No.
I feel like I feel like
we do rolling schedules, so
there had to have been a little
there
more.
was.
But we do give them a longer break since Timberman just played.
Right? I mean,
I take back what I said. This graphic is deceiving me. I'm sure that like there were players that had crazy performances on Nouns too. So we'll have
Come
to
on, the shot calling was awful.
All right, we're fixing it right now.
A bit
guys.
of
We're
it,
fixing
when you lose rounds like that,
the
it's
repairs are
quite literally
going on.
everything, bro. It's not even a cop-out answer. When you lose 13 rounds straight, it's calling, it's individual level is everything.
I was wondering if it was just a flash in a pan yesterday. I mean, obviously, I don't even think like that Boss are a incredible Mirage team yet. I still think they've got a lot to learn in that map.
Because you need a certain level of individual level.
Seeing that result so one-sided
final soon.
was kind of a surprise for me. But then seeing Carson come into today, and we had highlighted here, are we going to get the same roles here? I mean, we were pretty convinced with what little we saw from yesterday that there was some shifting in those roles. but Carson got into the action there pretty quickly. And this is the actual score lines here.
Yeah.
I just feel a little bit bad for Nyx, who really tried to pull through in so many big moments and so many big opportunities. He was capitalizing.
Like, you're not calling yourself out of that. Like, if your team
winning some big clutches in that first half,
you try to, but
smiling all the way through. But I think some of these losses here are just things that Nouns have to shift.
Congrats, DD. We just don't do the Gamba talking here. Congrats,
young IGL. I think closing out games is a difficult thing. Not a young IGL, but kind of a newer
not
IGL,
young.
to be more accurate. Newer to the role, that is. And I mean, that's just the challenge that they found themselves through.
Nah, you're good, DD. You're good.
Yeah, that T side left a lot to be desired.
I know it's always a little weird. It just becomes people's whole personality, so it's easier to
even though it stings right now.
Actually interact with chat when people aren't.
You review the demo or a couple of days, and then you go back to it and say, okay, let's have a look here. How can we improve this? How can we make ourselves better on our attacking end? Because
I mean, dude, as soon as they lost like 8 rounds straight, you can see that they were like
check mark. Am I wrong?
People are definitely hesitating.
Every single player got a check mark here for the Timbermen.
They were definitely hesitating. It's the classic.
I mean, he might not be the IGL for the squad.
Fuck, we're throwing this.
Absolutely the one.
People start stutter stepping. There's less conviction in how they move.
He was that key factor. He was
spacing
that catalyst
starts getting
that brought
worse.
Them to the finish line. Super impressive. Excited to see Timbermen up against NRG in the grand final coming up next. We're going to take a break, but before we do, we have some thank yous to say to the sponsors of the N8 Revival series. Number one being, of course, Prize Picks, as this series is not possible without them, guys. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join Prize Picks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new Prize Picks users. Thank you again to Prize Picks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The Prize Picks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACE at ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are taking a break. When we come back, the grand finals of the Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 5.
Over 20 years of Complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Good evening, good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Ospit spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Leash phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Leash, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets.
Love how long we got.
Ammunition switches to the USP, but it's just a tag. It's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
Damn right, Fury, yeah.
And now we move into the final 2 best of ones.
Try my best out here, bro.
Stream, and it is Complexity up against Boss now.
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elijah's been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elise
Try
with
my
the
best out
multi-kill.
here, man.
Wow, I think he could get it to loot.
Look at this second shot, bro. This
You're
is
quite
dreamy.
literally watching the only online tournament
with 2 impactful rounds
in North American Counter-Strike that is not run by ESL.
In these last 2, this is where they need to really switch that mental
Hosted by myself,
because the opportunity for them
Mythically,
to bounce back into this game at Lickety splits.
combined with Jason Lake
Watch how quick this
Complexity.
is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no,
All right.
legit. This is a lovely handling.
Let's play a game here. Let's play a game. Let's get it going. Damn, we got people subbing to Mythically. Let's go. There's people over there. Nah, Fury. It's not even, I mean, that's a little bit of it. I won't like for the pro players, but overall, just always been that small, man. I don't think people realize, like, in general, how small the scene is, like, still. Just Europe West, not including the East, is 10 to 15 times the player base. Come hop in. Come hop in. Like on per hour, Face It EU averages 1,500 games. NA is 150. It's always been like this. We've just had other mechanisms in place before that facilitated stuff. Yeah, Nate. Yeah, maybe take a break. Let's see how we looking. How many games we got going? 1. Here, let me see. I'm just trying to get some more games going. Let's see how we doing in silver. How many games we got? We got 2 games going in silver, and then we can get +5 for another. Let's go. Let's go. And then Ruby, I think we got a game going. Let me look. Yeah. Brap, simmer down, man. All right, get in here, though. Come in. We're going to play one game. We're playing one game. Is there a competitive shooter where NA dominates the player base? Anything with crossplay. Literally anything with crossplay. The hell? What do you mean you encountered an error? Bro stacked. Oh yeah, this shit was sad, man. This shit was gonna make me fucking cry. Magic's taking it all in, man. Dude, this retake, if you guys missed this, look at this shit.
2 frags away from the organization's first major. It's just Rain and Robs. 2 versus 4. Couple of clicks to the mouse, and it's a quick one tap to Zontix. Nice. Jumping, no scope. Rain and Robs refuse to surrender. Magix recovers the orb. Spots that one. Goody transfer.
What's crazy is he dinked Rops too. Rops on 3 HP. It was crazy, bro. That shit was wild. The donk strolling over had me. Yeah, the donk strut was hilarious. Yep. Better performance than simple. Damn. Damn, in 2022, Shiro said donks him. He said, I gotta go play with this kid. This kid's insane. All right, guys, I need 4 more. Get in here, get in here. It's free and it's no elo. We're just playing for fun. With a rifle. What up, Shy-Town? How you doing, man? Some of us have things to do. Shut up, Tenji. By the way, another thing I keep forgetting, but we just added this, guys. We have looking for team posts now. Or we have like a team finder built into the Mythic League site. So we're adding more and more shit when we can. Trying. How we doing? How we doing? We need a couple more for the queue. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chop, 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 chop. There we go. What do I feel like playing? We run a biome game so everybody can ask about the map. Now let's do biome or mutiny. Why am I hearing sound twice? Oh, drive. I don't have 2 face tabs open. It's weird. Yeah, I'm with you, Big Beef. Yeah, we're trying our best, man. We're trying to. I think hopefully people start using this stuff more for the teams. You got like roles. You can say like what you want to compete in, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, playing in Mythic League, you're genuinely going to find a lot of like-minded people that are trying to be extra sweaty too, so. Who's the oldest player? The oldest player is not Chopper, not even close. It's Snappy. Snappy and Kerrigan, I think, are the two oldest right now. Oh, just on Spirit. Oh, okay. Sorry. I mean, I haven't played it all today. New map is Mutiny. It's actually been in the game for a little bit. More trivia, was Adren's first CSGO team? Like, wait, say, oh, first CSGO team? I don't know if they came over together. Trying to think if they were, it was dynamic or not. I don't know if he came over and played CSGO right away with dynamic. It was Team Dynamic? Okay. I couldn't remember if the guys made the switch with them or not. Miss Ocean. So one of my favorite players to watch at the time was definitely JW. But he technically played for a lot longer still. I just he was so exciting to watch, man. Why is it not connecting? AJ! Oh, it wouldn't let you download the map? That's weird. Do you have like a setting on? Maybe Faceit wasn't letting you download. Hold on, let me do this. Here. We'll do this quick. If it fucks up this time, it's chalked. It's okay. We'll try again, AJ. We'll try again. Well, I have no idea, Hiroki. I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest with you. What up, Brian? How you doing, man? you still having issues, AJ? Pretty good. Just won't let you download Floofies. Do you have the biome workshop link real quick from Mapcore? Oh, you gotta have something seriously fucked up if you already have. Nah, because if you already have the maps, you could just join. Kitchen next to the 4-month reset. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We back.
There you go. Floofy's put it in the chat here for you. Damn, how much can you shoot through this wall? Oh. So wait, can I then... Hey, luck, AJ? Hey! I think Floofy just went AFK. Yeah, you might have a bunch of old versions, and for some reason you don't have the correct ones on Workshop.
Yeah, I guess so. It was. I've never had that happen. Like a black vignette showed up and then it just closed.
If you had the maps before and you're not able to connect, yeah, that means you have the wrong one. And then if you're not downloading them, it's because it thinks it already has one. So you have to like, that means you have a subscription to like the wrong maps, basically. Mid.
I will play bomb site.
The hell hat, bro? Where are the vibes?
You will play bomb site. Those are the two bomb sites. Let's go.
What we got? Slove, can you keep give me an ETA or 10G on the teams?
Hey, long. All of them.
Oh god. One CT spawn.
Fuck, I can't aim for shit. No hat, I don't. 9 minutes until Vito's, okay. No, that's not something I'm learning about. It's a government. Wait, there's so wait, this isn't. Oh my god, I just thought you were being like a Twitch chatter. Kitchen thanks to the 4-month resub. There's a database so they don't. Oh my god. They probably had to fucking ban Game of Thrones as well in Iceland.
2B. Came out mid.
Oh.
He made dead eye bomb. One HP. Two. One more in sight. Has a scout.
Oh, dead ass. It's real. No, I mean, I believe you now. I just, it really did, you know, somebody that wouldn't know. I'm just thinking it's a fucking.
Nice!
I'm just thinking it's a meme and you're just being a chatter, you know?
There's a good low if you want to take it.
Oh, that's good.
Long one.
All short. B.
We don't talk about that, Nade. All right, man. Everybody should just text 9. I said it. Guy's name is Juicy Anime. Why is it juicy? You know what? I don't want to know. Of course, he's got a picture of Oni. His name is Juicy Anime.
Oh no! Man.
Oh, that was tragic.
Yeah, but like we won, so then it became triumphant.
That is true.
Oh.
There's no stopping us.
Thank you for the purchase.
Go, go, go. Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Incendiary. Throwing fire.
Short on A.
2 out short B. Bomb. Alright.
Deploying flashbang.
What's it called? Biome.
One more back to A.
Aw, damn, that flash wasn't quite good enough. This guy's got the bomb site hits, dude.
I got shit.
Welcome back, Floofies. Let's get the R8 out. Let's get a little weird here, yeah? No, you.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
Give me that.
One's long.
Fuck, dude. I thought that was my teammate rotating. Oh, I did hit him twice. God damn it. Jake, thanks for the 48-month resub. Thank you. God damn it.
Blue duck for this smelly streamer pog.
Hell yeah. Ooh. I still can't believe I'm live right now.
Come on, jump, jump.
Oh, shit.
Smoke. Deploying flashbang.
One mid.
Grenade.
One towards A.
Incendiary.
One B main.
Sammy, thanks to 2-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
1 A long.
One going mid from
Barney,
B.
thanks for 30-month reset. Lord Lucifer, thanks for 39-month primer. Thank you.
I'll try and catch him. I think you heard me jump from that.
30-month resub. I think I fucked
Another one, another one.
30 months ago. Fucked for 0M.
No.
Bomb has been planted.
He's hurt.
Nice.
May I give a recommendation, Nate?
Absolutely.
You had him trap sight. You knew he's ding. Don't slow walk an angle. You're just giving him an opportunity to headshot you with his first bullet.
Noted. Thank you very much.
You have the advantage. Just press it. Make it harder for him.
Noted for next time. Anybody need a drop? I'll drop. Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you very much for the 51-month resub, and somehow we're on a scam train, and I didn't even... All right. Chat will be matched at all, gifted on Twitch and on YouTube. And they love this fucking A-bomb site, man.
2 more long, 1 hurt.
More sight.
Oh, I am so shit right now. Both insight. Oh, I am so bad. I am so bad. Shut up, Prismatic. I get any sleep after the major final? Probably 5.5 hours for sure. Maybe 6. No. Don't I go to bed? Yeah, 5.5. No time to rest. We got the revival series.
NT.
Sorry, this next week I'm gonna be a bit more. It's gonna be kind of like a very. I'm gonna be streaming still, and I'll have like 2 full days off. When Nori and I are in Seattle.
One long.
10 days off during roster mania. Yeah. Nori hasn't really got to interact or even. She's seen me, but yeah. I gotta come back and do a couple roster move videos all together. So be it. Ah, shit. One B.
One more MB.
Cloudburst, respectfully, how many drugs have you consumed?
Nice.
Holding tab, holding tab.
Nice work. I didn't get it.
Ooh, it's close. It's really close.
I don't think you did though.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, it's.
Oh my god!
That's brutal.
No.
That's
0.031. Holy
sucks,
shit.
Man.
I don't think I've ever seen a number lower than that.
That's crazy.
Let's show them who we are. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire.
Oh.
Take that. I think there's one more back.
Throwing fire.
Yeah, there's one more top mid. Flash around the corner.
No, you're shooting at my teammate. Nice. Why is the 10-second timer? The 10-second timer is not broken just in CS2. It was broken in Go, you noob. It's always been based on which music kit you have. It's never been 100% accurate. It's just simply a guide. And then the real best test is the bomb now has like an 11-second warning.
I hear step speed.
Holy fuck.
That's a lot, B.
Yeah, couple door. Doing videos now? Okay.
Nice.
It's here like 20. Back at B, man.
Laying down smoke.
Towards B at one, I think.
I saw him. He's walking over to B, man.
Throwing a grenade.
Nice.
What map is this? Biome. Hey, drop.
I got it. You got it. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Yenta, enjoy your food. Take it easy. We got the Revival Series Finals coming up here in a moment, chat.
One outside B main.
Nothing, I mean. Two A main, two A main. Two more there.
Thoughts on the outcome of the finals? Genuinely, with that was the best major performance we've ever seen out of a player. Donk deserved the major. Heartbroken for FaZe, but no human being watched that entire major and said Donk didn't deserve that major. However, some human beings did watch that and go, man, I really wish FaZe gets another major, but nobody was like, man, Donk. And shout out FaZe. Thank you for that fucking final, because it was fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go, fellas. Smoke. Grenade out.
One's lit. A-long.
Nice shot, nice shot, nice shot.
There's one more on the left.
Smoke. Grenade out.
He was holding me mid.
Ah,
Last guy was like bottom.
Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Bomb has been planted.
And he actually beat me right away. Holy shit.
NT.
We must win.
Yeah, it was good shit. Man, I'm really about to lose in my playoff fantasy football with Lamar Jackson getting me almost 40 points because I played against Mike Evans. Son of a bitch. All right, man, we're just cheating.
Back your side.
Oh.
Counter-terrorists win.
Sorry, for my second season. My second season of fantasy football, and I had to auto draft. Not bad. And I made some really good moves in the middle of the season, which helped me get to the playoffs. So I'm pretty...
Dead.
Yeah.
Can you jump up there? Oh shit.
Okay, that was...
Like 2 or 3.
That was maybe my laziest Counter-Strike peak in history of Counter-Strike.
It's hurt.
Yeah, Confusion, I appreciate you checking out, man. Win or lose, liked it or not, I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's a good try, though.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who was winning that final, you're gonna tell me things didn't go right for FaZe, you know? It's like...
That on me.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Let's go.
That was your league? Yeah, I wouldn't do that in a league match, but not intentionally anyway. How do we have the vetoes, Slove? Are they getting into the server and shit?
One heaven.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. All right. We GG's. Okay, chat. Let's get locked in here. I need to get a little snacky or something. It's game time. It's Revival Series Finals, you weenies.
Close eye on OC. It's going to be a close eye on George to see if they can keep up that level.
Yeah, and we're looking at we'll be looking at the veto guys here very shortly. We're going to bring that up on your screens, and the problem for Timbermen is they won't get to see Nuke almost certainly because it's the permaban on the NRG side. So let's see what comes through. Yep, NRG obviously going to ban Nuke, and Timbermen banning Inferno. Now we get Ancient as the pick for the Timbermen.
Dust 2 Mirage.
Okay on it. The problem
hey,
is, wasn't there a big
Copper's, can you give a Gemba?
Recently? Well, no, not in this Revival series. It was on the previous Revival series up against the Party Astronauts. They absolutely destroyed Boss. 13.
I'll be back one
so
second.
I understand them going to that. And again, we're seeing a Dust 2 pick for NRG. What do you think?
I'm running an ad before the final starts.
Back to back in Dust 2 picks. I guess, again, they're feeling confident, especially when you know Mirage is around the corner. You know, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Timbermen are not going to ban Mirage, so they get that opportunity to play it out in the decider. So if you're going to look to try and play to your strengths, roll back Dust 2 again. I think it's a good idea from NRG because of that luxury of playing up against now multiple teams in a row that just won't ban Mirage in that second phase. So that's their direction that they're taking, and I would definitely follow in that trend.
I think the problem for Timbermen is you're playing up against NRG on 2 of their 3 top maps. Like the only one that's not here is Inferno because Timbermen banned it. Outside of that, like you've got Ancient 11-6 for NRG, Mirage 9-2 over the last 3 months, and Dust 2. While it's not been great for NRG as of, over the last 3 months. If you look at the stats, the last 3 matches have all been wins and fairly convincing at that. So I don't know. It's definitely got an NRG lean to it in terms of the veto, kind of what we expected anyway. And it's going to be, as well as Timbermen have been playing, I still feel like this is going to be a very difficult challenge for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's not going to be easy to get through this best of 3. And, this is going to be an interesting test for NRG. We talked about like the dominance that they asserted at Frag. This is now 7 series in a row, with the last 7 series being very one-sided and 2-0s and a 3-0 if you count the best of 3. That was technically a 2-0 because they had a map advantage. But either way, this team is unfamiliar with this roster, with losing. We saw it asserted out of the gates there with the new introduction of George and how they were able to bring in the last Revival series where they actually did play up against Sada Timbermen. But then you're seeing it again. Their last loss was to Nouns. Timbermen did them a favor and knocked out Nouns there for them, so they don't have to worry about playing that team up again. And I think on the other end, NRG are playing a very hot Timbermen roster. This is a team that's firing on all cylinders. Took a little bit to discover themselves with losing that first map, but we saw quickly the day 1 Timbermen that dominated the server in multiple different halves of Counter-Strike there. So that's up for NRG to try and shut this team down, and probably if you're NRG, you want to do it in dominant fashion to end off your year with 8 2-0s in a row, 8 sweeps of series in a row. That would be incredible.
Yeah, and Dare has been ridiculous. I think you already highlighted it. Just the energy he's brought to this squad has been impressive, and I think he could be the catalyst to a potential victory here in this grand final. Looking at Dust 2 a little more deeply, though, Timbermen haven't played it for 2 months. Like, the last time they played it was in Challenger League Season 48, which ended quite some time ago. And they lost 7-13 to Laser, and they lost to Fluffy Aimers twice by the exact same scoreline. So, yeah, this is not the greatest of maps for them. So, I mean, even more so a good idea for NRG to lean into Dust 2. And I think this is the times when they want to have Dust 2 in their back pocket, when they're playing against teams who aren't banning it, but also aren't good at the map either. And yeah, we already saw what they did previously to the Party Astronauts. It wasn't pretty for PA on that one. And it could be the same result for the Timbermen. So I would say for Timbermen, win condition here is take Ancient. Otherwise, I just don't feel like they've got what it takes on Dust 2 to compete with NRG. It has to be a 3-map series for a Timbermen victory.
Yeah, I'm with you. It feels like shutting down this team in a dominant fashion just doesn't make sense. Timbermen know how to take it the distance, though. They're the team that at the moment is kind of used to that environment, that's used to taking it the distance. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do in that department as we got everyone joining up into the server. We got to look at what Shane's getting up to there. And for me, again, it's going to be interesting to see what this squad can make happen. Can they actually do it? And now that they're in the grand finals, kind of unfamiliar territory for this team. But, this would be the first opportunity for Timbermen to really open themselves up to like a victory in an event. It's been a little while since we've last seen this roster actually get like a big win underneath their belt. And it'd be a really good way to close off what has been kind of an up and down year so far for this squad. So definitely going to be hungry for that.
Absolutely. And I think NRG the same, right? Because they're a squad that had their fair of trials and tribulations throughout the beginning of 2024. They couldn't find really what was expected of them. They had a few roster changes come through. Finally, it feels like they found the winning formula for this roster, and they're winning quite a few tournaments. I don't think that hunger has been satiated yet, though. I feel like they still want to prove themselves and feel like they need to at a higher level of competition. And it only starts here at the Revival Series, at the Fragadelphias, all those events. They've probably put the pressure on themselves to come out with wins, and they have been, right? I mean, yes, they had the loss to Nouns in the previous NA Revival Series, but it was still a very close and tightly contested BO3 in those grand finals. Look, I guess the picture I'm trying to paint here is that both of these teams have reason to be hungry for a win in these grand finals, and I think that's going to mean we're going to get some pretty exciting stuff once things get underway.
Yeah. I mean, I went and looked it up, and the last time this team did close out an event, it was in Fragadelphia, Kansas City, 2024, which was the first one this year. It wasn't actually the one that was just played out, which is Frag 18, to clarify. And there were some good teams here and there, but that wasn't up against like top level competition. So you got to go a little bit further than that to look at when this team was last able to do it, and that was even before they were picked up by Elevate. So kind of surprised to see the lack of wins from a team that's always been hanging in there. Is this roster that has so much potential, has so much firepower, but is eager to get like this victory, especially over a team like NRG that's kind of in that dominant position. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that.
I agree. I think that this win, if it's a win for the Timbermen, would mean a lot going into next year. It just shows that it gives more validity to this roster. Right?
I mean, it might secure your roster. Maybe it encourages Shane to stick around. It encourages, Dia to continue to play with the squad. And that's what you get to end off with, is that note.
Either way, I mean, you made it to the grand finals here. You played some pretty impressive Counter-Strike. You beat Boss, which was a Boss team that looked a lot better coming into this, having the way they played a frag and everything, and beating Nouns, and then they come out flat. Obviously, some technical issues, I think, contributing to that, but still, Timbermen were actually that good. And you saw that again against Nouns, which was the tougher test to see if it's actually legitimate what we saw in that first series. And I think the answer is a firm yes. Like,
I am back. You guys ready for the final or
in
what?
A significant way. And now the ultimate test. How are you going to perform against NRG, who are right now at the top of, I would say, tier 2 NA, right? They're the ones that are right there. Competing very, very well and are the ones to beat in every way. So we'll see if it actually can come to fruition for the Timbermen. I just think it's nice to see, like, despite all the off-server nonsense that happens for the Timbermen, it's good to see them find form again, because it's always nice to have that level of competition, at a very high level. And that's also why these revival series are here, right? Because then we can actually get these teams, they get some reps under their belts, and they might have some question marks in their rosters, but then we see it all come together at the NA Revival Series. And I mean, we saw wild cards, surge upwards, and then they made it to the major, they made it to the elimination stage. It's really cool how these types of events can help teams find their confidence and their rhythm.
I mean, it's a huge springboard. Again, I
Where's
always
the source stream? You mean the mainstream? Twitch.tv/mythically
being played out, but I seriously do think there's a large part of what Wildcard did at the major, with kind of the consistent reps.
I don't want to know, but I'm on.
Not only did they have to fight through a lot of adversity in terms of like the situations that they were placed in, they were able to overcome that, still get wins underneath their belt that impressed, but also quickly being able to get reps and develop, which is really nice to see as well. So,
right, I think with that answer or that question, you already kind of gave yourself the answer.
Talking about a team now that is looking to gel here for both these squads. Just one small plug and play player that could potentially just elevate their game. So,
players are joining chat.
Timbermen, it's Carson. If you're looking at Energy, it's George and what he brings to the table. And I think both are looking to bring some big improvements to the squad.
As it looks like everyone's in the server now. So we're going to be starting very, very shortly, guys, with map number 1 of Ancient. This will be the last BO3 for any NA Revival series in 2024. Everything will be back in 2025. Don't worry, guys. We don't have the official
final right here
yet, though. But those will be coming through, I would imagine, within the next few weeks. Don't worry. In the new year, we'll have all that information shared with you. But as of right now, we stare down at this matchup to see who will be the victor of the 5th NA Revival Series. Will it be NRG again for a 3rd time picking up the title? Or can Timbermen get there first? Which, like you mentioned, Cole, I think would be an incredible achievement for a roster that didn't even look like they were going to have a team at certain. But like I was honestly not convinced that they would be moving forward at all.
Gold.
I thought the team might melt away with all.
I went for the Hail Mary on Diamond in playoffs.
But, they're still here. They're resilient. If
it was immediately
they just
my quarterback got sacked.
Don't really give up there, and again, we'll find a way to play out in these events. We'll find a way to kind of work throughout the CS scene as well. So I kind of appreciate it.
Nouns versus
I think it was a shame
Timbermen, which is what we just watched.
Kansas City, but
NRG beat
forward to
Party Astronauts or PA.
The action here and seeing what they can do, because they looked great with the short few weeks that we had in between last series and this one. I mean, it's a completely different team, I would say.
Yeah, no question. All right, well, looks like we're just getting a few final things checked off here before we get into the action. We are about to start. We got the word that it's about to go live here. Grand finals with, I think, 4K on the line here for the winner, and only, well, I don't want to say only, it's still $1,000 available for second place. It's you know, all the money going into the grand final here of the 5K prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, a big deal here, obviously that, and then obviously the Valve ranking points that go alongside it, which have been highlighted a couple of times. It was talked about quite a bit in at Frag 18 there, but these events kind of get amplified a little bit. More and more interest, more and more work needed to close out these events, because there's potential like qualification on the line here for other events. So if you're NRG and you're looking at what happens here on a consistent basis, you're just keeping a close eye on, you know, how much damage you can do, how consistently you can win in the NA space, and how many ranking points you can lock in. And
all right, ladies and gentlemen,
on the side of NRG,
the grand finals of the NA Revival Series presented by PrizePicks. W, let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Timbermen just charged down.
Okay, Hex is cheating.
That went about as you would expect, with Hex getting a couple here as they're trying to get into the A side. They do manage to slip in. Does George have any idea that they're here? He has to. The comms have to have been there. And yeah, he turns around, gets nothing. Oh, what a shot from Dia. Now the A side's kind of been cleared out here. Breeze has managed to get one. That's Shane trying to get into that A side and help support the bomb plan, which still hasn't been able to happen because Dia's kind of trapped in catacombs. And Breeze on the other side, they've set up a 3-man crossfire here on NRG's side. Nitro might be a piece that's taken out shortly. Duali's here. They're trying to close the gap, and they do. Nice drop from Dia, and they can rotate off the site now. They got plenty of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time here to just rotate in towards that B side, but hitting the pause button a little bit could be problematic, because now you're also seeing Hex post up in a position of strength here. T side splits up just a tad. We'll see if that becomes a problem here as Hex is covering the ramp side. They've scaled past him though, and it's not going to matter here. Dare going to collect off the back of that kill, and side access gained here. Kit picked up for Breeze. He's got the armor as well, so a little bit of extra time to work through, but getting past this duo is not an easy task, and Kia will just be forward.
Okay, Timbermen get pistol.
Pistol going to be converted.
Well, nicely done again from the Timbermen. Dia with 3 in that pistol round. Huge recovery, right? Because Hex gets 2, and then they manage to slip in towards the A side, even though it still feels like NRG can take care of business. Once Nitro falls, and they're able to gain that path towards the B site, everything just goes right into place perfectly. And the Timbermen have got the pistol round. NRG immediately going to force up to try and respond.
Get all back and forth here going. Keep the pressure on this T side. They do like a good force buy on the side of NRGs. Bit of a difference compared to what Timbermen are used to, where they go for the saves pretty often on these second rounds. We will see the full investment come through. MP9s galore. I think Ancient's a map there where a lot of those close range duels can really favor the MP9s as well, so you gotta take it very carefully in rounds like these. And a nade stack onto OC, putting a lot of damage down range. Is Deagle gonna be lowered in? Because he doesn't have armor, that hurts all the more.
Chat, I'm in charge of dinner ordering, and she's quote-unquote just gonna order something.
Finally dropped to the ground. Blood loss or bullets, he's gone.
No.
5v4 in favor of the Timbermen. Nitro's coming back with George, and they're getting 3 combined, but it's now only Breeze left after the trades come through. He's all the way towards the A site.
Look at all the dead bodies on the mini-map, bro.
Aware of this. They're actually slowing up the pace, which is technically to the advantage of Breeze. Now they're having a peek, though. Dia can't finish him off, and he has to escape. Actually lucky to get away, because it felt like for a moment that Breeze would be able to turn this into a 1v1. And now Carson can't safely plant the bomb. Oh, he does actually get it through. Excuse me. I thought he pulled off it for a moment, and the ball spam. It's good, but it's just an MP9, and the damage is not quite there. So now Breeze walking into what will be an extremely difficult situation. Gets one, tries to flick for the second. So close, but doesn't come through as Dia closes out another round.
Okay, I know what I want.
Nice closer from Dia there, almost making it happen though in the clutch.
God, you're so extra.
Separating that attention, very difficult to break through
so,
that crossfire. Nearly
you're fucking
impossible with this
toxic.
setup from NRG. That's what I mean. The MP9.
I pick something. Chat first thing she does. This says not that
a little
one.
extra effort to finish.
She said
the
get
job.
out of there specifically.
No, I mean, whenever it comes down to a 1v1, yeah, I was gonna say probably means you're gonna give this one a take 2, another shot. And they go even more MP9s and more. This time from us is in the mix, so that extra loss bonus, some extra firepower. Those MP9s get you an extra 600 every time you get a kill with them, so decent buy here. But encouraged by the fact that that last one was so close. That can be kind of a false promise, though.
All right. All right, all right. Who's on the way?
Timbermen, just going for some panel spam here into the B site. No one really getting connected on. Maybe Hex down at 53, but I'm not even sure that was from the spam. Either way, Timbermen not making any secret of where they might be located here.
I mean, if you guys want to hear, like,
55
she's right behind me, so I'll talk shit while she's here.
Not entirely convinced they'll commit to B.
I started my lift chat and I said pick something
They
to
want
order.
to get a move on here and rotate.
I finished my lift.
Excuse me,
She
it's
still
gonna
hadn't
have to
picked
have
any
no.
place.
Well-timed smoke.
Like, actually, we didn't even end up ordering food.
See if that.
We ordered food like
provides any interest.
4 hours later.
At the moment.
She's right behind me, so I am scared for my life, but you know what?
Pressure going to be applied
She heard it.
the bomb site. Spam down, taking that utility. Could be a bit of a problem. Into the
What I go with? I went with like a local.
There's 10 seconds left, and they're losing too many numbers. Way too many numbers.
Wow. That's fantastic for energy. The timing of that smoke, like, and the pacing of their utility is phenomenal. Because they remember trying to wait till the very last moment to go for the execute, but then the smoke lands right in their face, and Ram, they're like, okay, we only have 20 seconds
So
left.
energy
We
gets
gotta
the force
move.
again, and then they win
right
it.
into
Now
what
look at
is
the
a
money
hail
on
of
Timbermen.
bullets
Energy
from
goes for the big
NRG's
boy.
MP9
Economic
from
gamble
Moss's.
pays off. You love
And
to
there's
see
some
it.
upgrades available on the ground, so they're going to get an AK, a Galil out of that, and of course some reinvestments coming through. Well played by NRG, and the Timbermen's economy is kind of shot. That was why NRG decided to go for the
Oh my God,
force
did you
by 2
literally
rounds in a
close your
row
eyes and
because
pick
they had
something?
gotten it down to only one player in the previous round. So let's see if the Timbermen can strike back with a force buy of their own.
I just running into that brick wall there, that defense.
What did she get? Let's see.
With the extra benefit being that time
Not
pressure
bad.
as
Good
well.
choice.
Revival series.
That puts an even bigger hurting on them. Those who started off trying to put an end to the force buys on the other end of things. Opening pick.
All right.
In no haste. And the Timbermen
There we go.
campus,
Locked
you
in
can
now.
see from
Sorry.
the
Meet you.
default
Thanks for the
on those
110-month
cameras.
resub. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
One
I
hand
am
on the wheel. Nice relaxed stance. As they
home
wait
stretcher,
for,
boys. Let's get it.
I think for
Grand
the
final
majority
time.
of these moves to be made from this CT side, first things first. A little bit of utility dispense, but yeah, I mean, they're just left behind another smoke here and struggling to kind of crack through.
Bro, my girlfriend the other night makes a sandwich, and I'm like, damn, good idea.
Lots of
So I
smoke
make
play
one.
coming
Then
through
she
from the Timbermen.
eats mine
Snav
because
around
I'm
this
better at
corner.
making sandwiches.
I mean, look, NRG are happy to
Did you
oblige,
at least
right?
get hers,
The
or she just
patience,
eat
they're
both?
waiting out the Timbermen, and they're just getting rewarded for their patience here once more. All the
That'd be
frags
crazy.
going their way. Nothing really done by the
Just
Timbermen
absolutely
except for
dominates
that
and
one on the
alphas
tail
you
end,
out of
but
your sandwich.
There's NRG
What up,
coming
Volt?
through with the second, and it's hard to knock these guys down.
How's my day? Pretty good.
Certainly is. Keep the pressure on as well.
Powering
This is a team
through
that
the
has
grand
been
finals because we got it.
thriving
Revival
in
series
the
on. We got to make sure we're doing our
Counter-Strike
part.
that they've been playing, and
You know,
getting
07 type
George
vibes.
Moore slotted in. I'm sure they're eager to
be fair,
get
though,
a
this
victory
final
here
is-
after barely missing it last time around.
Was a nice little surprise.
Losing out to Nouns.
I'd
in
be
that
lying
last
if I said I
final.
wouldn't
That
have
was their
preferred
last
Nouns in
series
the
also,
finals for the
so it was
viewership,
a,
but
bit of soul searching into
having
nothing
a
but
different final and not a
sweeps and
repeat is
series.
kind of nice too.
Dominating every team that they've been put up against.
Gaffer, thanks for the 14-month primer. Thank
This
you.
one should be a dominant round as well. Nitro gonna have some fun with it. Looking to keep it nice and tidy. No casualties take place there from the CT side. Nice and flawless up against the pistols. And the lead going to be claimed by NRG before the buy comes back out.
Probably IO, yeah. Love the revival streams had on the background. Thank you. Power on through, it's 5:51. Yeah, but I streamed 15 hours yesterday, slept 5 hours, and I'm back. Do not look at my VOD uptimes for like the last, well, month. I wonder how many hours I've streamed this month.
Purchase coming on through. We'll see if this quickens up the pace here. A little fast aggression. Just switch things up a little bit on the side of Timbermen. Turning up the heat, but
no, Jeremy, we haven't released them yet.
Not what
We're
they
still figuring shit out.
Turn that heat on up there. Nitro delivering a lot of damage and a kill to secure some success in the early stages of this one. A little bit of extra support from George. They overwhelm with the numbers. And they will
a lot of good movement out of energy in these mid rounds, to be honest. They're just like
middle. They'll lock down just about everything that they're asking for here. Snavy's good in the clutch, but
these proactive CT moves are
too far-fetched.
Just sitting on your heels is not the move.
Wow. I mean, it's so amazing how quickly NRG can just... Oh, maybe Snav gets it. Okay,
thanks for the many hours of awful major coverage. You know, that's what I'm here for.
And that is under lock and key.
I'm like the D+ of streamers.
Yeah, a little too tall of
but we're just putting up shots, you know what I mean?
Finds the frag, and NRG have 4 in a row now. Wow. I mean, look...
I'm just putting up hours.
This is why NRG have been so good, right? Because even when there's a little bit of adversity that they face in the opening rounds, lose that pistol. The second one as well.
B+ is a bit generous,
okay,
no?
Mr.
President, I quite literally said D+.
They come back and
but
get
thank
4
you.
Right in a row, and in convincing
Scaffler with the
fashion, too.
14-month primer, thank you.
The way it's built up so quickly. And there's going to be 5 techs and 4 pieces of util coming through from the team.
Pager's over. What do you now? Play Path of Exile.
One, but look, speaking of potent, those nades sail in. Dia and Shane on the receiving end, and more than 100 damage done combined amongst those two. Or at least just about 100 damage. Anyway, Tech's going to get the opener for his squad. OC finds another one. George is going to get a couple, and Dara's gone as well.
I swear.
So just 2 casualties for NRG.
D+.
Not going to be too fussed about it with George and OC at 12K.
Yeah, not worried about that. So they're just happy. Not, like you said, I mean, it's also just not
we gotta I heard a D
careful form
as
of
well.
They were very aggressive.
Yeah.
With the purchases and the
I am
early
a lazy
stages,
speaker,
it's one of those things I think a lot of teams will fall into a trap for. And that's constantly force buying into these rounds.
I got those Midwestern talking vibes, you know?
Just never having enough firepower, never having enough utility to get defenses.
I tried Marvel Rivals yet. I've watched a lot of stuff for it. I see a lot of content being made for it. And nothing about it.
Managed to avoid a lot of the problems.
I'm good. I'm just good.
Look at this,
my
George and
God.
Nitro get to
It
have
seems
their
like a
fun as they
fantastic
establish full
casual
control of the map once
game
again.
to play with friends.
Quick and easy. These rounds are
but I have
flying
no
by,
interest
out of
in
control
one.
For the side of Timbermen.
I don't have friends. 2, I don't have any interest in playing another shooter.
Pretty tough map 1, but
dude,
this is
I'd much rather play Path of Exile.
That was a full buy. That was a full buy for Timbermen. It didn't even look like it. It felt like they were just pushing out with.
You think
pistols,
some NFL games are rigged or incapable? I think refs are definitely just incapable. Bro. They're humans.
The contrast.
They're humans and they feel pressure just like everybody else, trying to get everything right.
Timbermen today.
Good luck.
It's been just either very, very high.
Genuinely,
or very,
the NFL's problem is they don't train or pay those motherfuckers enough.
Even half to half on the maps. Nitro
in my opinion,
gets the open. Okay, good trade from Dare. It's not over yet. Snap's got a beat on George.
Aren't some of those guys like not even fucking full time?
Dare is very, very low. Space gain for Timbermen. Carson going back into mid, and Dia finds Breeze as he's distracted with Carson over at lane. This.
Am I crazy? I know some of them are full time.
I mean, they're not really positioned very well.
Part timers being paid like 70K a year. Yeah, 70K a year. I'm not even saying they got crazy hours, but at the same time, like
position here. I mean,
think about that
in the end goal is though, because it could get interesting.
Relative speaking to the
quickly
business that they're generating and what they're supposed to be officiating.
OC, who's now got his crosshairs kind of primed in location. One quick connection.
Like, let me put it in North American match fixing terms. Like,
puts a little bit of fear
when low salary or no salary,
out in the follow-up here,
comparatively speaking to what is available, isn't that a recipe for disaster?
Blowing open that smoke, they blow up Dare. make sure that he can't activate in this late round. We're all evened up at a 2v2 now, and they're quick gonna reposition. Meanwhile, the bomb is yet to get planted out in the open. It kind of exposed to where they're heading.
Hold on.
A bold plant, but they get away with it here now. Snav taking a
nice
forward-facing
wing
angle,
from Hex.
loses out to Hex. It draws the attention of Dia, picks up the rifle, but runs into the rifle here of Hex instead.
Hex
and it's a round ripped away
That's your
from
son
Timbermen
right
just
there.
when you think things could go right for them.
4v2 for Timbermen. NRG out of position. OC and Donut, so maybe he gets one and then gets traded. But
that's what I'm
he
saying. Like
gets the one,
70K a year
no
for
trade,
sure. Like
gets
you
a chance at another shot and misses it. But then Hex, I thought Hex was just going to push to Red Room in that situation, but instead
in comparison to the industry and what they're supposed to be the regulators of, and like
all the way around
maintaining the game's integrity
as an opener in the 2v2. Unreal. Unbelievable stuff from NRG. What a clutch for those two.
It's actually abysmal.
And I mean, we've been heaping praise, upon OC along with Hex for quite some time, and that's the reason why these guys have been looking absolutely ridiculously sharp. And OC connects for another one. Nitro gets fragged out.
This is actually a pretty big game for NRG if they believe. If they win this, I believe they're going to sneak into Blast bounty invites with the last slot. I'm not going to lie, that would make me so fucking happy.
Hex in a pretty strong spot in Cave. There'll have to be a hard clear right, or maybe some util will be used. A Molotov would help here. They're not going to do anything. Are they just waiting out Hext? Hext. Ah, nicely done. Dare comes in. Hext had no one on that site, and Dare was just swinging around slowly but surely. And that will give him the advantage, but only briefly. Shane is traded out, and NRG.
The bomb.
Yeah, they lost the bomb, and they're not giving them any space to breathe.
Pug moment.
Snav is gone. NRG don't know that the bomb is towards double doors, but
no, they're gonna figure it out
because it's not planted. Through all of these players just to get back to it. Eventually, they'll realize that something is amiss.
I mean, I think they already are kind of realizing this because look at the understanding. They would have bomb planted. They cleared out from B ramp, Hex in Cave, so you know they already took the space that would be necessary and. Now they realize as Dare's fighting down the ramp that this is definitely the case here. Flushing him out to the open. Dare's still doing a good job of fighting for his life, fighting for this round. Can he do enough to set it up for Carson? The time's running low.
Yeah, exactly, Tim. You pay him more, but then hold him to a higher standard.
Silver lining. Can he get away with anything, though?
Should get one.
Sneaky is a surprise. Their trade available. Can he find it? He will. Carson closing out a clutch finally for Timbermen.
Holy
instead.
shit!
And they will be back on the board. From the first 2 rounds they won.
Damn.
7 drive.
Okay,
Carson will
my
break
bad.
through the deadlock.
Yeah, that's the one advantage for Dare. I mean, yes, he only gets one and goes down afterwards, but he gets so much information that he can tell Carson, hey man, you might be best going towards lane and trying to get those frags. And it was absolutely a beautiful call. He could have focused on the bomb, decided not to, went for the frags instead, and wow. What a play from Carson to give the Timbermen a third, but every round feels like it's a challenge right now for the Timbermen up against this NRG squad. And that's what they'll do to you, though. They'll really just continue to put the pressure on, give you no real breathing room. And again there, George fighting towards mid, finds one. I think Nitro caught a look at someone around the edge of that smoke.
NRG,
So
thank you for
catches
being you
Carson
beautiful.
for a little bit of damage. It's still a 5v4 for NRG.
Good space being taken as a good look here to try and bounce back towards that red room. Really high value.
You got a spin butter in every game for your past 20? What in the world is your trust factor?
There's that surprise. There's an opening here. Once again, ripped up by Carson.
Well, that's insane. Meanwhile,
revive this round for
I don't even think
4v5.
I've seen a spin butter, and so
and I mean,
like I've seen blatant cheats, but spinning, I don't know. It's been a minute.
As Carson continues to do damage, they're
Bro,
taking
is
both
the
sides
spin
of the
butter?
map
Like,
here. The
motherfuckers
trade's
can't catch
effective
me.
as can be. It leaves OC left into the clutch on the opposite side of the map here. So the start that was manufactured here does not linger for too long, and it's going to be taken on back here. Timbermen just needed a lifeline to get back into this one. I guess OC could kind of give this one more of an effort. He's getting hunted down. I mean, he maybe wanted to give it a try. He never even got to start that conversation with how aggressive Timbermen were.
Honestly, they had enough money to buy up no matter what, so I think he wanted to try for something, but just couldn't hit that shot.
Timbermen bounced back pretty hard, to be honest, considering how this is looking for a moment.
Peak. Timbermen wasting no time trying to chase him down and ensure the round goes their way. So that's a 4th. Nicely done for them. I think
I'm not trying to dunk on you, just that seems so
had
extreme.
the pieces in the right place. They just couldn't win their duels, and well done from the Timbermen to finally take the advantage and win a 4th round. It feels like they're starting to get back into this ancient, and they're finding the gaps. That's what I want to say. Like for Carson in particular. He keeps finding
yeah, I
his
think I've
defensive
seen the
gaps.
alert in
Now
game.
he
Maybe
will
I'm
be dropped
gaslighting myself
immediately
with the trust
to get
factor,
off the
but
round, so no more sneaking around for him. Breeze could connect on a follow-up. Lots of damage done to Shane. Managed to jump back around the corner without taking much damage himself. Hex with the panel.
Played against the cheater the other day.
And the rest of Timbermen are kind of
He wasn't spinning, but he was trying his best to hide it while fully turned up. His team kicked him, though.
Maybe they can push through a challenge here at Cave, and yeah, at least Snav is going to get that one at Jaguar, actually, onto Nitro.
I wonder,
but it's still a lot of damage
taken
taken by the Timbermen. As they're looking to make this a little bit closer at 7-5. Ooh, big miss from OC. Hex going to have to do some work here and only gets one. Look who it is again. Darren Dia doing the damage.
Oh my god. Breaking on through this round here. And again, finding the gaps, creating those gaps here. Snav, the closer.
Sure, DJ.
Gonna break it down here, and at the end of the day here, despite the
No, I never play cheaters because somebody at Valve is full-time employed to watch my stream. Also, me not playing Premier anymore because I got cheated for
in a big fashion,
2 days straight.
Again, they are a team right now that's living and dying on the streaks here, the clutches as well. And think about what got them back into that half. It's Carson with a 1v2. From that point forward, they win out. So, I mean, that still seemingly remains true here in this best of 3.
That is the closest half the Timbermen have played in this Revival series so far.
Yeah.
They've had
13 ones.
Yeah, 10-2s, not always on the right side of it. And yeah, the 13 ones were ridiculous. So at least good competition coming through. And yet, like, NRG looked a little vulnerable on their defensive side here.
Did you see the stat the other day that NA is way less cheaters? Yeah, was it total number?
Yes, they did lose to Nouns
because
10-13.
I remember people saying that
13-3.
And it's like back to my favorite stat.
Happened a couple of months ago, but that's
once again, guys, we have like 10 to 15 times less the players.
Opener here, Hex to follow up. NRG are overloading this B site. It's not looking too bad. Dia might have something to say about that. Gets one with the dualies and Carson blindside George. That's going to lead it into a 2v2.
And they overcome another tough situation here for the side of Timbermen.
2v2, bomb down, long control, spotting CT
they have
cross.
to fight back still in this retake here. But Dia has a kit and a smoke, so that's going to help them get back into it. Quick swing from Carson. They know where the last is as well. Headshot's not quite connected from Hex, but now we play ring around the Rosie.
Oh my gosh.
Ring around the big old pillar. Can you find Hex in time? He's going to continue to play around with his food. Now Smoke goes on top of that bomb flash to back it up.
Holy
Can't
shit,
track it, but the knife is out. And the knife is in here. The backstab coming through from Hex will seal the round. A little bit of panic.
I was panicked.
But in the end, a sigh of relief here for the NRG. Rifler there with the pistol in hand gets the job done. Hex showing up in the clutch there and bringing that round home.
Wow. I mean, look, so very close. And Hex with a sigh of relief, literally, on camera, because that one was way too close. Carson is giving them fits and starts in some of these rounds. But NRG get the pistol, find themselves an 8th. But, you know, you have Timbermen coming right on back with the 4 MP9s and the Deagle on the 4-spy. Giving up all the mid control to NRG and playing 3 on the B site and 2 very aggressively postured into A main. That leaves Donut exposed. But NRG, I don't know if they want... I don't know if they decided where they want to go yet, right? Because you see the bomb is just being ferried over right outside of T-spawn. And they're looking around to seeing where there might be an opening or to gain some information. That is unlucky for Snap. That is very unfortunate. Taking damage through the panel down to 30 HP.
It'd be like that sometimes.
At the start he was open for there. Spam just always coming through now.
I didn't really play 1.6 at any point. No,
I
play like pickup games in it from time to time, but nah, I never like played 1.6.
Still hanging in there. Again, more
Sorcerer
surprising to see this sort of aggressive buy from this Timberman squad. So trusting.
Oh, the shadow.
This is the key back into this map here potentially, but off to a tough start. Snav will be able to bring the bounce back. Too much distance though in that fight. Won't be able to close it, as I think, yeah, I've been pretty safe call here, but understandable. gonna run away once they lose and find themselves smoked out of that A side. I wouldn't want to go through that either. So, smart call. Give them again another chance at a force buy here with the price of 1. With
is each player required to have the face cam on? Yeah, we like it on, yeah.
That was so intelligently played by Breeze.
We heavily encourage.
He knows there's 2 players there. He gets the first, and
most
then
players are
backs off
realizing that it's nice. So most people don't give us too hard of a time.
Two,
Some players don't want
from
to.
the bomb site and in towards that fight, maneuvers himself out of A main, so he has the advantageous
motherfuckers
fight,
better
and
get
gets
used
the
to
second as well.
camera on them if they want to.
That's really the only
make the
piece that
jump
can
at
apply
some point.
pressure for the Timbermen to allow the other 3 to get back into the site. Once he's gone, well, it's over. And the round, they have to pull the plug on it. 9-5 in favor of NRG. As you mentioned, saving those guns was important for Timbermen. They'll be able to upgrade their pistols on Carson and Dia. Everyone else going to have the 2 MP9s and the Galil in Shane's hands. Hasn't been the greatest map for Shane. Usually a player that can be relied upon, consistently deliver frags. Maybe that will change as this half continues.
Oh, nice trade from OC. Nice little walk up out of Hex. Straight bullying right there.
Out of the gates to pressure that B side. And as they do pressure it, I mean, they kind of fall back. Though.
We do actually keys there. Funny enough, we have a couple cameras. Some of the production by some, I mean, Ches will go on cam sometimes when he's producing for us.
Yeah, this could be a surprise. And
oh, no.
Thread the needle here on this play. Nitro now left to a clutch. He's got to come up big time. Tap onto the bomb, but it's not being stuck.
Oh, this is
10-second defuse here. Nitro repositioning well. He tries to identify that they're off the
he thought it might be a 10-second
in that smoke spam. He was hoping that they wouldn't be sticking it. I don't know. Ends up getting nothing. Realized it's a little too late. So some good patience being put on display from Snav.
No, they definitely ban them, but
with
also
that,
they'll throw in the accounts that they think are there. More, it's kind of almost like a shadow ban in a way.
Earlier, but that's that efficiency that comes through when you're able to hold on to your second round guns that you force into. On that third round, it gives you a great shot again to try and win another one.
Nouns, Heiza.
Yeah.
They were down 10-0 to win 13 rounds straight.
In cave in particular. The maneuvering, the movement. I thought Nitro would have been better served by not spamming because the position he had gained was unknown by the Timbermen. He'd gotten towards that site, so just waiting and perhaps until that smoke fades.
Yeah, Cloudburst, that's what...
Oh, back into this half, and they're jumping up and down, dodging bullets like Neo in the Matrix. Is going to get to Dia, finds the follow-up. Breeze and OC are the last 2 standing. This is quickly tumbling in favor of Timbermen. OC going to get 1 back, but I'm not sure if that's going to mean too much. He's looking for the upgrade. There it is. AK picked up. Backs off again. It's going to take a lot here. A 2v5.
No, COD shadow bans were terrible because they just did bans based on stats. That was crazy. Kernel level anti-cheat couldn't detect the most blatant of cheats, so if you got 10 kills too quick, they just shadow banned you.
And giving them rounds in a row to work off.
I could literally never play with Lex because of that shit. It was so annoying.
Victory. They don't have that much distance to cover here. They want to try and close out on NRG. So definitely some.
Oh boy.
Chances.
Yeah, you're thinking of deadlock.
Make it happen. And there's 2v4.
Well, okay.
Opens the window for them to hit that A side. They still have to get past a single defender. That's Carson locking it down on the A side of the map, and with that smoke, you don't want to go through that. That's for sure. And yeah, you're exactly right there. They have to go through it. There's no other options, and they get leveled out by the spray. Perfect gun for the job there. Carson will
still never have kernel anti-cheat because Valve's insistence on Linux support.
It's being shown here by the Timbermen. Look, Derek, that's ridiculous. He's able to get 2 in that situation. And after that, I mean, Breeze and OC doing what they can. Breeze with a couple of frags. After that, they
easy for you, Heiza.
The flashbang doesn't do anything for the one player that was watching that angle. So now 2 rounds away from tying this one up are the Timbermen. No strangers from overcoming a deficit in the first half, and this time it was a lot less than the 2-10 they had to come back against Nouns against on Mirage. It looks like a very likely 8 will come through. order here. Only a couple of threatening pistols in the Deagle and the P250 for Breeze and OC. I think they're just hoping that they get a bomb plant, if anything. Snav connected off a little bit of damage, but still standing in backs out of give.
A bit of caution here. Jump spotting, always the tall tale sign of playing careful up against pistols towards middle. They're now getting a little bit more confident. Set up with a nice flash, and he is knocking down some heads. That's somehow a body shot. There's a second flash. Look at
one more.
Utility. Look at the support.
Nope.
Wait, is he under the crosshair? Oh my god.
He's stuck in.
Dia was
He's got the
zoomed in, so he didn't see George right underneath his nose. And so that's an all picked up. Maybe he could be disposed of as well. He'd throw $5,000 out of the map because they are sitting on bomb. Like a goose egg. Also, yeah, okay, he does throw it away.
Oh, he's trying to.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like a boomerang. It just keeps coming back.
Smart. Get the op out of play.
Utility so that
no way he's gonna be able to save it.
Get dropped over. Smoke spam there. Dare will look for that AWP and say it's not here. Where did it go?
Oh, it is what
due
it is.
diligence. Yeah, he'll have to drop that in the next round. Wow. Looks better with X-ray right there. The headshot that rolls out.
Maybe they've been making a lot of comebacks. It's looking like it right
Time
now.
for the Timbermen to talk things over. They know it's a critical juncture that NRG are going to have the guns once more. No AWP available to them. I mean, George could have tried to save that. It felt like there was a potential path to it, but obviously, you know, keeping it out of the hands of the Timbermen was more on his mind, and that was a success in the end. As they're going to talk things over, are the Timbermen to see what exactly they should do going to this next round. Carson, I think, getting a little vocal there, talking to his
What's
team.
used to get all the players' webcams displayed? I think we're using Discord for it.
He's been chatting it up constantly.
Like a little program. I'm not sure. There's little
yeah, I mean,
people run different programs. I'm not sure actually how ours
that's one of the benefits that you do get when you add Carson is that you're gonna get
you could ask
a little
Chez
bit
if
more
he's
depth
around.
on more maps that Nouns are good on. I'm Timbermen and Nouns, they have similar map pools, but that communication as well. George though caught by some great flashes. OC quick on the trade, needed to be able to lock in some success towards this middle side, and at the end of the day they'll level them out 1 for 1.
Video
it's a good situation
Ninja
to find yourself in if you're in
that kind of
this
like
early into the round,
VMix
but it might go
shit?
quickly poorly as both players caught with utility out, but Snav is the one that comes out quicker with that headshot. Looking for a trade available. Snav though, he's playing around this pillar perfectly with this little cubby angle. Dare will step forward and Snav will close it out. 1-2
Bro,
punch.
Timbermen
Good
are
night,
on a
NRG, and
fucking
good night to your
heater.
lead as well. That's taken by Timbermen.
That's ridiculous. A good trade coming through from OC right off the bat, but after that, Timbermen re-aggressive.
They're playing some good
Dare is there,
CS right now,
Snav
man.
is there. There is no safe haven for NRG to come out and do much of anything. A 4th in a row for the Timbermen, tying up the scoreline at 9-9. And now NRG are stuck on a pistol buy-up. They got 4 techs and a deagle. And the tides are truly shifting in favor of the Timbermen now. A 10th round, a lead for the first time on the map. That would be impressive for them. 3 players for NRG charging down mid. Gonna go for that donut control. This is actually the right idea as it stands. The smoke is thrown for CT. A couple of players coming through. Carson's in trouble. He can't hold this angle anymore because of how well that Molotov was thrown. He's gonna get a flashbang out. Bomb's gonna be planted. He's flashed on himself, but Breeze the insta-dome with the tech. He'll hide
That
around
was
big
ambitious
box.
out of Carson.
Waiting for more contact.
I can't believe he actually did that.
What can he do? Staring down, waiting for someone to show themselves. He's calling or shouting out commands to his team to try and get them to move forward and go for this retake. Dare in a bit of trouble. Shane's coming out. Breeze and Nitro taking care of business. It's just the Tech 9s. It's just the pistols. That 10th round is nothing but a dream for the Timbermen because NRG are going to take it for themselves. 10-9 in their favor just on the eco.
That was a huge round for NRG.
Oh man, Look at the setup as
Timbermen
well.
have been
You have to
making
have so much
comebacks all
trust in your
day.
teammates there. Look at Breeze collecting that first kill
All
on
day.
the inbound play of Carson trying to get away with some success there. But Breeze has such great coverage and is also peaking off of timing. Has that like gut feeling on when he finally
You
needs to
stole a
swing on
belt
the
from the
second
guild stash
fight that he takes.
in PoE? Yeah, you better be putting good shit in there when you got your own.
Once things tied up, they realize that they're not in a position of power anymore, especially with the fashion in which Nav and Dare closed out 2 rounds prior in that last victory that they're able to establish. So another timeout called here from Timbermen. They're chugging through these. They're using these effectively to keep their head into games.
Yeah,
which I do like to see here for this squad. Again, you still see a lot of communication. Carson seems to be talking here quite a bit in the freeze time as well. And now I would say you have like 3 pretty big voices. I'd imagine D likes to call the shots a little bit for how he opts, but 3 big voices and Dare, Shane,
PoE sucks. Really, mine's fine. But I guess I've been playing on Window Borderless,
in this rounds.
Oh, look at Carson go. Look at this mid control they have.
Flom is balding.
Smoke pop's gonna come
One
in.
way
But
to find out
Carson
you're
gets
losing your vision,
Dare
but
is
good
the one
luck,
who gets
brother.
the freebie. Both of them focused in on that smoke pop. And again, NRG, when they're challenging up lane, trying to get in through Z, it's not happening at all.
Cheeseboard.
They need to go back to the look they had in that previous round on the A
I
take.
tried
rather
also
than
not
continue to try to bang their heads against the wall
pile
against
on.
this defense, which is extremely effective from Timbermen. Hex doesn't get spotted out, tucks himself into the corner as that smoke
I think they're
blooms.
trying
Now NRG are making a bit of a readjustment.
trying to
The
not be
ball
like that
leaning
as
more
much
towards
anymore,
the A
but
site. Breeze going to be joining up with, you imagine, George in just a moment, unless he wants to go for some mid control, which is possible, but he'll probably need his teammate by his side if he wants to do so. Just
But
to
I
make
won't
sure that
sugarcoat it,
trade
Cheeseboard.
comes
You
through
are remembering
with
the correct
54
team,
seconds
yeah.
left on the clock.
Yeah, watching Hex kind of talk and communicate where the footsteps that he's hearing are leaning in towards. But in this 4v5, Timbermen do start to concede a little bit of map control. That's going to be available to this T side for the taking. See if that creates any complications. Sometimes
I don't want to be yapping about that during the final right now.
Back into a round.
You can find it pretty easily if you probably just put a liege and then
free reign of this control. But 20 seconds left. They got to really get chugging along here. Carson identifies where the majority of that is, and unfortunately, Breeze disconnecting in this one. So Carson, one less task to hold up against, but he's holding up against the players in the server quite nicely. They gotta get the numbers punched in. Looking for some protection coming through there, but a charge on the planter. They actually do get the numbers punched in. So George with the plant.
Bounce back from Timber with 4 alive as well.
Closing out the round in the end. Tough timing with that disconnect, but I don't even know if that would have mattered all that much, given the strength of that position.
Yeah. Obviously, they would have rather have had Breeze there, but I agree with you. I mean, it was just such strong defense that Timbermen were putting up again, and they isolate the round victory for NRG. Obviously, a timeout being called here to get Breeze back in the server. I'm hoping that was just a crash and not a power outage or anything along those lines, because that would be truly unfortunate for NRG to have a delay here, getting back into the swing of things, or maybe it could be beneficial to
run
them,
into your guys'
given how well
problems because
Timbermen have
first
played
world.
over the last 6 rounds.
I mean, this
We'll
is a huge flex,
have to wait
but
and
since
see
I'm double PC, I
how
always
long
have
this is
Twitch
gonna
on my
take
second
to
PC
get
running.
resolved. And we're still waiting for information here, Cole, on exactly what happened.
Which one's Zal? I see people always complaining about not being able to beat him. Which one is he again?
Right, a Timbermen squad that
Is
looks
that end
very
of Act
sharp,
2?
that's competitive, that's coming out here and challenging NRG, who have been so very good over the last few months. And I mean, NRG, who have that resilience as well on their side to be able to come in here and say, no, we're the top dogs, and continuing to try and fight forward, winning the eco, losing the follow-up, which is kind of a shame for them, but afterwards, they still have a buy up in the tank. This is far from over, and there is Breeze back in the server, which means we'll be underway again in just a few moments.
Good to see that. Quickly back into the action.
Double PC to go along with his 5 mansions. It's 7 mansions, thank you. And I recently had to sell the 8.
Back into
all right?
the
Times are
waters
tough.
there. Just taking a rest. Just
Who am
taking
I
a
rooting
nap.
for? Well, it's come to my attention that if Energy wins this, it
Sometimes
could
you just need
catapult
to
them
take
into
a
the
little
blast
midday nap,
invite.
or, well, it's not
So
anymore. It's nighttime. So
full
just
on
a mid-map nap. for
full on.
Breeze. So
Like
he's
I
trying
want to
sort
see
things
that.
out. Checking out the cams.
Well, I'm not really sure what that is, but
everyone just chilling. Pretty
talking
calm.
about how Flom's
No
a
one
billionaire
really
again.
having the panic set in on either side.
Yeah.
Looks like his internet.
That being said,
may
any
have
primers,
gone
prime
out.
forgetters.
Oof.
Oh no, not the
That is
internet.
kind of unfortunate.
You think you feel the difference between
cool
200 and
background,
400 FPS? Well, considering the
light
hertz
up
of my
shelves
monitor,
for
yeah,
Hex.
definitely.
Yeah.
You get this all there.
But I don't really
Good.
drop below 200.
Good addition.
Oh, he's already
Let's
back?
go back to
W,
see that
okay.
again. No? Okay. Hey, there it is.
240?
Yeah.
I have
No,
a
that's really cool
480
shelf.
hertz.
I like the little
that's
kitty.
sweet.
OLED.
That is a cat, right? Am I crazy?
0.02 millisecond response
is a cat.
time. Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. What
I'm
else
gonna
is
say
there?
that confidently. That looks like a cat.
1440p.
Is that a steering wheel?
He's got some sort of
All
like.
right,
Metal,
all right, I gotta
think,
stop
'cause he
flexing.
did
It's
get
getting
a
out of control.
frag metal. But yeah, that's a steering wheel as
Yeah,
well.
that's a sim racer. He's a sim racer, really? Like, how do you have time for that? On top
I'm
of
here for
Counter-Strike,
that.
Maybe he
Hex?
plays CS with the wheel
Oh,
sometimes.
True.
I can't tell you how incredibly difficult that is to achieve.
Have you ever tried?
No, but I can assure you that it's incredibly difficult, having used the wheel before. Like, I don't see how in any world you'd be able to control a character in Counter-Strike. That
See? Look at how he's moving. Just one quick
Sure.
jerk of the wheel.
Well, Polly, like I said, I'm not trying to
Oh,
sugarcoat
man.
things, but I'm trying to also watch the
You
final right now.
You just plop yourself right on head level. You know?
Yes, but like,
You
what
look
would
down
it
at us as peasants, don't
do?
you?
Like,
Of
I
course.
don't even-
That's
like,
why I have a
what would
standing
you-
desk.
If you turn it left, will you look left? Like, how do
Yeah.
you look? How do you look up or down?
Just keep your crosshair at head level.
You can only go left and right, no up and down. We're going back in time to the days of original Doom, where there's no upward and downward movement. You just look left and right.
Oh, that's kind of lit, but
and then,
that's nice.
afterwards,
Nice
the
touch.
shots will magically go upwards if you're facing that direction. There's an
I
enemy
know.
there.
You're telling me you chatted in this fucking YouTube stream
guess.
for like this
All
many
right, we're
hours
back
and you just
into
now
it, guys.
subscribed?
Enough waffling.
That's right, I do see
10
them.
to 10, tied
That's
up.
crazy.
NRG looking to exchange round victories once more and regain their lead. They still
I see
haven't
that
given
shit.
up the lead yet, right? It's been a tied scoreline at most for the Timbermen, who
I don't
haven't
usually
been
shout
able
them
to
out, but I had to
crack
give you
through
shit for that.
at the critical moments.
That's crazy work.
Shane gonna get connected on down to 54 HP. NRG kind of scrambling around the map at this point. 2-3 players already out towards B. Oh my goodness, Hex. Oh my goodness. The fortunes favoring NRG. Wall
Damn.
spam coming through with
Well,
a
that's a
key
great way to get
frag
an
to
entry.
open up the B site a little bit.
Hey, Hex, just go shoot
And
one
that
through the
could lead
wall.
NRG
All right, boss.
right on forward
I'm on
into
it.
I could. Can always a wake-up call when they find these themselves at a tied scoreline. They just want to keep the advantage in their favor here in this match, in this head-to-head. Don't want to concede the lead over to this Timberman squad. Great flash there, Dia. Forced off there, followed up by Molly. A jiggle into the crosser, getting past the AWP and BM and forcing those rotates, because of course they're gonna have to shift it up a little bit with an entry like that, though. George causing so much pandemonium on one side of the map. On the other, they're losing out on rotation. Snav looking to secure some safety in this B side, but a missed Molly into a self-flash. I think that missed Molly almost works out in NRG's favor. It forced him to walk through it even longer. Didn't expect Hex with the forward positioning. Dia on the other side of the map here, forced to probably just save onto this AWP, and NRG gonna remain in the lead.
Wow. I mean, that is impressive. NRG blowing through that B site. There were a couple of moments where Snav gets that frag and maybe has a chance with the
You think
self-flash
George was a better
out
fit in Nouns
to get
energy?
Hex, but I mean, that Molotov just did too much damage to him.
I mean, he was-
and like you said, even though it was misthrown,
He's
it
got
felt
exactly
like
what he
it was
wants
in the
on
correct
both.
spot, honestly.
I mean, I think Energy did a good job of
So
grabbing
we go
George.
forward. NRG still have not given up the lead.
For the most part, Energy has been ravaging everyone. They're struggling right here, though, but...
Did have that that pistol. They did have the 2-0 at one point.
They did.
since then, it has been controlled completely by NRG all the way through.
I actually completely forgot about that. Here I am touting they didn't have a lead.
They've had a couple tied score lines though. They're looking for that lead change here late into the game. But this is, I mean, this.
I think OC and Junior are just quite literally different
here, and there's so little utility.
They
left
both have their inconsistencies at time, which is what is like it's
very fast placed towards that B
it's
side.
making me pick who's a little bit more consistent. It depends on the day.
Something towards cave. You take this B side.
Yeah.
You want a little bit of extra space here, but I mean they do have that map control here. And they hold off in these post plants. Yeah, I mean, you can see now the pressure really scaling forward. It's so difficult to play on this B side. So there you go. Finally, Bree's going to break through some access here. Careful about that flank opportunity. Eventually, some Molotovs get tossed on in. A late re-aggression coming through from George, but overwhelmed here. Carson finally registering that the round is won, that the battle's over. And we're back to a tied scoreline.
I mean, they found the gap, have NRG in towards this B site, and realized that no one's there for the Timbermen 2 rounds in a row.
Yes,
this time, though,
so, yeah.
they can't get any frags pretty much throughout the entirety of that bomb plant. And finally,
I have any pets? I have 2 doggos.
When Timbermen show face, they take care of
the one you
business
just saw that was blended in with my shirt is Ronan.
And we're tied up again. As you mentioned, timeout called by NRG. They've got another buy in the tank. This is crazy. Like, look, I mean, we were seeing some streaky play from NRG in the first half, and Timbermen coming back a little bit, making it close, and now it's just back and forth madness.
Consistent back and forth here so far for these 2 squads. I mean, as you said, finding the gap on that B side, I think for any team is, you know, step 1, but you could see that they were looking for step 2, and they couldn't find it because of that.
Anyone know where I can get Firebolt? Oh, I think it's on weapons.
Cave control,
I think I actually have a weapon for you. Once you get high enough level.
Either, your round does become a lot more difficult.
Damn, I'm gonna teach my dog CS if I could. That'd be sick. Way better teammates than what I play with on Faceit.
NRG missing out on that next step, I feel like, leaves them limited.
Zoa, thanks for the 41-month resub. Thank you.
But maybe
not again, Nori. Not again.
Here and redeem themselves with a little bit more of a lurking presence. Last time around, George was just laid up ramp. This time he's maybe gonna try and keep things nice and slow. Nitro though, running straight into the AWP of Dia. Hex available for a trade, so into the site they go again. Molotov's in, and this time I think they will try and challenge for this long control as that next phase. Numbers gonna be punched in.
Found Silverfist, Ren.
I'm gonna be planted. Flashbang rolling through cave side instead. Great preparedness though from Snap, who avoids the flash. They're prepared for George as well. And they're getting all of the kills. Timbermen actually so here in the most important time. Shane to capitalize.
That was insane.
And they will.
5 alive as well. That was just clinical.
First, after being up 2-0, this is the second time that they've got the lead here in this map.
This is actually ridiculous for the Timbermen. Getting the lead in their hands at the most critical of junctures, and not to mention, because it's been so back and forth, the economy's kind of bad for NRG. So they're going to scrape together whatever they can. It's going to be a tech, a Mac 10,
Sav has been an absolute fucking demon in Cheetah.
Singular AK. Timbermen on for map point. When we thought NRG would have the edge throughout the entire series. We talked about it though. This feels like a must-win for the Timbermen if they're going to be able to take this series, because Dust 2, well, let's just say things haven't been that great for Timbermen on that map. Another quick execute potentially here coming through from NRG. No, they just tossing through the util. They do go into mid. Dia wins the first duel. George his victim. Now he's looking for more targets, but one player has slipped through into red. The problem is here, that's the bomb carry. If OC dies here in such an isolated position, the round's probably over. Not only the round, but the map. Carson gets Bree, Shane gets Nitro. That might not even be a factor. Dare's gonna get the insta headshot. Now the bomb is down. The round and the map are likely sealed up unless Hex pulls off a 1v5 ace clutch. Has a minute to try and pull it off. Gets the first without taking any damage. Now a nade sails next to him, and there's a little bit of damage taken. Great flashbang thrown. Surprised Timbermen don't try to push on through that. There's still 48 seconds left. and it won't matter. Instant headshot through the smoke by Dare. 13-11 for Timbermen. They
Map
take
one
their
goes for
map
Timbermen.
pick,
They rallied
even
back
though
again.
NRG held the lead for the majority of this one, Cole.
Yeah, that they did, and this is the first map that they've lost since the last time they were in a grand final in the Prize Picks NA Revival Series, and that was in Series number 4. So the first map loss since then, they went on an absolute streak. It was mostly at frag at 18, but still, like the results were rolling off versus a lot of tough competition.
All right, check. Give me one
So a
sec.
huge
Food just got here. Running
Timbermen
ad, and I'll be right back.
were not at that competition. They were not at that land here, but when they play up against
That
them
was
online,
insane. Map
this
one from
dominant run
Timbermen.
of
I
form
can't believe
from
they
this
just keep
scary
mounting these
Timbermen
comebacks,
roster
man.
Looks like they're just hitting their stride in a big way, and I can't even necessarily call it a honeymoon phase because we saw what could have been that honeymoon phase of Carson joining this roster a couple weeks back, and it didn't look like it was much of a honeymoon I would want to be on. This is much more like it from Timbermen. This is unbelievable.
Absolutely, and Dare is looking solid again. Like as I kind of expected, and as you mentioned as well, I think he's just this catalyst that is powering them forward, map after map. When the critical moments come through, he's like this ball of fire that's just burning and ready to go and help contribute in any possible way. And I just love to see it. So we're gonna get the stats on screen for you guys in just a little bit to talk about exactly how it went down for both sides in terms of the prize picks, frag estimates. But until we do, I mean, look, we're going on to a map of... Okay, we got the stats. I'll talk about Dust 2 afterwards. NRG, Nitro was great. I mean, 19 frags on the board. Hexed as well. I mean, what you would expect in a series that went the full 24 rounds, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was a lot of individual performance. Nitro constantly putting himself under fire, though, with some of his aggression on that CT side, finding a lot of success, but also getting punished in a couple of key positions. That those last 2 rounds in particular on that defense for NRG that ended up being losses were actually interesting to see, because they would give themselves opening duels and then they would very quickly lose out on those advantages. So some small problems in that department. But on the other side of things, again, man, this Timbermen roster continues to show development here. I mean, everyone very close by. Shane, again, as we've highlighted many times before, a bit of an anchor here, so he's not going to be having a lot of pop-off maps. Certainly capable of bringing in those pop-off moments, but this is a scoreline that you would hope to see and kind of expect. It's your trio here in Dare, Dia, and Snav. Snav playing inside of Cave, winning a lot of duels, winning a lot of head-to-heads, playing very well with Dare and Dia towards middle. So that is the trio that, if you're winning Ancient, those 3, they almost need to have impact, and they did.
All right, so here's the thing. We're going on Dust 2. 0-3 for the Timbermen over the last 3 months. Not a pretty picture being painted, but I don't think we've seen the Timbermen individually look this strong in quite some time, which paints the picture here on Dust 2, which is very much can be an individualistic map where, you know, those pop-off plays are the difference. Maybe they find their first win in 3 months and get a 2-0 against NRG. Look, it's going to take a lot for that to happen, and NRG are looking like the better team going into this next map. We're going to take a break, but we'll find out if we're headed to a map 3 or not after this.
20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Sorry, just ate a little bit of dinner. 1 sec, and we're almost back. We'll be back and ready to go for map 2. we're back. Ib, shut up. Oh, do we have a channel point prediction up? No, we don't. All right. I got it. Dusty, right? Yep. All right. Give you 5 minutes on the prediction. That's what I'm here for, Rain, you know?
I remembered the game and then lost the game.
That's tough, Crazy Kyle. That's fucked up. Thanks for your 30-month resub. Why would you do that to the rest of the chat, though? You spiteful fuck. Oh, we need one for Mythic Gold, boys.
20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us.
Of
We'll
course,
continue
Jason.
to stand by you and the North American scene.
We're all
You'll
standing.
always be our home.
We're always standing. Let's go.
It's the Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 5 Grand Final, and the Timbermen, in their first appearance in an NA Revival Series Grand Final, have a map lead against NRG, which is crazy. It felt, Cole, like NRG had everything kind of going their way in the midway point of this map, but then Timbermen came back and wouldn't go away.
No, they would not. They're hanging in to this series all the way through as well. It started on map 2 of that semifinal where they hung in there and dominated. They got back in and showed some serious force. So again, this is a roster firing on all cylinders. This is a good day at Counter-Strike back-to-back here for this team as well, if you take into consideration what they did in the quarterfinals. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can keep this up. It's a tough pace to measure throughout an entire day, playing now multiple best of threes. But I mean, if they can make this happen in the grand final, especially on Dust 2, like this right here, I think would be the ultimate test. If they can get past this map, man, they're going to be more legit than I think we think even.
Oh yeah, no question. Alrighty. Let's see what you got, Timbermen. Snav. going for this mid-engagement. Not really getting anything out of it except for
Do I
information.
get any sleep lately?
NRG
No.
in the meantime have taken long control. Shane wants to keep the
But
distance
after
from
today,
these Glocks, which is an
I'll
excellent
be-
idea because you can do stuff like
I
that.
will be
Nice
chilling
headshot from
a
Shane
bit.
to open up the fragging
Expect
here
less
on
stream
Dust 2.
time the next week or so. Still streams, but
good distance right there to take a range.
Less stream
I
time.
feel like
couple days off.
George taking that duel maybe makes me
Hit a
believe
nice
he
little
had a
recharge.
P250, but doesn't matter when he is up against USP. Knocked out of the server, double swing comes through.
Oh man!
Ice Picks
Again,
logo.
Shane,
Good call.
at the perfect range here to keep this play. Yeah, and that P250 does get picked up by Nitros. There definitely was one initially for George, but not enough to force Shane to panic. Eventually they get a smoke down range. Continues to
Chase
hold down the
video,
line.
and that's because it's hard to
Finally, a
see
cross smoke
if you
tossed in,
don't.
But it feels like
on
already
other
the damage
reses and
is done.
stuff.
They're yet to cross or get close to it, so they got to close the distance on this play and getting overwhelmed here. Dia actually going to claim that kill. Nitro with the P250 and armor is now boxed into this with no way out. Timbermen will lock in the pistol. They'll do it in flawless fashion.
Wow. Yeah, that's very impressive stuff. And oftentimes you're tempted, right, to go for that long peak and take the early fights. But Timbermen showing a lot of poise by not going for that. Shane in particular, and just clinical on the shots. Gets the
he didn't even have his
reinforcements.
gun out.
Not sure if he even really needed them, but, you know, everyone was there tapping away with those USPs.
Hope you've been good,
Not
Cam
a single
Jam.
body falls for the Timbermen, and now they'll get 2 M4s. 3
Every
MP9s
pizza with
up
ranch.
against
I am a
only
Midwesterner, so
Glocks.
yes.
NRG.
Born and raised in the Midwest, and you haven't had ranch with your pizza, you're not really from the Midwest.
By Carson, who's going to get an incendiary thrown on the ground. Actually, that's
It's not necessarily
perfect
my
timing,
preferred
because
way of
NRG were
eating
trying to join up
pizza,
with Nitro
but-
towards top mid. As Carson gets a couple, maybe even the third before he fades. No, he eventually falls. That nade will do a ton of damage onto George and Breeze. George picks up the MP9 only for a moment. Breeze sticks with the Glock in order to get a frag, pulls out the MP9 and can't do much with
Did you
it.
get pizza for
Nitro,
dinner? No, I got a sub.
in a 1v3, doesn't
I
have the
got
bomb. Did manage to
big
pick up
ass
an MP9,
sub
but no armor.
and a
It's,
triple
that MP9 is just going to turn
chocolate chunk
He has to
cookie.
be absolutely perfect.
And that's going to
on
be my
these
whole meal
peaks
for
and
the
get some
day, and I'm
headshots very
excited.
rapidly just to stay alive to engage with another player. That's immediately, and there it is. There ends him. 2-0 for Timbermen.
Oh, well handled. Overall for Timbermen, they do get a little bit aggressive for the MP9 play there, but
My teeth hurt,
you know, getting the
Grandpa.
round secured nonetheless is a positive sign.
Paladin, shut the fuck
Not
up.
taking too many casualties is nice as well, especially if Nitro gets anything extra with that MP9. It's extra $600 in a round in which they might be missing some utility here and there. I mean, Nitro certainly.
Grandpa,
not
did you see
can,
what
but
happened to me in fantasy today?
Should be good to establish some control.
I'm
If this
sad.
confidence continues to be maintained here. They was thinking about pushing up middle. Eventually decides against it, but
I was driving most of the day. What happened?
Pressure on NRG.
I got
here
40
for good
points
reason, although
out of
this time
Lamar almost.
blasted out.
I'm on a heater. He got 50 points out of CD Lamb. No, he got more. He got like 55 points out of
This is
CD
the bonus
Lamb and Mike
round for
Evans.
Timbermen. And they did
I'm
manage to get
gonna
the trade, and I
lose.
believe, yeah, an AK upgrade.
Ah.
Picked up off the ground for Snap, so no more MP9s in the mix. That makes the defense a little more solid.
And now, yeah, it's
looking
struck.
for the gaps right now. They found control of mid. Good smoke thrown for doors that will now fade
It's
away. So
struck.
they need to get this.
Because he's ahead of me in points, and he has Sam Darnold as his quarterback, and my other
Pressure will
player
be
is
on
Justin
for Dare.
Jefferson. So, like, it's
He
GG.
prefers things, honestly. They're gonna go around that corner with Shane and Snav peeking from Cat. Perfect timing on this crunch into mid, and it's only
Damn, nice
George
mid
left,
crunch
but
out
no
of
longer
Timberman right
because
there.
Snav
God
was
damn.
right up in on his flank.
Nice
3-0
mid-round
for the
aggression right there
Timbermen.
through Cat.
Oh, man. And starting off incredibly well with the opening pick, but trades come through quickly after, as you can see.
A little mid double doors,
And
Cat
this
squeeze
crunch.
here. Yep.
Continuation of pressure that just overwhelms NRG in this matchup. It's been the same problem every team that's faced this team and Timberman has been up against, and that's just, you can't get past
Yeah.
the firepower.
Well, no, I know, but if he gets
They've
3
just come
tutties,
together
bro,
at the perfect
he's got
time.
Sam Darnold. That's why I'm
This is
cooked.
a great way to send off 2024 for the Timbermen.
Only way is if somehow JJ McCarthy
They've
comes
always
out
been,
instead of Sam
throughout
Darnold
the
and
past
throws 3
few years,
touchdowns.
a team that has been competitive, that has created problems for pretty much anyone they've gone up against. They have that upset potential, the ability to perform against the top teams, or had.
Oh, dude,
and then
Honey on Pizza
2024
goes
came along,
crazy.
and we already talked about the turmoil they faced. It's been their worst year so far in recent memory. But for them to come together here and finally figure things out
Why are
with the
both
addition
of
of
you hanging
Carson,
out with
even
me?
if
What did
Carson's
she
not
do?
always popping off and having like these crazy performances,
Both the dogs are sitting right
it's just
behind
that
me.
he
Like,
adds a new dynamic to them, and they're experimenting with positioning to see what works best. And when it clicks, it
or
really
what'd you
clicks.
do to the dogs?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm impressed that it's
They're both about to fart on you,
kind of
probably.
a new position, new role for Carson. He's getting used to it so fast here. He's got to get used to some of this mid-aggression, but stabilizes fairly quickly. Pressure going to be put on this B-side. George able to transition that into a headshot there. Caught a little bit surprised, but not off guard. George with another kill.
Energy Tech 9 rounds
B-side
are,
here, and it is already called off.
Their best T rounds.
To mess with what we know is going to be one of those most difficult
2 free
retakes
potatoes with a 19-month reset, thank
B-side
you.
of Dust 2. It feels just impossible to crack
Official
through.
roster, net.
So they're going to play the safer game pretty quickly.
That was really explosive from NRG. Whew. Just coming out towards mid to be smoke thrown, and George is just charging out like a bat out of hell. He gets a couple of headshots. Carson just couldn't find his crosshair either, it seemed, in either engagement that he was taking. And very little damage done considering his posturing there on that B site. So NRG, happy to get a couple of upgrades off the ground. That's for free. Economy builds up immensely with all 5 players left alive, and they also get their first on the board. Oh, Dia misses the shot.
Uh-oh.
What? Whoa. Where are the comms? Where are the comms? Why is Shane looking towards long A instead of double doors? I don't think that was communicated at all.
I mean, that's the only explanation, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, a little breakdown in the communication there, but sometimes one small breakdown can lead to a whole lot of pain if you're not careful, especially with this Timbermen
I guess technically
roster.
I think that's why they call it timeout.
Their,
which is a very
their
good
defense
timeout,
still up?
Yeah.
to get in, given what just materialized.
I
Not
technically
only the
saw
end
the
of the round,
Minnesota
but the beginning
defense,
as well.
so like, if they just pick off Caleb Williams, who hasn't thrown a pick in like 8 weeks.
Yeah, I think a good decision there.
Maybe a
to
couple
kinda
fumbles,
steady
we're still
themselves.
back.
I mean, obviously around that, I think Spiral's out of control with a quick entry, and then kind of getting lost in the backside there. Also, Dia early on kind of pressured off, a little overwhelmed in
This
his
team
position.
competed
So
Tier 1 CS.
you want
Well,
to make sure that that doesn't happen again. You can avoid
they're
that
not as
reality.
far off as many people that are probably in here
Be
think
just
they are,
fine.
or like, so let me put it like this, all right? So wild card made it
bit
to the
nervous.
elimination stage of the major, right? 3-0'd.
Frustration
3-0'd.
seeping through, and that's the last thing you need in the grand final.
Wild card has lost to
Be locked
Energy
in,
and
laser
Timbermen.
focused.
I think they've even lost to Timbermen, yeah. At different times. Even a couple times in a row.
Ways. Nice spam connect.
Now, I'm not saying they're the better or
smoke
worse
there.
team, but to try to
Carson
give you an
tries to
idea of
push
where
out.
these
He does
teams
get
are at
caught on the edge of
level-wise,
that
they're
smoke.
not
Gets caught
like,
trying to peek through.
you know, people do the
Playing
thing where they're like,
peekaboo.
oh, this is tier
Ends up
50.
walking into the crosshair, so one
These guys
fight
have
ends
no
up
idea
being
what the
one
fuck
out.
Counter-Strike is.
Other
Like,
side of NRG.
it's, point I'm trying to make is they're not tier 1, but they're not
A
like,
little bit too early thrown.
this is tier 2 North Americans, yes.
I believe
But it's
it
not that
was,
far off. Really, what the difference between a
what's
lot of
that?
these teams are is the lack of international experience.
Does George get caught here? I think you might just
They need the
post
reps
up
for it.
and
That's
wait
it.
for
Like,
rotations to come through.
unfortunately, it's really hard to get those reps
There.
in North America. So
Very alert.
a lot of
so
times
far, but not
these
for
games
that
especially
anyway.
get even extra
George is gonna
messy
get the
because these
headshot
teams
onto
know each
Dare.
other
Dia
so
and
well.
Snav, last two standing, and they're on opposite
Who do you
sides
think
of the
these
map,
guys
each
practice
on
against all the
islands of their
time?
own.
Not only do they play
Snav,
matches
pressure's
reverse
on
all the
from
time, but
multiple angles, and he will fall. Dia knows there's a player towards mid, but I think wisely, NRG completely back off of it, knowing that more than likely the last one is at the B site. So this is another effective round coming through from them for their second.
Just taking one quick little timeout there. Still coming out the better end. Dia struggle a little bit here on Dust too. We said the individuals looking as sharp as can be, but Dia looking to activate with that op. Just connect on the second chance though. That's key. So
they
safety
basically all played each other
probably gonna
with
be
each
had
other at
in
some
this
point. I
AWP
mean, yeah, I don't know
save.
with necessarily, but they've played against
Run
each other
into
so
too
much
many more
it's
troubles at
insane.
this point.
Yeah, gonna be hung on to. But that's another, you know, great engagement towards long by NRG. They get the trades, gain the advantage, and afterwards reposition themselves so that there's so much pressure on the car player Snav that there's absolutely nothing he can do. Even there, just the patience from George, and then he's the one who ends up dealing the killing blow to Snav as well. Again, we're seeing his impact on this NRG roster once more here on Dust 2. Could be all tied up 3-3. Dia's got the AWP. And that can make all the difference in the world. But if you connect on this first shot, you just can't see above the smoke. Oh, nice toss there from his teammate to try and set him up for a peek and a shot around it, but it just
Timbermen a professional org. From my understanding, it's just the name they play under.
There'll be no more fighting happening at mid for the next few seconds.
Some short term. He's providing some coverage here. This OC set up the AWP for that aggression. We'll hold the line quite well. No mistakes being made in that department.
It's got space long.
Squad nice and safe. The 4v5. Still so careful about this though. On this
Reaggro Cat could be huge. They clear him out, then they could focus long.
With long control as well,
they got to kind of make a
prepared for any
false
sort of
info.
aggression.
He thinks it's clear.
Crucial to make sure you don't run into Diazop, who can't.
Now
take
Hex
control.
could activate on this. He hears all this. He just heard all those rotates.
All right, OC is going to get that frag onto Carson. I was going to say it's a good read from the Timbermen to send everyone towards the A site, but it's not really going to make that much of a difference. Diaz not in the picture anymore. He's still over towards mid. He just wants to try and save the op. He might not be able to. Here's Hex. No, he's coming close. He loses the fight immediately. Op available? Do they go double op? It's not going to happen. It's certainly viable on Dust 2. They want to stick to the 4 AKs and one singular big green in OC's hands, who's doing some pretty nice work with it.
Taka, he's not retiring.
They'll see the
double up on T side. People do it sometimes towards the end of the half, but yeah,
it can be good. Especially in
definitely not common though.
Some early op action. You know, because 2 ops is better than 1.
Always.
But the private players are still pretty good on this team as well. That goes to show right there what they're capable of.
Reese just found that super fucking easy.
Long fights, I think, that are really working out in a turning point here for Timbermen. And, you know, talking about the long-term history of this team, Dust 2 has been a challenge for them. I mean, that's kind of the trend of this team sometimes, is that they do struggle to deal with these faster long hits that have taken place.
We'll see, though. They're dealing a lot of damage. I mean, Breeze down to 19, Hex at 64. Need to get that one frag in response and even out the numbers, and then things will look a little bit better. But, I mean, you're right. Like, losing that long fight round after round is certainly not helping their chances come out with victory.
All right, sorry about that.
It's starting to trend more in the direction we expected here on Dust 2.
Does optics still exist?
Again,
yeah.
Like, we thought that was the case on Ancient, where NRG felt like they were taking control, and the Timbermen just came.
They will not be
absolutely storming back.
They will not be
into
coming
it.
to CS anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah, waiting with the AWP on Cat. He's going to get triple peaked more than likely. It's going to be tough. 3 players coming at you. You got to pick a target, Dia. You can't. Does he? Oh, I thought he hit that for a second because I saw the kill feed.
I mean, it was a pretty good spot, to be fair.
Have another, and they're not out of this yet. Dare with the jumping shots. Actually, one connecting onto Hex, but Snav just has 0 visibility. It's up to Dare and Shane, and they both get frags. OC, the last one standing, blinded briefly. Dare jumps up, doesn't see anything, so he expects him to be over towards Firebox. OC will lose the round. Time runs out. He gets a nice shot onto Dare, but my goodness, 4-3.
That is fucking crazy. They both got shots right there at the very end.
Heroics.
Wow, they get the job done right there. And a nice play coming through. And as we've said so many times before, they're just leaning so much on some of the individual moments that Dare can bring to the table. And as much as you would hate to say it, though, I feel like they just consistently have that availability. It's not necessarily a one-man show, but Dare just when he needs to have moments of impact, you can see what he's even going for in like an individual front. It just feels like he knows what he needs to do in these like late round situations. So like going for a jumping kill like that, because the round is kind of getting out of control and the catwalk execute needs to be disrupted some way or another, and just feels like he always has an idea for the solution.
Unreal.
No Shiva.
Watching, hitting the shot onto Carson. They're just trying to go up mid or the Timbermen, but now they have to back off of it. Player trapped at Xbox. Might have to use a smoke just to get out of this position, or just wait it out and hope that NRG give up on this position. But yeah, there's the smoke, and it doesn't matter. OC times it perfectly. Dare is gone. 5v3 in favor of NRG. Looking to tie things up once more. Oh my goodness.
OC looking to bring this one straight back into their favor here. And while their maybe streak of map victories comes to an end, they want to make sure that their series victories do not. Have to close out here on Dust 2. Pull the reverse
Damn,
sweep.
two of them actually low. Wait.
Coming through from some of the other players here. Snap and Shane striking in unison, and one cut off before they can cross safely. Denied access to the B side where his teammates lie. And a chance in a 2v2, still a challenge. As we oftentimes will highlight, the B side not easy to break through, but
bro, if they pull this one back, Jesus
Christ. Whack-a-mole as he jumps up off the timing. Will he time this correctly?
Breeze. A lot riding on this. There's the incendiary. Pops up. Timing's fantastic. Snav is probably a sitting duck. Yeah, he realized it and just fades off.
Dude, if energy let that one
AK.
slip through, Jesus
so
Christ.
Despite some
That
wild activities happening in this round with almost a recovery coming through for the Timbermen, NRG hang on in the tail end thanks to that peek from Breeze from the back of the plat. 4-4. The back and forth CS continues here.
Certainly something that NRG can afford a lot more on this T side as well, though, compared to this defense that's being put together. And I mean, even still, the back and forth Counter-Strike, it's in the rounds too. Yeah. One team swings the advantage and the other takes it right back there. It's just the resilience of Timberman squad that continues to be shown.
Still going.
Back
Still
to these
going.
Successful long duels, though. Those have gone very well for the T side.
Uh-oh.
Missed off shot, so OC can't quite connect there. Good thing they don't
Why
lose
do
the
I
bomb,
say
but
anything?
they will
Why?
lose player for it. Don't really answer much back other than the
Like
initial
I'm just
pick
like a
they
jinx,
manufactured.
man.
Oh, they don't know how far Hext and George have gotten. No idea. Carson just gets deleted. Hex finds the next one on.
Am I feeling
Darren.
fatigued?
This
Yes,
round is
I'm
quickly
absolutely
ending
cooked.
in favor of NRG, as was expected given the limited buy-up afforded by the Timbermen. Dia still has the AWP. I would imagine he doesn't really want to go for much here. Maybe just setting up for exits are the Timbermen.
I'm absolutely fried on the sleep schedule.
That op is just absolutely.
It sucks because I wish I could deliver a little bit more energy for this, but Major got me fucked up.
No question about that. I have that for as many rounds as possible. Sticking around there with the pistol, I think Snav kind of interested more so in holding on to his armor more than anything. So gonna fizzle out though. But
Not
fizzle
wrong,
out in the favor of
Simulation, not
NRG,
wrong.
who do actually claim themselves lead here on Dust 2, grabbing themselves the advantage. I feel like again the faith I have in this T side though to bounce back definitely there. Teams clearly shown that they can bounce back from tough spots.
Beffy, Timberman almost made the
T
RMR,
side
so they're
also
always hanging
incredibly
around, but
explosive from
Energy would be the one in that scenario, yeah.
When they're feeling confident on this map, and
OC got a lot of haters when he joined Liquid just because
individual ability, I'd imagine.
Yeah, like
so.
I mean,
he had like his hit or
yes,
miss games, and
definitely.
people
The
like to point the finger at
don't
OC.
show it, unfortunately, for them on Dust 2, right? If you look at the numbers.
Unfortunately, when you become an opera, especially in Tier 1 teams, opping, especially for fucking noobs, is like, they all think they can do
the
it.
majority of their rounds on CT side.
Because in their games, nobody
So,
like knows what the fuck they're doing. They have terrible movement, no util, no actual game sense to understand what's going on with the op. So it's a point and click simulator.
Played. They're
And when
playing
you spectate
exceptionally well
operas miss
today,
shots,
which
it just looks
obviously
so
factors
bad.
into what's going to happen here. So perhaps
Operas,
we'll get that
basically,
explosive,
unless you're the
you know,
best in the
T-side that
world,
you were
always
talking
kind of
about.
look a bit silly and probably get the most flack.
Play this map actually versus Energy in the past. Second, they got the B-side play, which they do need to lock down this bomb site, but the entry
nice
manufactured instead. And they're outside looking in, almost a chance to fire off a shot there. And instead,
Not anymore.
He gets shots sent his way in return. So package returned to sender. Op recovered, save called out. I
don't
think
know,
it was the last
Goofy,
time
maybe,
they played Dust
maybe
2
not.
versus NRG in particular. They had this massive like T-side early bit of momentum there where I felt like nothing could go wrong. They were finding inches, but they were also just playing, you know, spawn-based, peek as soon as you can Counter-Strike that can be good. It can fit into their favor.
But isn't the
when they
comparison
started
to
get
other
those, like,
Tier 1
rougher
operas who
spawns,
are hitting their shots
and when,
rather than
you know,
pugs?
things went wrong, and when I would really say most
Right,
of all,
but I'm saying every
they
Tier 1
adapted.
opera gets this
It
with
was
the
either
exception.
Energy or
Even
Wildcard.
Modesty, bro. Have you seen the shit
There
that
wasn't
people
any,
say
like,
about him when
playing
he's
defense
playing
with
just average?
and that could be, you know, lack of depth on this map that they do face here. But Shane with a couple
My point
nice
is
shots on
that
the
every
tail end of
opera
this
that
round.
actually ops at a high level or
Holding
on
that
any
AWP
high level
there in
team
pit.
goes through this.
Keep it nice and safe. But
And it's because
NRG at
everybody
least
just thinks they
securing
could do
themselves
it.
6 in this half is a good turning point for them.
Modesty's getting called wash after one semifinal.
More
That's
than
what I'm saying.
25.5 frags. He's
Like
certainly
purely
been
pure op ability, Modesty might be the best opera in the world, and he had one bad semifinal, and people are just up his ass saying he's
helping his
terrible at the
teammates go
op.
for
You
boosts
know?
like that. Dia getting the opening frag, standing on the head of Snav. OC's gone. So that's a big piece to take off the board for the Timbermen. Carson leaning into CT, smoke.
Exactly, Swift.
And the Molotov as well, but Carson's way ahead of that. Smoke blown away there. Snav focused in on mid. He's helping support Carson. He ends up going down, and so does Snav. Dia manages to get a response on the Hex, but this is still tough, and George cannot find a target. Dare takes care of that. Nitro, the last one standing, spotted out.
Timberman not going away, dude.
Of one, no. Dare comes to the rescue of his teammate, and Nitro is gone. Timbermen get 5, and it's going to be another close half, one way or another.
Gonna close that distance. Gonna keep it nice.
I just ignore comments
And
like that. Yeah,
uncomfortable
just
here
somebody
for
asked on the YouTube channel why people
NRG,
hate on OC
who
a
were
lot.
looking
It's
like they
like,
could take control of this one.
like I said, if you're an opera on a popular team, and if you ever play bad, you're gonna get flamed into the fucking ground.
Well-adjusted approach to this B-side defense as well. It's been somewhat of a struggle. Even still, though, George coming through with a couple impressive entries. Delayed long take here. George ready with the smoke. Right into the flashbang that comes on through here. I'd imagine shortly after. There's the utility here. Can they get around the corner in time? Nitro says yes.
wow.
Nitro with another one. He spins for the third. Triple entry from Nitro. This guy's still got it. Fresh off the back of his MVP performance on LAN. And finds 3 kills like that.
So now it's going to take a shot.
I think Twitch chat might be the bigger jinx than me, though. I swear, every time one of you shit talks one of these players, they go off. Somebody just was saying Nitro's having a rough one. He instantly 3Ks.
Cross for himself, spots the player on ramps and knows one is there, but it's such a difficult crossbar to go into. Might be helped out by a nice shot from Dia, but he gets traded out immediately, and Snav is dead. Nice little tap from Nitro to wrap up the round.
Nice little ace from Nitro, by the way, after you're talking
energy
shit.
going to the second half.
Talking that shit.
Walk into the second half with the lead again. Able to do that same thing on Ancient.
I know, Swift Studio. I'm just giving you a hard
As you
time.
said, I mean, the numbers might not play into their favor. Is this the same team on Dust 2 that we've seen in the past, though? Like, as I said, this would kind of be that ultimate test. And even more so proven by the fact that their favored half here for themselves has been a bit of a struggle.
Opening pistol frags going NRG's way. Shane trying to pull it back, and he gets 1-2, not a third. And actually, it's going to be a 3v1 in favor of NRG. Carson won't see anything else but dirt in this round as Timbermen fall and NRG kick things off with a bang here on their CT side, getting an 8th immediately. I think what's going to be interesting, Cole, is once we get to the gun rounds here to see what Timbermen have in store, because, you know, pistol is kind of just a 50-50. We never know which way that's going to go, and this next one probably won't materialize into anything, but that round 3, that's where things will get a little spicy.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this team holds up long term when you have to get this consistent key rounds pumped together with the rifles, because that's now kind of what's required. One might not be too much of a starter here for them. So this will ensure that they're just instantly getting all of those kills. So safe and secured.
That's actually a great question, Rakus. I'm not sure. Where are my Valve ranking system nerds at? Does a 2-0 versus a 2-1 have a different outcome?
Be kind of a what we're looking towards in that third map, which again, you know, both teams very good on Mirage, a pretty common played map here in the NA side of things. NRG, I think, have kind of taken the crown over like teams like Nouns, who have obviously gone through a lot of changes. NRG have gotten so much better on this map, but see some improvements from Timbermen here as well. NRG much more comfortable in the CT side defense now, winning out this long duel early on in a big way.
He's dead.
Upgrades
guys.
to be found as well, so
Nitro's just fucking spraying the smoke just to make sure,
it forces
man.
him into this plan B that I said isn't necessarily the strong suit here for Snav and the rest of Timbermen.
Yeah. Hex in a bit of a tough spot, actually. Could go down, he does. Nitro trying to support, but that's the MP9 from mid-range. It is technically the bonus round coming through for NRG. Still have a 4v3 edge. What a swing from Nitro. That's aggressive. George the same. First gets the headshot immediately onto Shane, leaving a lot of bullets to deal with Dia, and now perhaps Carson as well. Carson survives, but he's down to a 1v1 with only 25 HP. OC knows he's lit. It's confirmed damage. OC coming around, but he can't do it. Carson wins the clutch in the 1v1, and NRG fall for the first time in this second half, but that was the bonus round. They should still have enough money to get a decent buy up through, and the Timbermen only surrounded with one player, so it's going to be rough on their side as well. But wow, that was so close.
Was so close there, but I mean, even still, kind of dealing with that early 4v5 deficit. You're on the side of...
I'm feeling pretty fucking tired.
You're building up a little bit of confidence. I said those are not the favorite rounds there of Snav and the rest of Timbermen on this T side, and they managed to make 2 in the 4v5, so already showing some of the availability there, but not letting things get at all out of control. What a shot from OC early on in the round. Jordan followed up with the rifle work
Thank you
there.
very much for the one gifted. Thank you.
And losing some early names and numbers. And the response here is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Timbermen.
Yeah, this is... Oh, Hex stuck. He's in a rough spot once more. Lethal in his hands. Support from OC with the flashbang helps him stay alive, but only briefly because the Molotov will burn him to a crisp. Darren Snav, 2v4. They have a path to this A site, probably a bomb plant, which will help their economy. Yeah, definitely a bomb plant. NRG's way out of position to get back onto A, and this begs the question, can Timbermen clutch this out? I mean, there's going to be aggression coming through from long very shortly.
Before Timbermen?
Well.
Now
they're sending 2 to each side, which makes sense, but Darren Snav, if they tuck in effectively and burn time off this clock, it's going to be tough for NRG to get back in. There's a couple of smokes available to them. Spam through the smoke coming through. Re-smoke for Cat.
Is that a re-smoke? God damn.
Dare gets one, not the second. Breeze is good for both of them, and NRG are right back to their winning ways on
top
CT
3
side.
players this year? Oh, don't, because I would honestly in that order, there's no debate.
Deficit, plenty of time to retake there, plenty of time to overcome. Scary position for sure, having to run through that smoke, but without that hesitation, they get away with it. OC with the opener, George with a nice smoke pop.
No, Nico.
They'll lock themselves in.
No.
Double digits.
Nico's pure recency bias.
And what looks like is
Nico didn't plug in his mouse until after the first pro league.
Team that has had their grasp on the NA scene here. As
yeah, don't forget that. Insane end to his year, but he forgot to plug in his mouse.
Single gun here held on to.
Best rifler of all time is Scream. If by best rifler of all time you mean coolest highlights on YouTube, then sure.
Yo, this is looking amazing, which is perfect, especially when you're on Opera on Dust 2. 17-6. That is
most YouTube views and own mouse for sure.
Obviously, Operas are saving their guns very often, but that's not really the case for OC.
Melancholy.
He's just fragging out and proves to be a very difficult customer to finish off. Hexed. Gonna see that.
Change my mind. I was a fan when he's played. I don't have to. He got cut from all the teams that he played for.
3 players from Timbermen, in fact. But, well, it only forces them around the right side instead. The crossfire's here. George playing anti-flash briefly, comes around that corner. 1, 2, not a third, but Hex is right there through the smoke to get Snav and Shane. Not much he can do. Yep, he's
he
done.
couldn't spray, I'll give you that.
11-6 for
Saying
NRG.
he couldn't spray 1 is an understatement.
Like we talked about.
2, he didn't try to. 3,
Timbermen
because of it, he was an absolute liability.
Pretty strong on both sides of the map.
Stream was absolutely fun as hell to watch, I'll give you that, but you can't tell me he's actually like one of the best to ever do it.
What's up next?
One of the most fun to watch. I will absolutely agree with you.
Very strong.
We're actually purely talking about skill in the game.
All the way throughout this NA Revival series, because around the corner is Dust 2, or rather Mirage, I should say, another Dusty map.
We'll get Dust 2 twice. That's why it's called Dust 2, folks.
Yeah, this is just Dust 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely some worries around the corner here. But for now,
saying a guy's the best rifler, then saying he can't spray is crazy work.
Yeah. So consistently.
It's totally fine that you're a fan of Stream. I'm just saying, don't try to tell others that he's like.
The wall there as well. That's a full gun round swiped aside. And it's 12 here. They put themselves on map point.
Love watching Stream highlights. Love watching when he played and loved how he played.
I mean, I'll be honest, there hasn't really been that much depth to Timbermen's D side. It's more like, let's throw some flashes and take contact and hope it works out. And it really hasn't at all. Dia is still going to hit his prize picks frag estimate, though, at 28.5 kills, or more than 28.5 kills. Well, that's
my goat rifler.
Perhaps the only good news that the Timbermen are going to see as OC gets another opening frag. He's at the 20 bomb. Nitro fighting at long does fall. Damage done to Dare, but that's an AK on the ground for him to upgrade to. OC.
Like of all time, or like CSGO, or what?
Yeah.
CS2?
What a flick. That's dirty. He's still going at it here, fighting up against, I believe that is
Where did you put Shroud on the rifler list?
So that's made his way
Shroud kind of falls into that Stream category.
OC.
Really fun to watch, but Shroud had a different problem.
Beautifully done.
Shroud's problem is he had star player aim and ability, but didn't have star player ego in a team.
What?
Massive problem.
What?
Actually, though. Dude's trying to throw fucking flashbangs to send in Jordan Nothing Gilbert when Shroud's the guy. Okay, well, all right, next map.
Okay.
Oh no.
We'll forget that happened.
it was so detrimental.
13-6 in favor of NRG. They make it look easy on their CT side. Only 1 round for the Timbermen. That's round number 3. Outside of that, there's absolutely nothing doing.
C9 needed Shroud to be
Shane waving the white flag.
Timothy, and instead he was trying to make sure everybody else was.
They wanted to get to the next map, I suppose, which is going to be Mirage.
Fucking Canadians,
we talked
man.
about
Am I right?
You know, the fact that both these teams are quite strong there, Cole. I feel like, given what happened there on Dust 2, it's the expected result. We figured that NRG would come through and win this map pretty handily. That is what happens. That's why we were talking about Ancient being such a win condition for the Timbermen and getting it, which they did. So now it's all down to the third one.
Correct. Shroud was more of a support role. He just had he has crazy mechanics. He just didn't.
In the last 2 times they played it, both
try
here,
to press it.
In NA Revival Series number 5, a winning against Nouns 13-10, and that slaughtering of Boss 13-1.
Yeah,
Goats of all time, my like extra CS versions, I just say Forrester, get right. I'm clearly biased though. Like
that you have to play up against, and I think you're seeing kind of a clash of the Titans in this decider for that Mirage. title there, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top in this best of 3, because I mean this is going to determine it. NRG finally giving over a map as well after such flawless success all the way through. I mean, not even losing 4
What about
maps in a row
Canadians?
versus a team
I
like
was teasing
Sharks,
Canadians for being
who
too
I think
nice
are
again.
Serious competition, but they fall to Timbermen in map 1 and
Sorry.
do so in a close fashion that you would kind of give Nitro the ability to close 9 times out of 10.
Remember,
feel
I
like
said
he's
all
so
of
good in those
so
late
like
game situations. But
Olaf
take a look at the
and
prize
Go is
picks,
great. It's
kill
tough
estimations,
because some players
and
just
see
have crazy
where things have
longevity more than
lined
others,
up
you know.
here so far.
Which when you're
Hex,
talking about of all time,
well,
that has
he
to
is,
also come into
past
play.
28.5 there, so more for him. George very close, who's been playing very good in this best of 3.
Olaf was insane though,
but
for the time that he played.
Just can't quite get that 0.5 there, can he? And then
Top
OC,
5
who
active
just played phenomenally
IGLs.
on Dust 2, completely turned it around from his tough first match.
Alexi B.
That is exactly what we expect out of him.
Yeah, he's a Dust 2 beast and a Mirage beast too. So that's something for Timbermen to perhaps fear going to that map as well. And you look over on the Timbermen side, everyone contributing here. Maybe Carson a little less so, but I feel like that is slowly changing. You know, it's going to be inconsistent at the beginning, but certainly he will find his place in this roster should it stick together. And only a couple of players hitting those prize picks check marks there. Look, that was what turned into, like, it started off as a very close first half, turned into a blowout in favor of NRG, and now we go to the final map of these grand finals. Who will lift that trophy? We'll find out after this break.
First tiebreak ever in IGL for a little bit. Chat running an ad, heads up while we watch the Mythic League ad. It's an ad within your ad. We put the ad in the ad. On some real shit, guys, Mythic League is entirely free to play right now. Obviously, if you want access to your 5,000 a month in prizes, you got to sub. But I don't know anywhere else you can pay like as little as $3 a month, play 15 to 20 matches in a couple of weeks and get gloves. So you tell me where else you can do that. In North America, I'll tell you to go play there.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new.
I can play 15, 20 matches and buy myself gloves. Yeah, that's going to cost a hell of a lot more than $3, you fucking weenie.
All these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans.
It's funny how everyone hated Alexi B before Navi. You just got to watch the stream more.
Nope. By us. We'll continue
not
to
this
stand
guy.
by you
Literally not once.
and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
You got to hang out and hear more. Oh, 7's in chat for floppy. I look really good, IGL. Stop. Wait, he's actually being serious. Stop. Allah's good at hopping and showing his balls. Shut up, Drivel. Scout, I will ban you. We need 4 more for Mythic Ruby right now. And Gold needs 1 more. Yeah, I got you, Tom. In fact, actually, well, we got a second. I'll show you guys how Mythic League works for some of you. Well, we got a sec. And I'll actually remember to talk about the fucking Team Finder. So, for those of you that don't know what the fuck it is, number 1, solo queue only. Number 2, you have to communicate with your teammates. Number 3, 5K a month in prizes. Number 4, you can't play with people outside your ranks. Number 5, you pay and get access to 5,000 a month in prizes. I'll literally show you what level 2s and 6s are winning. All right, here. So every 2 weeks, we do different payouts. Yes, this is a hashtag ad. I fucking own it. Okay, thank you. I'll show you what level 2 through 6s are winning. All right. This guy played 31 matches. Oh, word. He won Hand Wraps, Giraffe, Battle Scarred, and then Stiller won an AK-47 Empress. Here, we'll do another one. I think this one has images for now. It's not fucked up. There you go. Bong played 40 matches, won 26 of them. He won Driver Gloves Racing Green. This is for 2 weeks of games. He played 40 games total. If you were to subscribe to Face It, yes, I'm going full fucking salesman on you, but it's to prove a point. If I were to try to get 1 factory new Glock Dragon tattoo from Face It, it would be roughly... This is over 200 wins in 1 month. So you pay Face It to win over 200 plus games to get 1 Glock. Or you could pay me and go play Mythic League and go get some fucking gloves for 40 games. I can show you one where somebody won some shit with 10 games. Like, bro, just fucking play some Mythic League. It's literally free. You guys can go fucking try it right now. Bro literally played 16 games and got an ice cold. He's levels 2 through 6. Bonamont, suck my ass. How about that, buddy? Here. Hibbs, are you number 1 on the current gold leaderboard? You crushing it? Trauma played 42 games. He got Shadow Daggers. Orman played 16 games. Got a field test of Neon Rider. Bro got a stat track Minware Black Lotus for 17 games. And he ranked up to level 10. W. Yeah, you said check out number 1 right now. You went in, Hibbs? Oh, shit. Is it fucked up right now? Let me see. No, here it is. Average 8 hours a day. No, yeah, no, it's crazy. Damn, look at you go, Hibbs. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the fucking images up this month. Sorry about that. But yeah, I just figured I'd show that to you. Also, new feature that we have on the Mythic League website, we have Team Finder. We have Team Finder. You guys can post in here, look for teams for Revival Series, weather or ESCA Series. You guys can use it for whatever the fuck you want. Bonamon with a gifted sub to my neighbor. Thank you very much. Just down the street. That's crazy. Bonamon, thanks to the one gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not actually, but I think he still lives in Vegas. But yeah. Hope you guys check it out, man. Energy, thank you for going to map 3. Actually, though, not trolling. Your wife is cooking? My wife is quite literally always cooking. She's owning. But she still can't kill that boss in PoE 2. I'm gonna have to show up and hit this boss with my fucking mace one time. Literally, here's how my character works in PoE 2. Alright, you're dead. That's it. That's my whole fucking character arc. It's kind of sick. I just run around in slow-mo, and if I hit you, it just fucking dies. Little bunk. Is he fat too? He's thick. Chat scared, channel points, don't make channel points. Hurry the fuck up. You look like Chopper. Look like I'm about to be your fucking stepdad, buddy. Johnny Bravo looking ass. You wish you could see my ass, buddy. Lom, why is you better than an A? Well, usually when you have 15 times the amount of something like the players, usually you're going to have more good players. More good players, more good teams, more fans, more org support, more tournaments, more everything. More people's good. You're 400,000 plus just on EU West, not including East, to our 40 to 60,000 is kind of a big difference. Or your 1,500 average matches to our 150 kind of makes a big difference. All right, crack the code.
All right, we're back, and we have the final map of the Prize Picks Any Revival Series number 5 coming at you.
Any needs to quit fucking around on PoE.
Come through and get a very nice Dust 2 victory over the Timbermen, and we go to Mirage, Cole.
Yeah, we do. Not Dust 2. We're going to Mirage as well, so
yeah,
we're all over the place tonight. That's what happens when you play a lot of Counter-Strike or watch a lot of Counter-Strike. So looking forward to seeing how things shape up for this decider. It should be fun. We should be seeing both these two teams as a clash of a titan on Mirage, which we've been seeing them succeed on all the way throughout these brackets.
Girl cheesecake.
NRG, both always leaving them to deciders to make things interesting as well. So I want to see how things are going to shape up here because, again, we're seeing two really good Mirage teams face off, and I want to see who's going to come out on top in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, we already talked about the success Timbermen have had here in the NA Revival Series number 5, and we actually haven't seen NRG play the map so far. They beat Undone and
If a
Boss.
37-year-old man can win a mythic, anyone can. New slogan. Hey, nah, I just appreciate you guys playing for real, man. We're building up slowly once again. It's been really nice to see, so I appreciate you guys that have been
I mean, look, there's a lot of positives
listening to me
here
yap about
for the
Mythic League
NRG
and actually
side.
giving
I
it a
think
try, so thank you.
mentality-wise, after seeing the way that
Here we
previous
go.
one ended for the Timbermen, I would also lean pretty heavily in favor of NRG, but one player
let production know
hasn't
that I'm
really
going to yell
wavered
at them
all
here
is Dare.
momentarily that
I
they
feel
have the
like his
overlay wrong.
focus and
Thank you.
energy has been so good throughout the entire Revival series that could help them regain their focus as a whole very quickly.
It's all that whole milk he's been drinking.
I guess. Is it actually milk that he's drinking? I don't know.
I mean, maybe it is.
Who
I don't know
knows?
if he's a big fan of just
Louis, it's
straight
water.
milk, but
It's water.
I feel like that's something you drink more as a kid.
Was it Dare still
Yeah.
drinking his jug?
You know, get your bones strong. Maybe make you good at counter.
I do need to make one.
He's got the secret
Saying,
sauce
to be
here.
honest.
Who knows?
Nice little bank shot on that smoke. It seems like maybe a faster way to land a
Alright, production
smoke
heard me.
Get activated alongside the rest of your team. And so as you can see, that smoke lands inside of connector actually. So planting in theory for jungle, taking control of jungle, and now they're in a good position to try and win this round. Numbers
Holy
punched
shit.
in as well, taking a lot of shots while they're at it.
3v3, decent
again,
post plan.
positioning
Oh, what a
looking good.
shot out of
Standing
Nitro.
in the open and fighting forward in this position as the crunch comes on through. It's just gonna leave Snav at a 1v3, but it quickly turns into a 1v1, knowing where Hex is as well. Headshot not gonna
Holy
come through
shit.
though. One bullet does Snav in, and the round's still secured by NRG.
It's crazy how, if you look
That
at
was crazy
Snap's
how
camera
Snap-
as well, throughout any of his clutches that he's pulling off, just cool, calm, collected, no emotion at all. It's ridiculous how you can never count him out of any situation right there. Just two out of nothing. Onto Nitro and OC. Speaking of things out of nothing, the fact that NRG get that bomb plant surrounded by Timbermen on that A site is insane. And then they start dealing out the damage and getting the frags on top of it all and turning a man disadvantaged situation into an advantage in their favor. Unreal stuff.
Casters sound
Snap
underpaid.
almost pulled it
Honestly, did I
back.
make them pay me?
But it will be a first round
5
picked up
gifted per BO3. It's crazy work.
by NRG. Dare you see him continue to get vocal. Shane just rocking back and forth.
I think it looked like milk because of the
in his
lighting.
chair.
Those jugs always look kind of weird.
Oh,
We get like the
Doing
big ass
little
jug of water.
Stretches during this time.
Yeah.
What's interesting, I mean, you talked about Snav.
I like how
again,
Chad actually
watching
has
them
maybe
play
no
that,
idea if they pay
frag-
me or not in 5 gifted.
Frag in Philly. So this was the last time.
Dude,
Timbermen
Rainbow
were
Six
in
is way too hard.
Philly for a frag.
And by way too hard, I
on
mean
LAN as well. So
it's
watching them
incredibly
play, there's
easy
just a
and
full-on
boring
shouting match
in the
between,
casual
Fisher
levels, and then
Fisher
as soon
Collins,
as
that
you
is,
actually
and
start
then,
sweating in that game,
this Timberman roster was a
you have
different
to
variation of this
dedicate
roster than
so
Get
much
News,
to it. Fuck
a
that.
couple of their stand-ins as well, but
Quick,
Snav
someone
was,
write
like,
the article true.
barely talking during all of this, and just like like exactly like you mentioned, it's that calm demeanor. So shows up in the clutch, just pure stone cold.
The amount of map knowledge you
Calmness
need to have
and-
in Rainbow Six is crazy.
Even in a very unlikely round, it's cool to see him just level-headed.
Rainbow Six has way too much
I mean, Snap
foreplay.
officially
That
listed
is
as the IGL, but I
such
don't
a
know. If
perfect
that's
way
shifted
to
Dare
describe
because
Rainbow
of the
Six,
way
and I
Dare has
really
been
hate
so
that you
very
said
vocal.
that. And I read it.
But yeah, either way. See if the Timbermen can get it together here. It's just pistols. Nope, not going to happen. 5v3, bomb site taken. Not really an investment at all for the Timbermen. They're saving for the follow-up.
My
I'm just
biggest
hoping for
complaint
some
with the
damage,
game,
but,
though,
I
for
mean, this
me
one's
is
a
like when I never could tell when I was having
You
a
never
good
know
game.
how much Snav is talking because his microphone's
That's
just kind
true.
of right in the way.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna say.
he's got the.
I never
he's
felt
got,
like
the
I
NFL
I
play
would
call
literally
there,
dominate lobbies, and
blocking
when I
his mouth
streamed
so
it a
that
few
no one
times,
can
chat's
read
like,
his
dude, you're
lips and-
fucking owning.
and get the strats.
I didn't feel like it.
The secret strats.
Yeah,
I like it
that's-
didn't.
I
It
mean,
didn't
that's just
feel
smart
like
IG on right there.
Great
And
on
then they have the fake of Dare
It,
who's
like,
talking.
not.
He's
It
just
didn't do
mouthing
shit
words.
for me. Like no
He's not even
dopamine
actually
was flowing. I was like,
yeah,
am I?
He's making it look like he is. Getting super intense.
I kind of wish. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was.
Extended reach there.
like the E key.
Kills to me in that game just never felt satisfying, even if I got a lot of them.
Years. It's unbelievable. They've never really.
It was really bad in the early beta. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was
solid humble brag. No, it's just like for me, I wanted
like anything.
I want that USB headshot. You know, I want that 1D. I want that.
It just doesn't do it.
I want that. I just shot 3 shots with my op shot and didn't miss a single one. You know?
It still feels.
Nah, Ben fell out streaming.
But I suppose that might be just the nature of it. No idea. One day they'll fix it. Maybe in like 2028, perhaps.
That's on Valorant. Too much. Too much. I loved it at the start. My channel benefited so much from it.
Let's get back to this.
But I couldn't keep playing it. I was only cooked as soon as it went from closed to open
like
with the drops.
Like you just
and Ray's had a rocket launcher. I was like, yep, it's over. It's over for me.
Yeah.
The Dino Claw.
Yeah.
There's the solution. We have it right now for you. You just got to implement.
It was just painfully obvious what was going to happen at that point. It didn't help. It did not help that while I realized what was going to happen with all the characters, that the devs immediately said to just respect the ultimate.
Last time he was playing towards A, it got targeted and abused.
They went from respect the ultimate when not wanting to nerf a rocket launcher that you could instantly pull out and kill 5 people with across the map.
It was
with every single ability doing damage, where they said none of the abilities would do damage.
Attempted by Nouns
to completely nerfing her into the ground. She's still good, but like it's crazy.
It was the CT side that swept down 10-2. That was flawless. Will it remain true here?
Yeah, well,
I don't think Valorant's dying anytime soon. No, Riot will make sure that never happens. I do think the game struggles a lot more than people.
And I mean, like the posturing's
realize
actually
actually
for the Timbermen. They are gonna have a tough time getting back into this. Darren Dia do get a couple on the
specifically at A. I think without Tarek right now,
right into Con,
they'd be in a really tough spot.
Juggle Hex very low at 9 HP. That Incendiary is gonna make life difficult for the Firebox player, but Shane manages to respond right after Diaz drops, so a 2v2 still very possible for the Timbermen, but this is a very nice
both have dedicated players. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not going anywhere, man.
Might be impenetrable.
I'm just saying, I think Riot does a great job of making people feel like it's like,
I take that back. I take it back. I lied. Shane and Dare get a couple. 1-2.
Tarek could do the funniest thing ever.
Yeah.
Well, dude, it's not like to be toxic. Just
completely break down right there as soon as you say those words.
I know, right?
Without him, they're in such a tough spot.
Wow, look at that little awkward clear there from Hex initially, but enough vision to
Mango, he did take a break for a bit, yeah.
That can be the challenge. I think Breeze crossed there a little too close to the sun there. I feel like playing those close range, like pretty thin angles, you got to give yourself a lot of time.
Tarek isn't going where I'm just saying.
You got to go high.
They have a reliance on a professional scene for a streamer. That's not good. Like co-streaming boosts up Counter-Strike numbers, right? But if Oni doesn't stream, or if I don't like, well, no, I don't want to put myself in that category. It's more like Oni, Gallez, and there's a couple like Russian and Ukrainian streamers that like really do crazy work, right? If those guys don't stream, it's not like it's a huge hit to the viewership, but it's still insane viewership. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you can see their posture for a very explosive.
Meanwhile, Tarek is never not bigger than the mainstream. It's and the mainstream gets put on the front page of Twitch, which is like a 20,000 viewer view bot. Like that's crazy. That is crazy.
Smoke pop here. Snap. Visibility briefly, but it actually didn't favor him at all. Yeah, he's facing.
I'm genuinely happy for Tarek, but for that scene, it's not to hate. It's just like
along with the
it's not good.
Towards jungle and window, and D actually gets the connection onto Breeze. But the thing is, the site has been lost. The Timbermen will likely be going for a retake here. Carson's trying to get the bomb planter, but his spam is off the mark, a little to the left.
I think it's less that CS viewers go to the mainstream if their people aren't on, and more that CS just has such a dedicated viewer base. It's a routine. It's a culture.
Coming from CT.
You know?
So maybe this works out for them just with the unexpected factor of 3 players in the same angle, and yeah, it's not too bad. They get a couple. Hex with one back with George, but that will make it a 2v1 in favor of the Timbermen. On for another retake. George has to do it all himself, but he won't get another frag. Unbelievable from the Timbermen how good they've been on the retakes in the early going here on Mirage, and not to mention in the previous BO3
what do you mean?
when they were facing Nouns.
I don't know how it looks so comfortable in such a tough spot.
Valorant had a problem with an entire
initially,
Discord community that was set up to match fix matchmaking games versus streamers.
This is a crucial fight as well.
You
Nitro
can
really
bet
wishing
on
he could have that
fucking
one back.
ladder.
And right in crunch time, Timbermen step up in the retakes. I don't know if that's, again, something they can lean in on long term. I think if you're Timbermen, you want to be able to bring through a developed CT side defense to deny bomb plants, but I said that on Nuke and I was mistaken.
Nah,
They
Terry,
can win
I
every
do
clutch, it seems
enjoy
they
a
have
nice
to.
Terry stream. And Pansy's actually, it's so sad that we don't have her in CS.
Pacey play towards
But there's also
to the party is
only
Carson
so much.
trying to make a rotation in, but he's
We can
stuck
also only have so many
inside of Marcus.
casters.
Still threads a kill in, so will Shane. There comes through eventually, but the numbers kind of overwhelming here, and Tech9's long range not going to favor him. Snap quick with the headshot as well. So
Timbermen settling into this half
definitely
now.
an opening, but
Money looking
Carson
good.
just getting in through that side of the.
These types of
map
rounds
in
have been
time, and
deadly
Shane's
for
still being
energy,
careful
but
with the coverage.
I feel like they've been way
Holds
too reliant
together
on them
well.
to get into the game on T side. I've not liked Energy's T sides that much today.
Alrighty, we go on.
It felt a little flat. I don't know if that's because Timberman just knows what Energy wants to do so much.
Here on their CT side.
But it really has
were
felt like
perfect up
Energy
against
needs
Nouns.
these
Not
Tech
so
9 pacey
nice
rounds to
Energy, at
like
least on
and
those
sneak
first two
one
rounds,
back
but
for them to
no,
kind
it's
of start the
pretty well for
engine.
them. Another pistol round going to be coming
Otherwise,
through.
on a lot of these defaults in these slower rounds, they don't look
Eagles,
very
P250
strong.
and the Tech 9. Look at this posturing.
I don't know why that would be, though.
Aggressive control being taken by the
Maybe
Timbermen.
Carson's still getting implemented, or not
Is
Carson, sorry,
Carson
George still getting
kind of
implemented.
vulnerable on A, and we've seen what happens when he's left in these types of situations in the past, especially against
Thank you very much
NRG.
for the gifted sub to Mango. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Got the Deagle lined up. Carson's waiting for it. Makes a nice.
Timber also got 10 out on T side. That's a fair point. I just across this series, I'm talking about the overall series right now.
5v3, NRG just cannot seem to get through onto this site. And Carson's been playing better. I mean, to his credit.
Tim was
He's
benched for
adjusting well.
George.
Yeah, I think when you're learning a new position, it comes down to a little bit of time, a little bit of repetitions.
One ways in
Most
CS2
importantly,
can
you gotta
happen,
get
but I
creative,
wouldn't say
right?
any
You
of them are
gotta
truly
go in
consistent
and
like
look
they
at
were
what
in
other
Go.
players are doing,
And not to the point, and
seeing if you can build
even
upon
in
that, maybe give your
even
own
if you
flair to that
find
sort of
one,
style.
because you can shoot through smokes and create a hole, it's not
And
like
I
as
think,
powerful.
you know, 2 weeks or so in between these series, maybe even a little bit more time.
It's usually less
It
one
gives you a
ways
lot
that are
of
happening on
chances
smokes, and
to
more
go
so
back
people
and
understanding
work
how angles
out
exist
what
and
went
evolve
wrong
with the smokes
and
that
how
are
to improve
volumetric
it,
in
so
CS2.
There's no question, like, not only should we see
I'm married?
that
Yes, yes.
development, we are seeing that development here and how he plays that A side. And that's a good sign for
Yeah,
the
if you
side
shoot out of
Timbermen
your
who
supposed one way as
are
well, it's
eager
cooked.
to get this player involved, and I think took a big loss in losing Peeping, who was such an active piece of this team.
Yeah, definitely. Well, NRG back to the AKs. And a very slow pace, right, to this map so far. A lot of time being burnt off the clock by NRG. They're doing it again here. They have mid control effectively, at least from window room. That's smoke. The advantage of the CTs. But in the end, the Molotov's going to sail through, and NRG are going to funnel themselves in towards mid, and there's a couple of players, in fact 3 of them, setting themselves up for an A take on the other side. This is going to be a pincer attack from mid and ramp. Coming through from NRG. Snav trying to get a read on it. And if the jungle player and stairs player can do the job here, they'll get one prong completely off the table. There's Nitro erased, and George can't be taken down. How does he get the second one as well? I don't think he's gonna die.
My
Dia,
George?
did he connect on the shot? He did. There's 3 players barely limping along for NRG. Dia with the AWP
That was
in this
sick.
spot.
That was sick.
He hits the shot. I thought Breeze had him. 4 HP
Okay, now Dia's
left.
cheating.
What
Okay,
is
everybody's
happening in
cheating.
this
Okay.
round? They're
Who's
certainly
fucking
gonna
running
chase
this
him down.
tournament?
Even with the low health, they know that getting the op out of the hands of Dia is so
speak to a
valuable. I just
manager.
don't know if that damage was confirmed because Breeze was shooting through the wall and the door frame. So maybe they're not aware of how low Dia is, and their money's also a little bit tight. So yeah, they end up pulling off and saying, okay, well, Let's just let him keep that up, even though the reward would have been fantastic in getting that out of Timbermen's hands. It just forces so much more investment.
Yeah, just not in a position with a couple of players that are super unhealthy. It feels like he could be running right into the trap. Let's see this again.
Oh, that's clean. Clean.
Yeah.
Just playing. I mean, that's
that's in slow-mo, chat. That was in slow-mo.
You just practice that connector fight over and over again.
In slow-mo. It still looked pretty fucking fast.
About as clean as can be there from George. Second headshot, unbelievable. And that's NRG breaking through a 4-round dry spell of tough retakes coming through from Timbermen, showing their grit. Dia kicks it off well. Instant opening. Dodges out in the Molotovs. Mid-hold this time going well for Carson, who covers in connector. Another chance this time for Nitro.
Oh my god.
Timbermen said not this time, bro.
Swing up against it. Not a lot you can do against that. And OC looking to chew through alongside Breeze, whose position kind of understood and confirmed. How do you break through this round?
I mean, I don't think you do. They're going to find one onto Breeze. OC, well, maybe you just need one player. OC pulls up the Uto and still gets a third. I think it hit the shoulder of Snap, which slowed him down. Yeah. Wow. That almost works out. But it does end up going the way of the Timbermen.
There was a world. I could see it. There was a world.
Right there. That's brutal. Threw his aim off a little bit. Taking the can to that, there definitely would throw my aim off. See this?
Oh, we don't get to see it. Dang.
He just threw it right at him. Trying to get that utility out. I think he was intending to throw it towards Sandwich to flush him out, but he just gets swung instead. So bold play from Timbermen to chase down the kill. Punished 3 times, rewarded once is all that they needed, though. Just needed to lock in OC as a unit.
This Flom guy's a W. Guys, we talked about this one. When I pay you to say nice things in the chat, you still have to disclose it. Otherwise, I'm going to get in trouble.
I think it's really bold of Timbermen to call
Please
like
put
this
W stream hashtag ad. Thank you.
Because this is a lot of resources spent towards middle, but we have seen the speed in which NRG can call some of these rounds. Sometimes it is just fast plays towards A, fast plays towards B. So
Badger, where do you think all your gifted somebody goes?
In this round towards middle, it's high risk but high reward as well. Tough timing from George. Elevated angle there. Great trade from OC though on the rifle work. Stepping into that auto. You can't expect the amount of presence that you're facing here. Timing's well from Carson. Seeing him in the server maybe opens up the avenue. Yeah, you can see the pace from Breeze kind of picks up a little bit, but picking up the pieces here. A whole other challenge, and Carson does another kill. Now Breeze left into a clutch.
Nah, 9 HP, ain't no way.
A whole new challenge approaches there, and
I'm gonna go to the Austin Major. We'll see.
In on that setup through catwalk.
Kind of felt like Nature walked
Blast
out
and I are pretty cool. So
just like a deer in headlights.
maybe.
Oh God, there are a lot of people here. He's just dead.
Blast and I are pretty cool like that.
Escape from underpass. Anyway, look, time I'm going to be called by NRG. They've only won 1 round over the last 7. This has been quite a performance again from the Timbermen on their CT side. The NRG money is not terrible. A force up would be risky, I would say. Probably just want to save, or I should say go for the half buy. Huh.
Anyone know when they start selling tickets for Austin? I don't think they have yet.
So much.
Jeremy, why are you telling people it's sold out?
Yeah.
That's fucked up, bro.
That's
actually so fucked.
Here in between.
Hold on.
These two series, these two best of 3s.
Bro, homie's heart probably just
it looks
sank.
like they just spent it with their nose to the grindstone there, working away. Hammering these details.
For the emotional turmoil you just got put through, hold on.
Some relief towards the middle. Flashes are so
what the
well
fuck? I
placed.
can't get to
quick
myself.
scale towards catwalk, but they still have more to crack through. George finds the entry to
I got it.
connector. That spam, though, is always going to be deadly. And Carson does not give up on it. This B-side play with so much resistance to run into.
These
Puts
Tech
the
9
clutch
runs
in Hex
again.
hands, but bomb is down far, far away.
Oh, man.
He's got to recover it. Now it's smoked off as well. He just used his smoke towards the market, so that bomb recovery mission is going to be even more challenging. And he's just forced to wait the smoke out there. A little bit of patience could be rewarded here with a big win, trying to separate these two players. Oh, that doesn't help.
No. No, not at all. I mean, still a chance for Hex, but he's got to burn more time.
That's what I mean, though, is like Energy kind of like their default rounds kind of look like shit, and then they have like the Tech 9 rounds that look okay.
2 mollies.
But even their default rounds, think about, remember the shot that George had to hit? Remember?
You see him with utility out now.
That's their, that was their default round.
On target there, but it's avoided.
Their one round that they've got.
Bomb.
That's concerning.
Interestingly enough, they are going to separate themselves. A little reposition in towards market. I kind of like this idea, but it could be punished. Dia prepared. That's a big shadow advantage here, but he misses the shot. Now Carson can strike, but he realizes quickly that there's a window of opportunity. What great presence of mind from Hex. Running back into that B side could have been his instant demise, but open access towards A and access to a clutch up against Carson. Gonna plant and take control of CT. Carson gonna run around the world here on a wild goose chase to figure out where Hex is. And I think he spotted him there. He almost certainly did. Stepping forward, though, he's playing confident. Low HP here for Carson, going to make this clutch challenging. Smoke goes on top of the ball, but Carson sees him.
What?
He sees
Carson
him,
saw him.
and he lands a shot, but
no.
Carson wins the clutch, and he gets
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
And he's making sure
Does he have a kit?
that his presence is known.
I didn't see it. For a moment, I'm like, if he doesn't have a kit, he should probably defeat, but he did have a kit on his person. Little bit of BM added there. It got really close. Hex almost clutching that out. It felt nigh impossible for him to pull it off, but when this happens, he gets the healthy player. You think, okay, this is very favorable indeed, but Carson somehow with the Galil will pull that off. Or might have been the M4. Anyway, either way, 7-3.
Such a tough angle there from Hex to play off of there, too. I mean, you can see Carson spots him out first. Obviously, Hex knows where his opponent is, but Carson doesn't know where Hex is exactly. Just has to make some assumptions. Assumed right, but forward facing there.
They can't Eden.
Such a close round to the clutch, but instead Carson will rip it away.
Yeah.
And NRG desperately needed that relief there because the clutches have not been going their way here. It's so many retakes, it's so many 1v1s. It's been the name of the game all day. Carson here in map.
No, RC, I wouldn't go with that approach for this one.
He got bested consistently on this A side.
This is a pretty hard lead for the Timbermen. 4 players on the A site ready to greet what is in fact an execute onto A by NRG. George very low, and Snav and Shane are dealing some killing blows. Back and forth going George again. Even though he continues to get peppered down to 29 HP, still gets
George going
2
absolutely
scalps
crazy
collected.
from Con.
Shane and Dia,
Down
the
he
last two
goes.
standing, and Shane is going to even out the numbers at a 2v2, but he is left by his lonesome now as Nitro immediately collects Dia. Shane?
Okay. Gotta be careful about that cat jump there, because Shane could have done some damage onto Nitro.
I mean, look, NRG can rotate around now to the B site. It's free and clear. So Shane, realizing that very quickly that no one is around in this vicinity.
I like that Nitro got out a window here.
Towards that B site.
So many players would have stayed window here and tried to like hold,
take a fight quickly.
Which seems like a good idea on the surface.
Out. OC's low.
He's only got 6 bullets.
HP. Now down to 27. Shane can't do anything. OC
a lot of players would stay there because I could prevent him rotating through everywhere, right? But you also give the guy the isolated 1v1.
This half at least in somewhat of a position of strength here. They're gonna hop into this last round of play, completely shattering the economy because of how close some of these rounds have been. Small little micro detail though, you can see George going down up connector.
Like
that sets up
that's a veteran move right there.
Even when he falls, it feels like it's a win.
Yeah.
For NRG because then
this is the finals right here, Mike. This is finals.
Murder hole, and that's where Nitro then gets to pounce. So nice little setup there in the late round to display a little bit of patience, but still have George active. look at this, man. Aggression through underpass here. Forward. Again,
Thanks for all the follows, guys. And the subs on YouTube. I see them both. Thank you.
Dodge flash setup is not going to dodge.
Wow, nice flash from Hex.
This Nitro will find the double up. That's what you're looking for right there if you're an RG.
Did I watch any of the Excel World Championship? Like Microsoft Excel? That actually would probably give me anxiety. I'm good.
In the head of Dia. Snav and Shane, last two standing. I mean, you already talked about it. The economy was absolutely in tatters.
How excited am I to sleep normally again? Really, I'm just excited to play PoE 2 until my eyes bleed and my body can't play PoE 2 anymore tonight and then go to bed.
1v4. I mean, look. It's unlikely. We've seen some crazy stuff come through. He spots out George, picks up an MP9 off the ground. It's done. NRG get a 5th and make it much closer than perhaps it could have been here against the Timbermen.
Yeah, well handled overall in the last couple of rounds. But if
Update.
you're NRG, it's about executing in the late rounds. It's
my
about
schedule
executing
this
in the
week.
post plans here. That these are all details I think you should be
Wednesday
fully aware of here.
will be a shorter
that
stream,
sort of comfort
and tomorrow will be a
was not
slightly
there for that
shorter
first
stream.
half, and Timbermen were able to punish in a lot of those clutches and a lot of those post plants, which I just really haven't seen. Casting them all the
Friday,
way through
Saturday,
their
I'm completely
Frag
gone.
18 run, casting them in that last, situation. Maybe a little bit of that flaring
Wednesday
up versus
shorter
Nouns in the
stream,
finals, but
then
it's been one of their strongest
Friday, Saturday,
here since Nitro's
I'm
joined
completely
this roster.
gone, and then
He's
Sunday
how
I'll
they
be
close
back.
out late rounds. That's been one of the biggest things he's brought to this team, and not quite the case there in that first half for them. That leads to a deficit.
Noy and I are having a spa day
They'll have to come back
before we go to Seattle. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be lit. I'm gonna spa day it up. Then I'm gonna stream one more time for you guys. I'm gonna get my fat ass on a plane.
We got Void for Breeze, Void for Dia. They've just gone into the shadow realm.
Alter, Iron Beat, take flight. Talking about Katie's team?
Oh man,
It's Katie's
this
team, I
is
think, right?
this is really close. I mean, Dust 2 felt like an exception, the second half, I should say, to the rule of how back and forth both these teams have been on both map number 1 and now map number 3. So we're just waiting to get going. I think we have like a bathroom break being called probably at the beginning of this half. It's over now. Everyone's back.
Katie with the
We have the final
1.71.
half of regulation here.
They 2-0 take flight 13-5, 13-5.
Let's go.
Let's see it. Final half of play. Like you said, for regulation in particular, wouldn't be surprised if these teams took a little
What
bit
up,
longer
Flop?
to
How you
close
doing,
out.
boo-boo?
Mid-mullet
How's Path of
into a
Exile
top
treating you?
jungle smoke, or top console, I should say. George identifying where the point of attack is pretty early. Bomb spotted now. George put on notice, diving out of Palace. The totem pole.
What you running right now?
A setup and the headshots to back it up. Timbermen taking charge here in this round as Hex looks to rotate in. OC behind him, landing the headshots as Hex will land the bodies. As OC still trying to fight forward, waiting for the flank, but they're taking control of CT. They're not taking the bomb site. They want the whole map here, and they will claim everything. The A to B.
No way they're gonna go B.
With a flashbang to save
Oh,
the cross
shit.
in.
Same,
And Nitro,
Floppy.
good luck
I'm running armor breaks
getting
under.
through.
It'll be Hammer of God later, but I'm not high enough level yet.
Clearing out this angle. He does win the fight, though. Dia misses
Just
out on
finished
that.
it on normal. Starting
The
cool
clutch is
soon.
on. He spots one. You definitely like the position if you're Carson, though. One player identified. He has to slowly crawl his way through the market side of things, but without a kit, he might have to scale it up a little bit. He has no idea where Carson is. Doesn't expect it to be in apartments already. Probably thinks he's the
Are you running
bomb planter
totems or
here,
are you
but
running that?
Nitro gonna get the jump on at least one.
Wait.
Quick headshot identified there.
No kit, though.
And
No
just
kit.
running a little too low on time.
Yeah.
Fake onto the bomb, but that decides
Okay.
it here. Carson gonna step through late.
You
Going
got
for
so
the
still
killing
there? I
blow
literally thought
here.
the stream
Wants
froze.
the whole round. Wants the extra 300. And he will get it right at the tail end. So well handled from Timbermen and a wild round that goes in their favor.
Yeah,
Such
that's
an
pretty
NA
crazy.
move.
Honestly,
Not an NA
Timbermen-
move. Grow up.
I mean, the pistol rounds have
Snappy
been
does this on
pretty
Ancient.
insane throughout the entirety of this series.
And like
Even
every European
throughout
team
the day
actually
of
ran it in the
Outcast, 'cause
major.
we've seen so
But
many
on
swings
Ancient where you
back
just
and
run straight
forth.
through mid 5 armor,
And
jump
right
through
here,
red
I mean, Nitro
into
getting
CT
this
and
frag,
day.
there's just so little time left on the bomb for the defusal that it doesn't work out for him. And
And let
Carson,
Floppy
right
chill,
as the
chat.
bomb is
Notice
about
I
to
didn't ask
explode,
him anything
gets that
CS
extra
related.
$300 in his back
Talk to him
pocket.
about his
So,
real interests, like Path of
Timbermen,
Exile.
Gonna find an 8. Molotov's going to get thrown immediately for connector, and it feels like Timbermen want to go fast in towards the B site here. It is a forest buy for NRG, so it's going to feature 3
Like,
MP9s
for example,
in the Scout,
Floppy ignored me. What are you running,
5-7
bro?
for Breeze,
And Path of
Breeze is
Exile.
also the one with
Which one?
the kit. That'll be an important piece.
You running totems or what?
As this round plays out, assuming there's anyone left on this B site to defuse the bomb, Nitro's going to get one, traded out immediately.
Hammer
Hex
the
gets
gods,
one
nice.
back. Can he stay alive is the question. Yes, for now, no. Spam comes through, Carson gets tagged down to 3 HP, but he's still alive long enough to get another frag under his belt, and now, I mean, look, it's still a man advantage.
Sundance,
Carson is barely hanging on to life, and
shit.
NRG have to start asking questions if they even go for this one.
Oh, George got spammed through that smoke as well,
Yeah.
putting a little extra damage down range. Is George going to be diligent on the clear?
No, Keenan, I'm not. I'm playing it.
He's got to cover this E-box position, allow for his player.
Oh! If he got that kill.
9, the hunt
What was
is
the
on
final score,
for Dia.
Tony?
And he will
Of the game?
end up landing the kill onto OC with his Galil. Timbermen claim a 9. They get past the force buy with a scary
Someone's still
situation,
streaming?
but
Yeah, he's probably
they
live
fight
right
their
now
way
playing
through.
WoW.
Carson
3-2
like
nights.
the tip of the
Ooh.
spear there with some very important kills towards that market side, and Timbermen looking like they could claim double digits and not only say, hey, we're gonna get the win on this map and deny your win streak on maps alone, but also looking to do so in a series fashion. Carson, though, with more than 13
Why the fuck were you at a
kills, getting the
Minnesota
prize
game, by the
fix
way? I
check
thought you were
mark.
in...
I believe our first.
Well, I guess
if
you're
I'm not
close
mistaken,
by.
so.
I think so.
And he announces himself in a big way with 16.
How many hockey games? Have you been to hockey games before, Tony? You had some good, it's some good seats.
All right.
Hexbot Nitro.
Second? Nice.
And he's got $200.
I was telling
Yeah,
chat,
he's
you keep
going,
talking shit. My
Great
family
boss, I
members might
guess,
be at the game right
with the
now.
armor
Like,
as well. They're hoping that's enough here to give them an edge. Timbermen are charging down. No,
I haven't
actually,
fucking
they're
pull
backing
up.
up, going right into Nitro's open arms. Nitro get a 3K here. Here's the first. OC gets 2 on the
JRT.
Carson and Dia.
Here's the,
This is falling apart.
verse.
I didn't see what happened with OC, but yeah, it's only Snap left standing. I hope we get that on replay because we didn't even understand. I mean, we can see it on the radar, right? He's over towards CT, but how is the question? Does he get 2? Maybe just completely caught them off guard. The bomb is lost in the process. This round's going NRG. And I mean, the M4 contributed, of course, with Nitro going underpass, but it was the P250 of OC that really clinched it.
+2 for
Well,
Mythic
the good
Gold
investment, I was
to
gonna
keep
say,
2
you know,
matches
this-
going. Chat, if
this
you're level
feels a
7 through
little
9,
bit like
they need 2 more.
NRG know the situation that the game's kind of getting out of hand. That Timbermen are taking control here on this decider. They get very aggressive with the purchase. That Nitro and OC duo that pushes through underpass meets nobody on the default to fight up against.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm biased. I
And
grew up
I'd
playing
imagine
hockey,
what happened
so...
there is OC just catches 2
But
nice
man,
rotations.
going to games is so
rolling on
fucking
through,
sick.
maybe get some nice headshots with that P250, but Nitro
It's so
disrupting
good.
as well. And when Timbermen try and shift, they run into the biggest surprise, and that's players where they just came from.
All right, let's
Well,
see this
beef
replay.
for the finals again. We might be approaching...
I think they thought it was an A-side
4,000
stack with
viewers?
The
Yeah.
reaction from NRG, you see the
We're getting
underhand
close.
smoke.
My YouTube
So
shit
they
isn't
shift
updated
away
yet,
from
but-
that site instantly. They call that out instantly. And
With no
because they think
external
it's a stack,
hosts
I think
or
you're
some
not
shit like that.
expecting them to be behind you. That's the last place you'd anticipate.
That's a brilliant piece of maneuvering from NRG in a round where they didn't invest that much aside from the M4 and a little bit of armor and util. Wow. Timeout going to be called here. Timbermen talking things over, trying to understand where it all went wrong. But walking 2 players
Roy
back
Fern.
turn into T-spawn. Like, I understand it.
Rosters had a cool logo.
The smoke
I liked
was,
it.
right
I liked
click
it.
thrown down. They figure, okay, there's going to be a lot of people here, but still, like, have one player turned around and watching.
What do I
Spawn
think NRG needs
as
to
we're
do to
going
level
forward,
up their
but
play? I mean,
assuming
right
the
now,
idea
I was
was
kind of
one
already
watching
mentioning it. I
Palace,
just
one
don't
watching,
like...
towards ramp, and no
maybe
one
it's a
really
reps thing or
checking out
something,
what
but
was
their
happening behind
slower
them, which
play, like
allows
in the
OC to
defaults,
get
really
2
look like they just...
literally for free. All right, Timbermen, they're coming back here. 2 AKs, 2 Galils.
They don't look like they always have like a set way that they like to end. It looks like they're waiting for somebody to make something happen.
Flies around the corner to get a response, and then Breeze onto Dare, who
Jay, thanks for the 57-month primer. Thank you.
It is going to be Snav at least getting one back, so it makes it possible for the Timbermen to perhaps get back in this round.
I'm sure they have ideas and protocols and things they want to do, but for whatever reason, it looks like they're just kind of like freezing.
Hexed.
And then it's on someone to make an individual play, move, some sort of aggression to kind of open it up.
Conclusion of this one. The thing is, though,
and like defaults, you know, you spread out the map, you get information, stuff like that. But
so either he calls for Shane to come over,
it just looks a little not finished right now.
Players who might not be aware of at all of his position.
Does Arizona have a hockey team? Oh shit. Aware.
Have to worry a little bit about the bomb transitioning in, but what a kill. X, man, low on HP, but threads the needle perfectly on that market peak, quickly steps in for the kill. Now, Shane realizes there's only one way through this round. It's through the A side. Doesn't quite account for Breeze. 7 rounds locked in. The massive risk pays
yeah, man.
off.
I'm glad you had fun with it, though. That's cool.
In the last investment, and now they've
No, I've been saying this. Pick'ems literally make you a shitty person.
Starting to build a foundation on this defense. Look at that, man. That's a swing.
Me, I almost never prey on teams' downfall unless they're versus a North American team.
In safe hands.
But man, Pick'ems, I am like, next thing you know, I'm hoping Kerrigan loses. Like, what the fuck?
The culprit of some technical difficulties.
I mean, not this time. My Pick'ems in playoffs were absolutely cooked. I didn't have. Thank God I didn't have that. But
we did discover that
Pick'ems.
I think it was
especially in those early group stages. My God, is it toxic?
Issues.
I'm like, yeah, big. Right? You fucking suck. I fucking knew you wouldn't win a single goddamn game. You're fucking
he had a good GPU, is what we figured out.
He got a brand new GPU, so that wasn't the issue. So it had to be the RAM. Yeah, I think he bought a Fruit Cup. That is, he bought some new RAM. We're waiting to find out if that actually will solve it. Hopefully, it does for him because that sucks. You know, to go
through
a little
one-day shipping.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks though to go through all that and play the entire BO3 without really having an ability to play to your maximum potential. And not to mention that he wasn't having any issues apparently prior to that series.
Can't make sure to clip it out of context.
Everything just collapses. And apparently he was trying to overclock the RAM or something along those lines, run it at a speed that it wasn't really.
Pick'ems are better than gambling. That's what I'm saying. That's also why I know I got to be responsible as hell because holy shit.
Exactly. You gotta be careful, especially like in
I'm doing fantasy football.
You don't want to
for fun versus viewers, and I'm just like,
I know you want to get as many frames as possible.
Fuck you, dude! You're fucking terrible. What the fuck are you doing, yo?
It's not always about
Tracy Jr. 4 points.
Still
the Giants are fucking shit. You shouldn't even have a team.
Balance. It's important.
Lamar Jackson. I also have Lamar Jackson. He put up 40 points up against the Giants. Thank you for that. I'm still gonna lose.
No, balance in life.
Download the RAM. Download the RAM. That's what he should have done instead of overclocking. I don't know why he's trying to get fancy with it.
Yeah.
It's right there in front
Love
of you.
just already praying for a pick.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how you get it done.
And if you need to, you can just uninstall Counter-Strike, save some disk space for your RAM. But then you wouldn't be able to play. So that.
I'm gonna be honest. Slove doesn't really strike me as the type to even remotely try to debate this. Why are you bullying him?
You do need to have space, although it's not used.
How's the revival series going today? Good.
Anymore.
Good.
There's still utility for. I think you still have to have a page file in Windows because it calls to it sometimes. You don't have enough space in your RAM to actually take care of everything. So yeah,
so there's a little folder that's just like the RAM. You got the RAM folder.
You just get okay. We're not going to get into the technicalities of this with you, Cole. I'm done. It's 7-9. NRG are trying to make a comeback into this one. It is looking absolutely beautiful for them, especially
to be
in this
fair,
one
you guys
they're just going up against Glocks and
close.
Eagle. Timbermen still biding their time. I mean, it's been a full minute here. They've been waiting for this to happen pretty much. Breeze gonna get 3. Snap manages to get 1.
As somebody that isn't a fan of one of these two teams, it's close.
Ace, and he gets it. There it is. Ace
easy ace
for
for
NRG.
Man, what a.
I can call him Vince. We're tight like that.
To stamp your seal right there. with some of the A side anchoring that he's
I think
been
as somebody
doing.
that watches the
It's
Hard
good to
Knock
see
stuff, it was
him
absolutely
get some
fucking
attention,
hilarious
some
though
love
to
right there as
see.
he locks
It was
in.
fun to hear your
Plays a
GM's
big
thought
time ace up
process on
against
Saquon and like what
Pistols.
happened. But then,
Knowing
and I'm
that
not
he's
even
capable
blaming him,
closely
but then seeing
around the
Saquon
corner
go
to
to
do it up
fucking
against the rifle
Philly,
work
then
here.
have the season he's had, then Danny Dimes
More
is
challenges
cut
at
is
hand.
my
Synergy
god.
Building back into the CT side.
Absolute
One
cinema.
round to close the distance up against the rifles. Counteracting here. Look at the smoke spam. George trying to track it. They know he's here, but it doesn't matter.
Oh,
As he levels
George.
out two
What the fuck?
on the aggression.
What
Gets some
the
mollies
fuck?
down, forces a lot of attention his way
Oh,
here.
nice
but
rebuttal
Reese
from
ends up
Shane.
falling right into
Chris
the
beating up
headshot of
quick,
Shane.
too.
There's still one more though. Nitro still planting his feet, and you wouldn't anticipate him here. This would be a massive surprise, but he steps out a little early, and it cost him everything. His
no
D is
way.
prepared.
No way, Nitro. A little way too early, Cole, for him to pop around that corner. And I mean, look at where OC and George are. George can barely fight into this site. OC at ticket is just nothing he can really do because they're all tucked around the corners. NRG, it felt like things were shaping up well for them, but now they're just going to have to tuck their tails and back off. Maybe OC doesn't even get away. Snav over from the broken wall.
Thank you again for making the major super entertaining to watch. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I wish I had a little bit better energy that last day. Damn, there goes the up. Fucking
removed from their hands, and
That's
Snav
tough for
will
energy.
happily snatch that up and carry it
yeah, I
over
wish-
to the next
I mean,
round.
I did
Timbermen
feel
not
better
only
during the
hang on
final,
their
but holy
lead,
fuck.
they extend it to 2.
Yeah, fantastic. Bit of work here done from George in the early stages. I mean, you can see able to do so much damage in this early fight. But again, that little
What do you think, Marky ends up? He's still cracked?
just
I don't know.
so brutal.
Marky's a weird one because I never know what his
From
true
this
motivation is, you know?
Timberman squad there gets punished there. We do have some good news here. Snav. Prize picks check mark. A seal of approval. More than 13 kills for him. But yeah, definitely
Mike with the
tough stuff
average
going on here.
online
Carson
chatter.
as well. He's just running. I
True.
mean, look at that. He
Honestly,
gets the
they
pick up
should
to
just
the
start
upper. He
paying for
knows there's
playing
open
for pink
access
slips. Like
to
you
take
lose,
control.
you lose
A
your
smart
org.
move. Identifying the common setup and
That's it, buddy.
taking
My salary
control
now.
of this B bomb site. This is now an easy call made.
That'd be some insane
Timberman.
amount of stakes
Smoky
for the
towards
matches. That'd
Marky.
be
This
pure
is already
cinema.
a save on the other end of the map here. NRG holding on to their weaponry and conceding 11 off of one pick from the new man on Timbermen.
Doggy world.
Yeah, Carson's been playing really well.
You'd lose
here on
mythic
Mirage.
jokes
I
on
mean,
you,
T-side,
Ches.
he
No, I
allowed
wouldn't.
to freewheel
There's
a little
nothing to
bit
be
more.
taken.
But
What are they gonna do?
Even we were talking about, he just made some good adjustments.
What are they gonna take? Truck's paying me at this point.
Being a little more creative in his movement, not being as static towards balcony and palace, and it worked out really well in here. Well, I mean, he's up to 17. He gets the opener, and that's all they actually need to win the round. Even though, if you look at NRG's money, it's not terrible. They could have fought a little bit more. Maybe the loss bonus is a bit of a concern.
Losing
so
to
they wanna keep
nah.
the economy's healthy
I
as
mean,
possible.
Timberman actually has looked really good today. You gotta
George
actually
has to
watch
be
the
careful.
game
I don't
without
even
just
think he
like
wants to
looking
take
at
this
it for
fight.
name
They just want to try
versus
and save
name.
as much as they can, and they're waiting for Timberman to walk into what is the spider's web.
On the flip side of this as
They
well,
can send their
Energy
fans in.
just came back from winning
Gets a flag. There it
Philadelphia
is.
land
George
without
with the
dropping a
Molotov
single
takes
map.
there, and Timbermen want no more of it. They're just going to keep their guns, and it's a bit of a stalemate towards the end. But the
They
Timbermen
also just
will get
qualified
an
for
11.
Pro
They're
League.
2 rounds away from their first ever
And they won
NA
what?
Revival
How many have they
Series
won?
championship.
They were on a almost a 3
Yeah, I mean,
Revival
I've
Series
always been
streak.
there. I've
They
always
lost to
been
Nouns last Revival Series too.
making their way into these events and trying to work their way
Holy
through.
shit, dude.
Semifinals is where it's ended many times, and this time able to extend it to the finals here, and they're looking incredible.
I know that
in
was a
the third
mistyped
map.
tune, but
Opening
holy.
pick straight onto OC. George.
Ooh, George
never
again
gives
is
up
just
on the
living.
pedestal,
Oh,
but
well.
he's overwhelmed by the numbers.
That's not a jinx. I
Carson
couldn't even finish it.
coming through with a trade eventually.
I know, dude.
Just
Jesus,
a little
scared the
delay,
fuck
but
out of
better
me.
late than never there, especially if it means you get to keep onto your man.
Okay,
advantage,
Automod
extend it
helped
into a
you.
4v3.
Well, thanks to the 47-month
Very
reset.
valuable
Thank
map
you.
control, but I mean, you can see really the
Love
round
FL
being put into
0M.
play here. Nitro having to stack his troops
Yeah,
over
and if
towards
you
his
don't
A
know
side with his
much
deep
about him,
positioning
it's not
towards
like they're
apartments,
just like,
hoping
this
that
team
that'll
just
be
showed up
the way that
and
they win.
Yeah, and I
is
think
beating
again,
him.
well, I mean, you still have Nitro over towards B like you were saying, but NRG might want to opt for a stack towards one of these sites. I thought Nitro would try to rotate towards A, but I guess he just didn't want to give up this map control because of the fact that
well, they got the right gamble here for NRG,
if the
but
site doesn't get hit, of course, you get to save the guns. If it is, then you have 3 players waiting here. But not happening. Timbermen are walking through Breeze, waiting patiently here on the site. The flashes are going to be absolutely brutal here, but Hex still manages to connect onto Shane. Breeze doesn't even take any damage, just Hex is attracting all the attention. Now he will with a headshot from Snap, and then Hex suffers the same fate up against Carson. My God, indeed, as the Timbermen are chopping down NRG, and it's only Nitro left standing.
Just left scratching his head there. I mean, great idea to take that positioning in towards apartments, try and get a couple of extra resources over towards that A side, but Timbermen with the due diligence, that's a full execute and a 4v3 towards A. Proper utility and even better trades to get onto that bomb site. There's nothing that you could say about that one if you're Hex trying to fight through that adversity, trying to hold on to that site if you're Breeze. They just simply get overwhelmed, and Nitro can't make a case to try and recover this one. Timbermen lock themselves in 4
dude, the shuffle's gonna be insane, Ronan. I'm hoping everybody waits a little bit because I'm taking 2 days off.
Prize picks in a revival series. And they say,
I just hope everybody chills while I'm gone for a couple of days.
So we'll see if 4 rounds is enough for NRG to hang
Nobody's allowed to do roster moves from the 20th to the 21st.
15.5 kills or more.
I'll email the orgs and let them know.
This is wild. Timbermen have honestly, I mean, aside from that weird finish to Dust 2, I've really appreciated
a vacation
that Timbermen
a little bit
throughout this entire
I don't know.
series.
I wouldn't really call it a vacation.
And I don't mean just this series particularly. I mean the NA Revival series.
We're visiting her mom
both yesterday and today.
It'll be nice. It's all going to be nice.
We're
going to see Nora's mom in Seattle for a bit.
Utility usage has been fantastic. The trades are good. The spacing is excellent. They feel like they've revitalized themselves and renewed their look entirely.
Sure, on Christmas Day, I'm not traveling anywhere for Christmas, so
yeah, I can't
probably
believe how strong they're looking here compared to the last series in which we saw a lot of flaws roll by roll.
Yeah,
wild card is staying the same and running it back confirmed by me, which is, if you guys don't know, Jeremy yapping in chat is wild card's manager.
Adaptability shown out from a player like Carson.
A lot of contracts are like around the first-ish.
I'll give credit. I mean, like you said, Snav obviously listed. I'll give a lot
another
of credit
cover-up to go to the Valve headquarters source reconfirmed. I will be in the Valve headquarters. I will not be signing an NDA, and I can assure you Counter-Strike 3 is not on the way.
In so many of these clutches, but job's not finished yet.
No, it's just a really cool experience. So I asked if Nori could come check out the offices, and they said yeah. So
the deal is secured, and what a way to start it off. It's another head-to-head victory. What a shot from Dia.
Yeah.
Who's looking electric with the AWP.
Jump into Ball Pit.
I was just going to say exactly that, Cole. I mean, every
they got
time
an arcade.
he's needed on Mirage, it feels like Dia's right there to deliver an opening frag. He's got, what was the last 3 that he's had an opening
we've gone through this. Last time I had an NDA, guys, I signed one. All right, let's see if Hex and the boys here can make some magic in a 4v5. They got the right read again.
Number 5. Yeah, there is. But
there's one.
Hex is going to get the headshot onto Snap. Nitro gets 2.
There's
okay,
the
this
hold.
one might not be over yet. Shane and Dia, last 2 standing. As Nitro readjusts himself onto this site, trying to take a favorable fight with the Opper and the AK of Shane.
That's going for both teams.
Nitro around here. Hex going to get the headshot on the Dia. Nitro finishes the job he started. 3K for him. NRG live on.
I'm not.
They're gonna hang in there.
I've been telling you fuckers what I'm
ready
doing.
To give up on this one. This time the stack does work out well for them, and even in the 4v5, this monster entry coming through from Dia, they run into simply too many players. There's a 3-man setup. In that situation, I do not like those odds on the B side. What you do like to see, Hex also getting a prize picks check mark. Just gonna see as this game gets longer and longer, more of those flow on in, but more than 14 kills.
Man, you guys don't want me to ask them about things because if anything, they do the exact opposite of what I asked.
Timeout. This again is usually when I've highlighted. Dare has actually just been super vocal in all of these timeouts. So
I begged them for more community server support. Next thing you know, we have to alt tab to use a community browser. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not mentioning shit.
His camera moved.
I am not mentioning shit while I'm there.
But Nitro also
I said, guys, please, it's so cool. We should totally build it out and make it something really part of CS2. Yeah, that shit's alt tab out of the game.
Going to start to flow on in.
What up, Calix?
Every incoming round.
I wonder if there was some frustration at some point. He hit his desk because his camera was a little lower before, and now it's kind of only showing his nose to his forehead. Either way,
I've been good, Calix.
Util's going to be sailing in here from NRG in the early goings of the round. It's a 2-1-2 setup, very standard.
GK, thanks for the 64-month primer. Thank you.
Quite a lean towards underpass and B. Hex
asked about Half-Life 3. You know, funny enough, last time I was there, I asked them to make Team Fortress 3.
If they get one opening frag here, they can just charge forward and maybe just sail their way.
When I was playtesting CS2, I was like, guys, you need to make Team Fortress 3.
George spots that information on 2 players coming from underpass. There's the smoke for window, and that's mid control pretty effectively taken by Timbermen. You do need the smoke thrown for connector. But in fact, interestingly, NRG are going to throw one of their own, so that leaves visibility
the stall out on mid.
for them.
Timbermen doing the 5-man mid once again.
Timbermen decide to smoke it themselves, which they will.
This worked entirely way too well
so
earlier when they played Nouns.
Ooh, explosion.
Not so much versus NRG right now.
Favor of the Timbermen, not in favor of this T side, but
never
there's
mind.
back the HEs that roll out.
The Anosi got spammed.
It swung in favor of Timbermen now. There's still more.
Oh, he's got to reload. How is he alive?
Connector and Catwalk that they have to get past here. Bree still looking to stabilize the defense. HE could flush him out of position.
He's
still
dead.
tanking it, but only so much you can get away with
Nitro
here.
on the 1v2.
Nitro now needs to come home with the clutch. Spam's just a little off kilter. Cannot connect enough damage.
Oh, did you see him? He didn't see him.
Into CT. And Nitro's got no vision on this. He still thinks he's in the back of triple. The molly eventually provides the realization. But time's
I
ticking
think it's
away.
going to be Timbermen's.
Nitro's rounds. His chances
Plus, he
of
pulls
closing
some
out this
absolute
one
fucking cinema right here.
running out of time, slowly but
Captain,
surely.
you got to get it moving. I know you got a kit, but
Nitro, he's got the flashbang, gonna toss it forward, fakes the defusal, turns his back,
There's
turns
one.
around, managed to get the frag on the Carson. 1v1, up against Dare, time taken away. I don't think
Oh,
he
he
has time to
doesn't
defuse his
know.
bomb. It's over. Timbermen are gonna
GG.
take it. 13 rounds for them, no time for Nitro. Timbermen are your champions of the NA Revival Series number 5. So well deserved. And
What
I love this
in the
screen.
fuck is
all
going?
of the
Is Rob producing again?
shirts, man, and the mustaches. These are truly the Timbermen. Rob has outdone himself once more, and so have the Timbermen. What a recovery for them, right? After we were counting them up. Remember the last Revival Series,
energy as
Cole? We were
always.
talking about these guys like they were just unable to come back and recover, but look what they've done here.
I don't
know what's going on, man. Is Rob producing tonight? Jesus Christ, what's going on?
Especially when I didn't see them at LAN. I thought, this isn't going to be a roster that's sticking together long term. They've been putting in so much work. It's so clear what
Yes,
this
it's
team has
Rob.
been building.
How did I know?
Over time here, and I'm incredibly surprised here from the performance, which wasn't
Actually, an
necessarily
insane
bad,
run,
but it was
though,
more of
in
the
the
same,
event,
and it was the
actually.
same old struggles, and they just hit a wall versus NRG in the semifinals versus what we just saw here. Digging deep,
Let Rob cook.
putting
I
in
did. Did you see what
massive
he just did? He
comeback
made
efforts.
meth.
This is a new look Timberman that you can look forward to into 2025. Again, I think this is proof of concept that this is a team that can.
Val must have approved this, right? I literally have no control over Rob, the producer, and I approve absolutely nothing.
We've seen in the past where Timbermen can't keep their cool, can't keep themselves together. But overall, I was happy with both the coordination, the chemistry, and everything. It looked like they had been practicing and bringing things together. Huge congratulations to them. They played their hearts out up against an NRG squad that has looked very good. I feel like NRG still played well. It's just that Mirage seemed like it couldn't be touched out of the hands of Timbermen throughout the entirety of this Revival Series. We're going to see the numbers come in soon. I think we got a lot of check marks that came in, but yeah, this is an incredible performance from the Timbermen. NRG,
And
they
an
got
incredible
1, 2,
performance of me.
3 check marks, I believe. Hex, George, and Nitro collecting
What
those.
can't I do?
This just goes to show you how close Mirage was looking at those score lines.
Yeah, NRG doing a great job of fighting forward here. It's frustrating for them, for a team that has had so much dominance, especially talking like land dominance. What they did at Frag 18 was unbelievable. I thought that was going to carry over into this event, and then we saw it carry over into this event without losing a single map, but finding themselves in a couple of tough times here, and the depth that we see out of Timbermen on the other end of things is just remarkable here. And,
no, dude, they went. They beat
maybe the only player that you're
guys. They
slightly
beat
concerned about in that
the two-time Revival Series
getting leveled out
champions, and then they beat the most recent Revival Series champions as well. They beat the last two winners,
but he had so much
and they beat Boss
in opening rounds.
They beat Boss 13-1, 13-1.
It was weird, right? Because it felt like Dio was everywhere and getting all these frags, but in fact, I mean, I say only 14, but really, like, those 14 were so impactful. You're
Carson
so right.
on a revenge tour, it looks like.
Helping create that space, especially on the T side. Carson finishing with 21. Great performance from him again on Mirage. Dude. We saw it on the CT side too. The adjustments, the adaptations, everything was great.
I mean, we just came into this one expecting him not even to play. We thought he was playing connector. We thought he was going back to his roots here, going back to what worked.
Go play PoE until you fall asleep. I am. I'm just showing you the sponsor ad reads here because I'm a good co-streamer /
putting in work here. Clearly, he's been
I don't know,
promote it.
What do you want to? Whatever you want to call this.
Versus
I'm part of the event.
A couple of weeks ago, having to deal
with
that
JRT's face. He's absolutely stunning.
Liability to a clear strength.
Look at his shirt.
Now, obviously, we're still looking at a small sample size for him in this position, but being able to show that quick development is very impressive for me, at least.
Yep. No, I think Carson continues to impress. He always came out, and even when he was IGLing there for Nouns, there were moments where I was like, okay, this is really working. Nice. And he felt like he was bringing things together in a meaningful way. It didn't work out towards the end, but he's found a new home with the Timbermen, and I have a feeling, Cole, that this is the roster.
I need 5 gifted before I go. Nori's about to eat my chocolate chip cookie. Thank you.
Looking as effective as they did here. So congratulations again to the Timbermen, guys. That's going to do it for the Prize Picks NA Revival Series in 2024. We got a few more thank yous to say here before we sign off, though. So remember, guys, this NA Revival Series
is that a sex thing? No, there's a chocolate chip cookie.
Sponsored by Prize Picks. Without them, we wouldn't be here right now. And the best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now.
Use our code, though.
And you can win real money while watching them play. Join Prize Picks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new Prize Picks users. Thank you again to Prize Picks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The Prize Picks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division.
It's all free.
All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, forget about it. They're gone. Banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout every single division. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 5. Make that 6 months, actually. It's even better. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. A huge thanks to Complexity, Jason Lake, Flom, everyone who made this possible. Behind the scenes, Griffin, Ches, we have Rob, we have so many people, Slove as well. You're going to see all the names come up
Rob.
here. There's so many to thank. They've made this an absolutely incredible show. And I mean, what more can you say? This has been a great year for North American Counter-Strike.
Fucking Rob.
Largely in part thanks to these Revival Cups, or Revival Series, I should say, that have been coming through. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show.
Oh my
We're going to take a break until the new year, but we'll be back then. Have yourselves a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, whatever you might celebrate, guys. I hope it's amazing for you. We'll see you next year.
Bye. Everybody say bye to JRT next there. Bye. There you go, chat. There you go. There's JRT. Big fan. Big fan. Well done as always, brother. You next were great. All right. Chat. Chats, rather. I've streamed entirely way too long today. And by today, I mean the last month. Don't worry, I'll still be streaming tomorrow and the next day. But I'm heading off for tonight. What the fuck? I don't know what the hell just happened. I don't know. Nori just fucking let out the biggest grunt ever. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for following. Thank you for donating. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. My schedule for the next week, I'm just going to try. I'm literally going to try to stream less. That is quite literally my goal this upcoming week. So the streams will be here. I think 2 days will be fully off, but I'm going to try to force myself to make sure I don't. And then we'll kind of be back to our regular shit around Christmas and the New Year's. For sure, start of the new year. Okay? That's kind of the plan. I got to kind of chill though a little bit. I've been going maybe a little bit too hard. Oh shit, Steve's running an ad? Let's go, Steve. All right, I'll rate and host Steve then while he's doing this. Try to stream less. Yeah, it's kind of a problem, man. All right, guys. Thank you for watching on Twitch or YouTube. Take it easy. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, morning, afternoon. Bye. Bye. You guys are absolutely beautiful. Bye.